donde la dejamos anoche. Nos quedan 4 mangas de la categoría masculina para finalizar la ronda de 64 masculina. Tenemos ya completamente despejada la zona de competición. Muchas gracias al piloto de la moto. Se agradece tu aportación, amigo. Bueno, pues en breves instantes comenzaremos con la competición. Tenemos a los 4 surfistas ya preparados en el line-up. Surfers in the water. We're about to start with the first heat of the day.
Milesh Mikkel, thank you so much, Mikkel. You heard him. Continuing for the start any moment now. Any moment now. Reminding you we're running hits with 20 minutes.
We're waiting 1 minute for the end.
Surfers in the heat, do stand by for the start. Do stand by for the start. No more surfing is allowed. Hold on to your positions. Starting any moment now.
Did you ask to the surface if they can hear you?
Surfers in the water, is the sound reaching you loud and clear?
I can't press code.
Get ready for the start. Here we go, continuing to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on. In red, Joshua Carbus. In blue, Miguel Ages. Noah Davis in white. And then Der Mendeluce in green. Donashti. Already wide up. So it's like on previous day, we're going to stay only technical, meaning colors, numbers, and that will be it. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green. Vale, gracias. So for scores, first of blue, 2.33. First of blue, he's up and riding. It's actually green. So again, first of blue, 2.33. First of white, 0.83. First of green, 0.5. Blue priority, second priority red. First, last of green, 2.6. Last of green, 2.6. Waiting for scores, green, white, and red. Now first of red, Joshua, 5.17. First of red, 5.17. Red priority. Second priority white. Last of blue, 2.07. Last of blue, 2.07. Last of white, Noah, 4.5. Last of white, 4.5. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green, last priority blue. Waiting for scores on green. So first time call, 14 minutes remaining. Last of green under, actually previous of green, 3.73. Previous of green, 3.73. Last of green, 0.5. Red priority, second priority white, third priority blue, last priority green. I do believe we are already online. So for those of you joining us, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Just start the competition. Finishing the boys round 2. And the goal for today is to go all the way until quarterfinals and run those quarterfinals. For those of you joining us online, just reminding you, regarding commentary, we're sharing the beach commentary with the webcast, so we're going to stay pretty technical. They're very far away from us. So sorry if we don't entertain you more, but we really focus on the surfers out there. So thank you so much for joining us. White up and riding. And also behind him, that's red. So that's Noah Davis and Joshua Carbus. Also, if you just joined us, Ander Mendeluce is wearing the green singlet, Noah Davis in white, Joshua Carbus in red, and Miguel Lages in blue. Blue priority, second priority green, standby for scores, red and white. Then the first heat update. We're reaching halfway. Ten minutes remaining. On standby for scores, white and red. Then an update. Last of white, Noah, 4.3. Last of white, 4.3. Now standing by for scores on red. So 8.5 minutes remaining. I am standing by for scores on red. Anyways, as you wait for that score on red, well, let's stand by. That's gonna change the whole situation. Requirements for red are very, very low. It was the third, chasing a 1.16. So I'm gonna update it until that score comes in. It's white first. I'm not gonna give you requirements, but we do have white first, green second, red third with blue fourth, waiting for that score on red. So for the moment, white leads, sitting on a 4.5 and a 4.3. Then a green second on a 3.73 and a 2.6. Best way of the heat, the first of red, a 5.17. Now we're waiting for scores on the second of red. He was only chasing a 1.16, so most probably He will advance into the top two, maybe even into the lead. On fourth place is blue. At this stage, he's chasing a 4-point requirement to advance to second. That's about to change once we have scores for this last of red. But with under 8 minutes remaining, I had to give you an update. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, still on standby for scores on red. So red most probably will advance into the top two, and green will drop to third. Once we have that score of red, maybe even to the lead. And he goes to the lead. Last of red, Joshua, 6 point, actually previous of red, 6.17, 6.17. Last of red, 2.5. So red takes the lead. Joshua to improve a 5.17. Noah, you're down to second. White second to improve a 4.3. Green third, and there, green third needing 5.07. Green needs 5.07. And blue fourth, Miguel. Blue needs 6.47. Blue needs 6.47. Time call just over 6 minutes. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority white. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white. Again, red leads to improve a 5.17. White second to improve a 4.3. Noah for the lead, 6.84. Green third, needing 5.07. And blue fourth needs a 6.47. So, and there, your high score, a 3.73. Until you improve that one, your requirement will stay the same. Miguel, your high score, blue at 2.33. That's the one you want to improve if you want to get a lower requirement. Right now, it's a 6.47 requirement. 5 minutes remaining, surfers, 5 minutes. We're giving you a 3-minute penalty this morning. Now 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, priority red. Three minutes remaining. Next seat, you're allowed to pedal out. And white up and running. Standing by for scores, white. White is second, was aiming to improve a 4.3. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red. 2 minutes remaining. Standing by for scores on white. Last of white, Noah, 6.33. Best wave of the heat. White still second. Green third, under. Green third, needing 7.1. Green needs 7.1. Blue fourth, Miguel, needing 8.5. Blue needs 8.5. 1 minute surfers, last minute. Noah, white's last one, a 6.33. Now you want to improve a 4.5. And white's checking this one. White is up and running. Out the back, also blue up and riding, Miguel Ash. 30 seconds. Green priority, second priority red. On standby for scores, 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Counting down to finish. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Last of white, 1.83 throwaway. Standing by for scores on blue. That's the only score missing on the board. Next seat on standby. Miguel was chasing 8.5 to advance. And last of blue, 4.37. That puts blue third place. Next seat, get ready for the start. Results from the previous one. Congratulations, Joshua Carbos, red, the winner. Second place, white. And next seat, get ready for the start. Count you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is on. Again, results from the previous seat. Joshua Carbos, the winner in red. Congratulations, Joshua. Second place finishes Noah Davis in white, also advancing to the next round. Well done, Noah. Blue finish in third place. Miguel, melhor sorte na próxima prova, agora em Cabreton. As we see already, red up and riding on the next seat. That's Aaron Bacon. And Ander Mendeluce, green finishing fourth. Ander Sorteona para la próxima compe. Now on hit 14, already underway. Red already with the first wave, that's Aaron Bacon. In blue, we have Pietro Garou. In white, Malone Viege. And in green, Achille Caste. First of red, Aaron, 2.5. First of red, 2.5. That's green up and riding. Achille Caste. Time call, 16 minutes remaining. And again, up and riding on the inside. That's now, I believe, a blue with the Pietro Garou. White priority, second priority red. Standing by for scores, green and blue. First of blue, Pietro, 3-8-3. First of blue, 3-8-3. First of green, 2.67. First of green, 2.67. White priority, second priority red. Last of green, 1.07. Red is up and riding. Aaron Bacon. Also up and riding on the inside there. Was looking like blue. That's a split pick. Also white taking the right-hander. Malone Vierge. Green priority. Green priority on standby for scores. For blue, white, and red. Green priority, second priority red. 13 minutes remaining. Standing by for scores. Last of red, Aaron, 2.03. Last of red, 2.03. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue, last priority white. And up and riding, that's green. Achille Caste. Last of blue, Pietro, 3.27. Last of blue, 3.27. Still on standby for scores for Malone, for white. Last of green, 1.07. Again, equals the previous one. And now waiting for scores on white for the first of white. Red priority, second priority blue. First of white, Malone, 5.5. First of white, 5.5. Now waiting for scores on the last of white. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority white. Last of white, 2.8. Last of white, 2.8. 11 minutes remaining, surfers, almost halfway. Here's the first update. White leads. White in the lead, Malone, with a 5.5 and a 2.8. That 5.5, it's the best wave of the heat. So Malone to improve, a 2.8. Pietro, blue second, sitting on a 3.83 and a 3.27. Pietro to improve, a 3.27. For the lead, 4.48. Aaron, red third, needing 4.6. Aaron, your high score, a 2.5. You're chasing a 4.6. Achille, green fourth, needing 4.43. 4.43 requirement. Achille, your high score, a 2.67. 10 minutes remaining. Halfway through the heat. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority white. Muy buenos días, Ernesto Weather Patrol, y un buen servicio para ti, y muchísimas gracias. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority white. And we have a taker. That's white up and riding. White in the lead was aiming to improve a 2.8 on the other side of the peak. That was Pietro, standing by for scores. Last of white will be a throwaway. Now waiting for scores on blue. Blue was aiming to improve on a 3.27. Blue currently second. Green priority, second priority white. 8.5 minutes remaining. Also waiting for scores on red. So last of white will be a throwaway. Blue in second was aiming to improve a 3.27. Also waiting for scores on red. Red was chasing a 4.6. Red currently third. Green priority, second priority white, third priority red. And the last of red, Aaron, 4.43. Last of red, 4.43. Waiting for scores on blue. At this stage, red third needing 2.67, with green fourth needing 4.43. But we're waiting for scores on blue, and blue is about to improve on his total. And here we go. So last of blue, and we have a surfer up and riding. Two, actually. Last of blue, 4.83. Last of blue, 4.83. That puts blue in the lead. Pietro, blue takes the lead to improve a 3.83. Malone, white, you're down to second. And we have a split pick there between green and blue. Now white also up and running. Standing by for scores. Blue, red, and white. Blue in the lead was aiming to improve a 3.83. Last of red, 3.7. Red in third place, Aaron. Red needs a 3.88. Now, last of blue 1 point, waiting for scores on white. White second was aiming to improve on a 2.8. For the moment, red third, needing a 3.88. Green fourth, needing a 5.63. That might change once we have scores for white. White in second was aiming to improve a 2.8. Also scores about to drop for red, chasing a 3.88. And the last of red, 3.73. Last of red, 3.73. Aaron, that changes nothing. Red still third, needing 3.88. And still missing that last one of white with 5 minutes remaining, surfers. White was aiming to improve a 2.8. White in second. For the moment, red needs 3.88 and green fourth, Achille, needs a 5.63. Standing by for last of white. Last of white, a 4.27. Last of white, 4.27. White takes the lead. Blue moves to second. Red third, Aaron. Red third, needs 4.24. And there's a split pick there. Achille, green fourth, needs a 5.99. Red needs 4.24. In third, green in fourth, needs a 5.99. 4 minutes remaining. Green priority, second priority red, on standby for scores. White and blue. So white now in the lead. Malone was aiming to improve a 4.27. Blue second, Pietro was aiming to improve a 3.83. Green priority, second priority red, third priority white. Standing by for scores, white and blue. Time call, 3 minutes remaining. Last of blue, 4.23. Last of blue, 4.23. So now red needing a 4.64. Red third needing a 4.64. Green fourth needing 6.39. Green fourth needing 6.39. Last of blue, Pietro, 4.23. That's your backup. Last of white, a throwaway, 1.17. Same for last of blue, a 0.43. 2 minutes remaining. Green priority, second priority red, third priority white. Again, white leads to improve a 4.27. Blue second to improve a 4.23. Red third. Red needs 4.64. Green fourth. Green needs 6.39. White up and riding. Surfers, 1 minute, last minute. Green priority, second priority red. Third priority blue. "30 seconds remaining. "10 seconds. And there's a split pick there. Continuing to start to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer is off. Next seat will be on standby. Score still to come in on this one. Last of green, last of blue.
Stand by for the next seat.
Next seat on standby. On standby for scores, green and blue. Green fourth was chasing a 6.39. Blue in second was aiming to improve on a 4.23. Something better than a 4.95 will give him the win. Last of green, 3.1. So green finishes in fourth place. And now the only question mark will be the winner. Will it be white, Malone, or blue, Pietro? Waiting for scores on last of blue. Red finishing in third place and the green in fourth. Bonne chance pour la prochaine compète, Aaron et Achille. Et merci pour ton surfing. So still on standby for scores. And here we go, last of blue, 3.3. So blue finishes in second place. And white the winner. Next seat, get ready for the start. Congratulations, Malone, the winner of the heat. Pietro, congratulations as well. Yes. Next seat on standby. Next seat on standby.
The timing button by mistake.
No worries. Next seat, get ready for the start. Count you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, results from the previous one. Malone Viège, the winner in white. Félicitations. Félicitations aussi à le bleu, Pietro Garou. So white, the winner. Malone Viège, second place for blue. Pietro Garou, third place for red. Aaron Bacon, fourth place for green. Achille Casté. Unegonon, muy buenos días. Mikel Urigoitia is going to stay with you for the next couple of hits. Have a good one, brother.
All right, guys, so here we are, heat number 15. Alejandro Sancho, your first two waves, 1.67 and 0.5. First two scores for red, Alejandro, 1.67 and 0.5. Surfer in blue, Shan Achoarena. First of Shan, 4.83, 4.83. On standby now for the second score of blue. We're also on standby for the scores of Teo Cajide in white and Guy Turner with the green jersey. Heat number 15 in the water, the second last heat of this round of 64 of the men. Priority for blue, Shan. First two scores of green, Guy, a 4.57 and a 2.93. Guy Turner, 5.47 and 2.93. First two scores for green. "15 minutes remaining on the timer." Scores are coming for blue, red, and white. Prior for green, priority for green. First of white, Teo, a 3.4. 14 minutes, 15 seconds remaining on the timer. Priority green, white, red, and blue. Scores are coming for blue and red, Shan and Alejandro. Last two scores for red, Alejandro, 3.07 and 2.83. Last two scores for red, 3.07 and 2.83. Still waiting for the score of blue. Last of blue, Shan, a 5.23. Last of blue, 5.23. So all the scores are in. Blue sits in first. Shan with a 5.23 and a 4.83. Guy Turner in green sits in second, 4.57 and 2.93 his top two scores. Green looking for a 5.49 to get the lead. Third is red, Alejandro, with a 3.07 and a 2.83. Red needs a 4.44 to advance. And fourth is white, Theo, with a 3.4 and a 1, looking for a 4.11 for second. Just under 12 minutes, prior white, second prior blue. Ten minutes and 40 seconds to go. Prior for green. On a standby for the last of white. All the scores are in for blue, who sits in first. Shan, 5.23 and 4.83, your top two scores. Red second. Alejandro with a 5.17 and a 3.07. Third is green. Green guy looking for a 3.68 for second. And fourth is white. Last of white, 2.83. You still require a 4.85 to advance. 10 minutes remaining. We're just halfway through this hit number 15. Prior green, second prior red. Alejandro Sancho, your second last, a 5.17. Alejandro Sancho, your second last score, 5.17. Blue first, red second. Red, you need a 4.9 to win this hit, or at least to take the lead. Third is green, Guy, looking for a 3.68 to advance. And fourth, white. White needs a 4.85. 8 minutes remaining, guys. Prior for green. On a standby for the scores of red and white. Blue first, red second. Red looking for a 4.9 to take the lead. Third is green. Guy chasing a 3.68 for second. And fourth, white, Theo. Theo needs a 4.85 to advance. Last of white tail 4.37. Last of white tail 4.37. White moves up to third. Now requires a 3.88 to advance. Tail, your last score 4.37 puts you in third. Now you're chasing a 3.88 for second. Time called 7 minutes. Tail, here we go once again with you. Last of white tail 4.37. Last of white tail 4.37. You are in third. Tail, you need a 3.88 to advance. Six minutes left in the tank. Prior white, second prior blue. Scores are coming for blue, red, and green. We're gonna get into the last 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining on the timer. Blue is in the lead still. Red in second, Alejandro Sancho. Third is white, Teo. Teo, you need a 3.88. 3.88 is what you need. And fourth is green, Guy. Guy needs a 3.68 to advance. Four minutes remaining. Priority for blue. All the scores are in. Last of blue, a 5.13. So blue extends the lead. Sean in the lead. Alejandro Sancho, second. Red, you need a 5.2 to win. Third is still white. Teo, you require a 3.88 for second. White needs a 3.88 for second. And fourth is green. Guy Turner, looking for a 3.68 to advance. A 3.68 is what green needs to move on into second. 3 minutes remaining on the timer right now. 2 minutes to go. Prio blue, second prio green, third prio red. Prio red, priority red. We're just under a minute. 50 seconds remaining on the timer. Prio red, blue, green. Forty seconds. As we speak, the situation remains the same. Blue in the lead, red second, white third. White still needs a 3.88 to advance, and fourth, green looking for a 3.68. 15 seconds, and getting ready for the final countdown in 10, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time is over. Well, so the time is over. A couple of scores about to show up on the screen for blue and red. All the scores are in for white and green, so both Sean and Alejandro, blue and white ending up in third, Theo and fourth, Guy, with a green jersey. Now, counting down to start the last heat of this round of 64 of the men. In red, Lucas Skinner, blue for Thiago Guerra, Luis Escudeiro in white, and green for Tomás de Leonardo. We're ready to roll. Counting down to start, boys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pichón, pichón. Priority for red, second prior white, 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. There's still plenty of time ahead of you guys. All right, Tomas De Leonardo, the Italian in green, takes the lead with his last ride of a 5.5. So green in first with a 5.5 and a 0.23. Lucas Skinner sits in second. Last of red, Lucas, a 4.33 puts you in second on the need of a 1.41 to take the lead. Blue in third, Thiago Guerra with a single score of a 1-point ride, and no scores yet for white, who sits in fourth, Luis Escudeiro. Prior white, blue green. $14 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the timer. Prior white, blue green. $13 minutes remaining on the timer, boys. Prior green, red, white. Lucas Skinner takes the lead with his last ride of a 1.83. So red sits in first with a 4.33 and a 1.83. Tomas De Leonardo, green in second with the highest single score of this hit so far, a 5.5 and a 0.23 as a backup. Green looking for a 0.66 to sit in first again. As we see Green up and riding now. Tiago in blue is third with a 3 and a 1. Chasing a 2.74 to advance. And fourth is white Luis Escudeiro with a 1.5. Looking for a 4.24 to jump into second. 12 minutes remaining on standby now for the last score of Green. Ten minutes, 10 seconds remaining on the timer, and Tomás De Leonardo takes the lead, the surfer in green, with his last score of a 5.23. So Green, the Italian, sitting in the lead with a couple of scores over the fives, a 5.5 and a 5.23. Red Lucas comes down to second. Red now looking for a 6.4 to get the lead again. Third is blue, Tiago, chasing a 3.17 for second. And fourth is white, Luis Escudeiro, on the hand of a 4.66. Eight and a half minutes remaining on the timer, and here comes a good-looking score for the surfer in red, Lucas. A 6.57, the highest single score of this hit so far. Going for the surfer in red, who will take the lead again. Lucas in first with a 6.57 and a 4.33. Green comes down to second, Tomás De Leonardo, a 5.5 and a 5.23, your top two scores. Looking for a 5.41 to jump in first again. Blue in third now requires a 7.73 to advance. And fourth is white, Luis, on the hand of an 8.4. Coming up next, the ladies. Round two, hit number one with Carla Morera de Laval, Ana Piñón, Lili Irigoyen, and Nora Alvarez. 5.5 minutes remaining. Prio green, second Prio blue. Priority goes for blue, second Prio for red. On a standby for the scores of all of you. We're gonna get briefly into the 5 minutes mark. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Last of Lucas Skinner, an 8.17. Wow, what a way to lead a hit with a 6.57 on his prior ride and an 8.17 on his upcoming one. So red extending the lead. Tomas De Leonardo now looking for a 9.24 to get the lead. Red first, green second, third is blue. Thiago also looking for a pretty high requirement, a 7.73 in order to advance. And fourth is white, Luis Escudero looking for an 8.4. Prio blue, second Prio white, third Prio green. Two minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Prio white, second Prio green, third Prio red. Red in the lead by far with an 8.17 and a 6.57. Green in second with a 5.5 and a 5.23. Third is blue, Thiago, with a 3 and a 2.9. Blue looking for a 7.73 to move on into the next round. And fourth is white. Luis with a 2.33 and a 2.17, chasing an 8.4. All right, boys, 1 minute left. 1 minute remaining. Last of Thiago, a 4-point ride. Last of blue, 4 points. Blue, you still in third, looking for a 6.73. "40 seconds. 25 seconds remaining. 20. We're getting closer and closer and closer for the final countdown. 10 seconds. Counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Se acabó lo que se daba. Hit number 16 of the round of 64 of the men is over. The time is over. Last of blue, 4-7-3, Thiago Guerra. It won't be enough. So finally both red and green, Lucas and Tomas moving on into the round of 32. Thiago Guerra blue ending up in third and fourth for Luis Escudero with the white jersey. Thank you guys for the great show. And now let's get ready for the ladies round 2. We're gonna have the very first heat of this round 2 in a minute, with Carla Morera de la Val in red, Ana Piñón in blue, white for Lily Irigoyen, and green for Nora Alvarez. And behind the mic, the one and only David Prescott to present the upcoming heat again.
Muchísimas gracias, Milesh Kermikal. Thank you so much. So, girls, we're about to count you in for the start any moment now. Here we go. Count you in to start, girls. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So presenting Heat in the Water, that's already the girls' round 2, round of 32. GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol, wearing the red singlet, Carla Morera de la Val. In blue, Ana Piñón. In white, Lily Irigoyen. And in the green, Nora Alvarez. Already first of red, a 0-4-3. Also the first of green, Nora Alvarez, on standby for scores on that first of green. Another 20 minutes ahead of us. If you just join us, welcome. We just started the round 2 for the girls division on this GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Thank you so much for joining us online. Also, I was a split pick there. I was red and white, sorry, red and green. And also up and riding. That was looking like blue. So first of green, Nora, 3.33. First of green, 3.33. Priority red, second priority green. Standing by for scores, blue, white, and also a short ride there for red on the second of red. Priority red, second priority green, third priority white. First of blue, Anna, 3.17. First of blue, 3.17. And red is up and riding. Carla Morera de Laval. Still missing now 2 scores on red. Also waiting for scores on the first of white. Green priority. Second priority blue. Third priority white. The second of red is 0.4. Standing by for scores on last of red and the first of white. Alvarez. Blue priority, second priority white. Standing by for scores, red, green, and white. Blue priority, second priority white, third priority red. So first time call, 15 minutes remaining. Now, first of white, Lily, 6 points. First of white, 6 points. Last of red, Carla, 5.67. Last of red, 5.67. Waiting for scores on green, Nara. The second of green, a 1.83. Now waiting for scores on last of green. Again, first of white, 6 points. Last of red, 5.67. And still on standby for scores, last of green. Last of green, Nora, 2.9. Last of green, 2.9. White up and riding. And also red up and riding. And that's a make for both of them. On that split pick was Lily Irigoyen on the right-hander. Carla Morera de Laval on the left. Standing by for those scores, last of red and last of white. Green priority, second priority blue, 12.5 minutes remaining. Last of white, Lily, 7.17. Last of white, 7.17. Last of red, Carla, 5.1. Last of red, 5.1. 12 minutes remaining. Also a quick in and out for blue, 0.5. So surfers already the top two with solid scores and into the double digits. White leads. Let's stand by. We have a pedal there. On the right-hander goes once again Lily Irigoyen. Lily was now trying to improve on a 6. Also waiting for scores on last of green. Red priority, second priority blue. So white leads, red second. Waiting for scores on green and the last of white. Then I give you the first heat update. Last of white, 4-9-7. Not going on white's top 2. Now missing scores on green. And then the first heat update. We're almost halfway. Ten minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Blue priority and red is up. Waiting for scores red and green. There was one more there for Carla. She was aiming to improve on a 5.1. Last of green, Nora, 4.93. Last of green, 4.93. Now waiting for scores on red. 10 minutes remaining. Already in the second half of the heat. So Carla red second was aiming to improve on a 5.1. Let's stand by for that score. At this stage, green third, Nora, and blue fourth, Anna. Nora is chasing a 5.84. That might change once we have scores for last of red, and it does not. So last of red, 4.8, not going, oh sorry, 4.6, not going into red's top 2. So green third, Nora, needing 5.84. Anna, blue fourth, blue needs 7.6. Blue needs 7.6. White leads, Lily. Lily, you have the top 2 scores of the heat. A 7.17 high score, 6 points is your backup. Carla, red second, and we have a pedal there, and up and riding. That's Ana Pignon, surfer in blue. So Carla, you want to improve a 5.1. Red second with a backup of 5.1, a high score of 5.67. And Carla, 7.5 for the lead. Green at this stage third, now waiting for scores on blue. Nora, your high score, green third, your high score, a 4.93. You're needing a 5.84 to advance. And now waiting for scores on blue. Blue, Anna was chasing a 7.6. Her previous high score was a 3.17. So anything better than a 3.17 will bring Anna closer to the top 2. For Nora, anything better than a 4.93 will bring her closer to the top 2. Right now, green is needing a 5.84 and blue is needing a 7.6. Waiting for scores on blue. Green priority, second priority white, third priority red, 7.5 minutes remaining. And we have a pedal, and that would be a split pick. Red taking the left. On the right, looks like green. Last of blue, Anna. Last of blue, 2.7. Last of blue, 2.7. So blue stays in fourth and still needing a 7.6. Now last of red, 2.37. That's a throwaway. And now waiting for green, for the last of green. Green in third, needing a 5.84. priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. And up and riding there, that's blue. That was Ana Piñón. Now last of green, Nora, 3.47. Last of green, 3.47. Green still third. Green third needs 5.84. Last of blue, a throwaway, 1.87. Red priority, second priority green. And we have red taking a look. Up and riding now is Carla Morel de Laval, second place in the heat. And Carla was aiming to improve on a 5.1. For the lead, red needs 7.5. Standing by for scores on red. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. And surface time call, 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. Waiting for scores on last of red. Last of red, 7.6. Last of red, 7.6. Best wave of the heat. Red takes the lead. Situation changes. Red in the lead. Carla, now you want to improve a 5, 6, 7. Lily, white is down to seconds. You want to improve a 6. And up and riding. Now it's blue, Ana Piñón. Nora, green third. Green third needs 8.24. Green third needs 8.24. Waiting for scores on blue. Anna, blue needs 10 points. Blue needs 10 points to advance. Nora reminding you, until we improve a 4.93, your requirement will stay the same. Anna, you want to improve at least a 3.17 to bring your requirement down. Waiting for scores on blue. Now again, up and running is red. Current heat leader. Green priority, second priority white. Now priority white. 3 minutes. Next seat is allowed to pedal out. Also white up and riding. Priority blue. Waiting for scores on all the 4 surfers. 2.5 minutes remaining. Priority blue. Blue in 4th place still, Anna. Waiting for scores on blue. Blue was chasing a 10. Our high score, Anna, your high score 3.17. Until we improve on that, requirement will stay the same. 2 minutes remaining. Last of red, 3.5. Not going on red, stop 2. For green, last of green, not a 2.3. Also not going on the top 2. Now waiting for scores on blue, waiting for scores on white. White in second was aiming to improve on a 6. Blue in fourth was chasing 10 points. Again, anything better than a 3-1-7 will bring blue closer to white, to second place. Last of white, 1.57. That's a throwaway. Still waiting for scores on last of blue. Red priority, second priority white, third priority green. Last priority blue. And last of blue, Anna, 1.67. Situation remains 1 minute, last minute. Now one more score to come in for green. Red priority, second priority blue. And also waiting for scores on white. Red's taking 3 seconds. Up and running is red. Current hit leader, Carla Moreira de Laval. 20 seconds. Blue priority. Waiting for scores, green, white, and blue. Sorry, green, white, and red. Green, white, and red. All scores are in for blue. 10 seconds. Counting down to finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last of white, 2.37. Last of green, 2.67. All scores are in for blue. Just missing one score on red. Anyways, she's already in the lead of the heat. So we can already announce final heat results. Pois felicitações a Carla Moreira de Laval, vencedora de la manga, winner of the heat. Félicitations aussi à Lily Irigoyen, deuxième place dans la série. Also, second place finishes white, Lily Irigoyen. And the last of red, Carla, 6.53. Goes on your top 2 for a total of 14.13. Already in double digits. Same for Lily, also in double digits, 13.17. Nora Alvarez finishing in third place green. Ana Piñón, blue, finishing in fourth place. Mejor suerte en la próxima comp, Nora y Ana. Y gracias por vuestro surfing. Next seat, get ready for the start. Next seat, stand by for the start. Any moment now. Next seat, stand by for the start. Still on standby, next seat. Thank you for your patience. Next seat, continuing to start. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is on. Hit number 2. Round 2 for GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol with the girls division. Wearing the red singlet, Victoria Beckhaus. In blue, Ivone Gomes. In white, Teresa Pereira. And in green, Cristina Delano Ozores. Already a first wave there for blue. Standing by for scores. First of blue, Ibone, 2.67. First of blue, 2.67. Reminding the girls on the round of 32, top seeds need to collect the competition vest prior to the 5-minute mark. Reminding you there's an alternate list. Red taking a look, and up and riding is Victoria Beckhaus. Waiting for scores on red. Priority white, second priority blue. Quick in and out for green. That's a 0-4-3 for green. First of red, Victoria, 4.67. First of red, 4.67. And up and riding, Ibone Gomes. White priority, second priority green, third priority red. Waiting for scores on the second of blue. Last of blue, Ibone, 6.17. Last of blue, 6.17. Surfers, time call, 15 minutes remaining. White priority, second priority green, third priority red, last priority blue. And up and riding green, Cristina Delano Ozores. Now out the back, that's Victoria Beckhaus. White priority, second priority blue. Last of green, Christina, 2.5. Last of green, and we have a surfer up and riding. That was white. So last of green, Christina, 2.5. Last of green, 2.5. Last of red, Victoria, 2.43. Last of red, 2.43. Waiting for scores on the first of white. And first of white, 2.53. First of white, 2.53. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red. I must say, I'm sorry. I do hate giving scores when surfers are up and riding or situations. But at this distance, from time to time, I'm really sorry about that, guys, if that happens. The same with the deck diving. I'm keeping a good eye out there, but especially when I take the right-handers from time to time, I miss that. But as you can tell, I stop with the commentaries and let the surfer go. But anyways, my bad. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red, and the last priority white. 12.5 minutes remaining. And we have up and riding. That was blue, Ibone Gomes. Ibone was aiming to improve on a 2.67. Already with a solid score on her heat, a 6.17. That was the previous of blue. It's the best wave of the heat. And we're not that far away from reaching halfway. 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red, third priority white. Waiting for scores on blue. And last of blue, Ibone, 5.17. Last of blue, 5.17. Ibone, that's, actually, previous of blue. There's one more score still to come in for blue. Last of blue, 3.07. Forget about that one. Ibone, previous of blue, 5.17. That's your new backup. 11 minutes remaining, girls. Red priority, second priority white, third priority green. Now, do keep in mind that white is on a single wave and green has only a 0.43 as a second. Anyways, here's the first heat update. We're pretty much halfway. So blue leads, Ibone. Blue in the lead with the top two scores of the heat. A 6.17 and a backup of 5.17. Now, we have a pedal there. That was Christina in green. Victoria, red second, sitting on a 4.67 and a 2.43. Victoria, you want to improve 2.43. That's your backup. Now waiting for scores on green, Christina. 10 minutes remaining. Already in the second half of the heat. Green thirds was chasing a 4.61, and we have a up and riding. I believe that was blue. Yeah, confirm, it was Ibone. And the last of green, Christina. Now red up. Last of green, Christina, 2.7. Last of green, 2.7. Last of red, 1 point. So green third, Christina, needing 4.41. Cristina, your high score, it's a 2.7, and you're needing a 4.41. Now, Teresa, white fourth, it's a white priority, and she's up and riding. White fourth, Teresa, needing 4.58. Last of white, 097, red up. Victoria, Backhouse. In second place, Victoria was aiming to improve on a 2.43. So Teresa White fourth, needing 4.58. Teresa, your high score at 2.53. You're chasing a 4.58. Waiting for scores, red and green. Last of green will be a throwaway, quick in and out for Cristina. Green needs a 4.41, but we're waiting for scores on red. And Victoria was aiming to improve on a 2.43. 8 minutes remaining. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. Waiting for scores on red. Red was aiming to improve on a 2.43, currently in second place. Now, Ivone Gomes finishing her wave as well. That was blue. In the lead blue, Ivone was aiming to improve on a 5.17. Victoria just improved. Last of red, 4 points, Victoria. It's your new backup. So last of red, 4 points. Now Cristina, green third, needing 5.97. And Teresa, white fourth, needing 6.14. Also improving is Ivone Gomes, hit leader. Last of blue, Ivone, 6.57. Last of blue, 6.57. And Victoria up and riding is red. So Ivone, you have the top two scores of the heat, a 6.57 and a 6.17 backup. Waiting for last of red. And last of red, 2.43. Forget about that one. Victoria wants to improve on a 4. Priority green. Second priority white. 6.5 minutes remaining. And to the coaches and the surfers, as you probably realize, even after 20 years, I'm still learning and adding a bit more info into the updates. I'll go back with that because we have right now up and riding surfer in white, Teresa Pereira. And that will be a good example about that information that I'm adding. So Teresa White fourth, your high score at 2.53. Until you improve that one, your requirement will stay the same, needing a 6.14, standing by for scores. That's what I meant. So right now, I'm also, and you give me some feedback on that, but I'm also, for third and fourth, always telling them what's the high score. Because if they improve on that, requirement comes down. If they do not, requirement stays the same. It's kind of the same as I do for the top two regarding backups. Now I do the same for the third and fourth regarding high scores. There's a time where the high score that you want to improve, it's higher than the requirement. So with that, I do not. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining. Reminding you the formula, you grab the total of second minus the high score of third and fourth to give third and fourth the requirement. Obviously the same when it comes from first to second. Now waiting for scores on white. Again, anything better than a 2.53 will help Teresa to get closer to second. Her requirement is 6.14. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue, last priority white. And again, feel free to approach me and give me some feedback. Huh? Now, I believe that was green on the left and the red. Victoria Beckhaus finishing her right. So waiting for scores, still on white. Now also waiting for last of green and last of red. 4 minutes remaining. White priority. And scores about to come in for white. That was good surfing by Teresa, and that's a potential attack. And confirmed, last of white, Teresa. 6.17. Last of white, 6.17. Teresa, that puts white in second place. White moves to second, waiting for scores on red and green. Victoria, you're down to third. Red third, needing a 4.04. Waiting for scores on last of red. Cristina, green fourth, needing 6.01. Also waiting for scores on last of blue, Ibane. And last of blue, a throwaway, 0.33. Teresa White in second. Now you want to improve a 2.53 backup. And for the lead, White needs a 6.58. But waiting for scores on red. Red in third was chasing a 4.04. Meanwhile, last of green, Cristina, 2.03. Not going on green, stop two. Up and riding, that's White, Teresa Pereira. She was aiming to improve on a backup of 2.53. We're still waiting for scores on last of red, Victoria. 2.5 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red, last of white. White improved. Last of white, 2.93. That's White's new backup. Victoria, you are now needing a 4.44. Waiting for scores on last of red. Red was now needing a 4.44. Cristina, green fourth, now needs a 6.4 to advance. 2 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red, last priority white. Scores are starting to come in, Victoria. Doesn't look like it's going to go on your top two. So most probably situation will remain the same and confirmed. Last of red, 3.73. Victoria, red third, still needing a 4.44. Again, Teresa, last of white, 2.93. That's your new backup. 1 minute surfers, last minute. Up and riding. No longer. That was green. That's a throwaway of 0.23. Thirty seconds remaining. Red is up and riding now. Victoria Beckhaus. With 20 seconds remaining, that's a crucial wave for Victoria. And also at the back, Cristina Delano Azores. 10 seconds remaining. Those were the last, most probably last attempts to reach the top two. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Also one wave there for blue. So standing by for scores, blue, red, and green. Next seat, please do stand by. Red in third was chasing a 4.44. Green in fourth was chasing a 6.4. And blue in the lead was aiming to improve on a 6.17. Waiting for scores on the three of them. Last of red, Victoria, 3-8-3. All scores are in for red. Red finishes out of the top two. Last of blue, Ibone, 2.53. That's not relevant. Anyways, Victoria, Ibone. So last of blue, 2.53 for Ibone Gomes. And the last of green, Cristina, 1 point. So no changes regarding the final hit results. Next hit, get ready for the start. Hit number 3, round 2, girls division, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. On standby for the start. And here we go. Counting into start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pois que felicitações, Ibone Gomes, vencedora da manga azul. Parabéns, Teresa Pereira, na próxima ronda. So blue finishing first place, white finishing second. Red finishing third place, Victoria. Wishing you all the best for upcoming events, and I extend that to Cristina as well. Green finishing fourth place. Cristina, gracias por tu surfing y ahora mejor suerte para la próxima compe. Now joining you for the next couple of hits. You know the man already, you know the voice. Mikel Bilbao Rigoitia.
Bueno, pues estamos ya en la manga número 3 de las chicas con María Díaz, color rojo, Sayoa Ortega, de color azul, Enara Palacios, blanco y verde para Constancia Simoes. 18 minutes left, ladies. María Díaz in red, Sayoa Ortega blue, white for Enara Palacios, and green for Constancia Simoes. All right, so the first scores are just showing up on the screen. First of blue, Sayo Ortega, 5 points. First of blue, 5 points. First of red, Maria Diaz, a 1.83. And on standby now for the first of white, Enara Palacios. Last of red, Maria Diaz, a 3.67. Martina Pertega, por favor, si puedes pasar por el Beach Marshal. Está Rob Gunning queriendo hablar contigo. Martina Pertega, si pudieses pasar por el Beach Marshal, te lo agradeceríamos, ya que está Rob Gunning que quiere hablar contigo. Gracias.
Make it.
11 minutes remaining on the timer. Eleven minutes remaining. Constanza, your first score, a 4.63, surfing green. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining on the timer. Last of white, Enara, a 4.13. Last of white, 4.13. Previous of white, 3.33. White in the lead, Enara Palacios. Second is blue, Sayo Ortega, with a 5 and a 0.87. Blue, you need a 2.46 to take the lead. Third is red, Maria Diaz. Maria needs a 2.21 to advance, and fourth is green, Constancia, looking for a 1.25. Eight minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the timer on standby. 4 scores of white, blue, and red. All the scores are in for green. Constancia, you are in first with a 4.63 and a 2.9. White second, Enara. Enara needs a 3.41 for first. Third is blue, Sayo Ortega, with the highest single score of this heat, a 5. Looking for a 2.46. And fourth is red, Maria Diaz. But let's see, because the scores are just dropping. Last of Maria Diaz, 4.03. Last of red, Maria Diaz, 4.03. Last of blue, Sayo Ortega, 3.23. So, blue takes the lead so far with a 5 and a 3.23. Red in second, Maria Diaz, 4.03 and 3.67, your two best. Maria, you need a 4.21 to get the lead. Green is third, Constancia. You need a 3.07 for second. And fourth is white, Enara. Enara looking for a 3.57. Last of white, Enara, 4.63. So Enara takes the lead again, jumping from fourth to first. Enara surfer in white, your previous score, 4.63. Previous of white, 4.63. White, you are in the lead right now. Blue comes down to second, Sayo Ortega. Sayo needs a 3.76 to win. Third is red, who's up and riding, chasing a 4.21 to advance. And fourth is green, Constancia. Constancia looking for a 3.61 for second. 6 minutes left. Enara Palacios, 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. White in the lead. Enara. Second is blue. Sayoa. Sayoa needs a 3.76 to take the lead. We're going to get into the last 5 minutes right now. 5 minutes remaining. Sayo Ortega, your last score just came in. Surfer in blue. Last of blue, 6.33. Last of blue, Sayo, 6.33. Blue takes the lead. A 6.33 and a 5, your top two scores. Enara Palacios, all the scores are in for you. You are in second. Enara needs a 6.7 to take the lead. Third, Maria Diaz with the red jersey. You need a 4.73 to advance. 4.73 is what you need, Surfer in red, in order to sit in second. And fourth is green, Constancia, chasing a 4.14 to advance. Constancia in green, you need a 4.14 to advance. 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the timer. Two minutes, 10 seconds remaining. All the scores are in. Blue in the lead, Sayoa. 6.33 and 5 points, your top two scores. Enara Palacios, white, in second. And now you need a 6.767 to take the lead. Third is red, Maria Diaz, looking for a 4.73. And fourth is green, Constancia, chasing a 4.14. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining on the timer. One minute 20 on standby now for the last score of red. She's on the hand of a 4.73. So now let's see what the judges have to say on the last of red. Two solid maneuvers by Maria Diaz, chasing a 4.73. Let's see. "50 seconds remaining. Prio, blue, white, green, and red. "30 seconds. "20 seconds. "15. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, the time is over. Previous of red, 6 points. Previous score of Maria Diaz, 6 points. So finally, Sayoa Ortega in blue and Maria Diaz in red, moving on into the next round. White will end up in third, Enara, and fourth will be green, Constancia Simoes. Now counting down to start hit number 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit number 4 is on. Congratulations to the previous hit winners, Sayoa Ortega with the blue jersey and Maria Diaz in red, both of them moving on into the upcoming round. In third will be white, Enara Palacios, and fourth green, Constancia Simoes. Hit number 4 is already underway with red, Lua Escudero, blue, Kenia Carril, white, Adriana Fernandez Hidalgo, and with the green jersey, Vida Mendoza. All right, ladies, 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the timer. Priority white, second prior blue, third prior red. Red in the lead, Lua Scudeiro with a 0.5 and a 5.17. Kenya Carril, you are second, surfer in blue with a single score of a 4.57. Vida Mendoza in green, a 4.5 for you on your opening ride. You are in third. And fourth is white, Adriana Fernandez, with an opening score of a 3.17. 16 minutes remaining, ladies. Fourteen minutes left, ladies. There's still plenty of time ahead of you. Lua Scudeiro in the lead with a 5.17 and a 3.13. Blue Kenya Carril in second. And just now the situation has changed again as we have the last score of white on the system, Adriana Fernandez, coming as the highest single score of the heat so far, a 5.2. So white takes the lead. Adriana Fernandez Hidalgo with a 5.2 and a 3.17, still on standby for a couple of scores of blue and green. But so far so good for white, locking in that 5.2 under her belt and taking the lead for now. So white first, red in second, Lua Scudeiro. Third is blue, Kenya Carril, chasing a 3.74 for second, and fourth is green, Vida, looking for a 3.81. Previous of Vida Mendoza with the green jersey, 4 points. Previous of green, 4 points. So here we go. All the scores are in. Green in first right now with a 4.5 and a 4, Vida. Second is white, Adriana Fernandez, with a 5.2 and a 3.17. White needs a 3.3 to take the lead. Third is red, Lua Scudeiro, 5.17 and 3.13, your top two scores. You require, Lua, a 3.21 to advance. And fourth is blue, Kenya Carril, with a 4.57 and a 3.33, looking for a 3.81 for second. 12 minutes remaining on the timer. Prior green, second prior red, third prior blue. Coming up next, hit number 5 of the ladies with Naya Monte, Daniela Alonso, Erika Maximo, and Carla Mendes. Get ready. Nine and a half minutes remaining. On standby for a score of white, Adriana Fernandez, who sits in second, looking for a 3.3 to take the lead. Let's see. The score is coming as a 4.9. So all the scores are in right now on the system. White takes the lead. A 5.2 and a 4.9, the top two scores for the current hit leader in white. Green comes down to second. Vida, 4.5 and 4 points, your top two scores. You're needing a 5.6 to take the lead again. Red, Lua Escudeiro comes down to third, chasing a 3.33 to advance. And fourth is blue, Kenya Carril, looking for a 3.93. Priority green, red, blue, and white. Seven minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the timer. Prior for white, Adriana. Waiting for the scores of green and red. 7 minutes to go. All right, let's see. So 6 minutes remaining. Green, Vida in the lead with a 6.67 and a 4.5. Lua Escudeiro red in second, 5.27 and 5.17, your top two scores. Third is white, Adriana Fernandez, with a 5.2 and a 4.9. Adriana, you require a 5.25 to advance. And fourth is blue, Kenya Carril, with a 4.57 and a 3.9, looking for a 5.87. Ladies, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes to go. Prior red, second prior green, third prior blue. Green in the lead, Vida. Second is red, Lua. Lua needs a 5.91 to take the lead. Third is white, Adriana, needing a 5.25 to advance. And fourth is blue, Kenya, chasing a 5.87. Three and a half minutes remaining. Vida in green, still leading. And watch out as here it comes. The highest single score of the heat, a 7.5 for Lua Escudeiro. With the red jersey, Lua moving all the way to the top, taking the lead so far with a 7.5 and a 5.27. Green comes down to second, Vida. Now you require a 6.11 to take the lead again. Third is white, Adriana, chasing a 5.98 for second. And fourth, blue, Kenya, you need a 6.61 to advance. Time called, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Two minutes, 10 seconds left. Lua Escudeiro in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.27. Vida with the green color sits in second, 6.67 and 4.5, the top two scores for Vida. Third is white, Adriana Fernandez. Adriana needs a 5.98 to advance. And fourth is blue, Kenya, looking for a 6.61. 1 minute remaining, ladies. 1 minute to go. Prior green, second prior red, third prior white. "40 seconds, prior green, second prior red, third prior white. Red in the lead, green in second, white sits in third, and fourth is blue. 25 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. And counting down to finish hit 4 of the round 2 of the ladies. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the time is over, but the hit is not done yet, as we need to know the scores for green, white, and blue. Red will end up in first anyway. Now waiting for the very last score of blue, Kenya Carril, who sits in fourth, looking for a 6-6-1. The score is coming soon for the lady in blue. Kenya Carril, your last score a 3-6-3. It won't be enough, so finally red and green. Luan Vida moving on into the next round. Adriana Fernandez White will end up in third, and fourth Kenya Carril with the blue jersey. Counting down to start hit number 5. Watch out, ladies. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit 5 is on, and for the next couple of hits, you will be in the very best voice of the Prince of the Azores, the one and only David Prescott.
Muchísimas gracias, Mikel.
No canta los nombres de azul, todavía vamos a hacer un cambio, otra chica.
So presenting already hit number 5 of this round 2, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Wearing the red singlet, we have Naya Monte. In blue, Martina Pertega. In white, Erika Massimo. And in green, Carla Mendes Acebo. Already some waves in the heat. The first of red, first of white, and first of green. With that, priority goes to blue. Priority blue. Second, priority green. Already scores. First of white, Erika, 2.67. First of white, 2.67. Red priority. And standing by for scores now. On the green, blue, and red. Priority red. Second priority white. And red is up. Naya Monte. For those of you joining us online, welcome, wherever you are. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the beautiful Galicia, on the top left corner of the Iberian Peninsula. We're right now on the way, hit number 5, round 2 on the girls' division. As you can tell, they're surfing kind of the middle of the beach, a bit far away from the judges' tower, and that's where the beach announcers are as well. As you probably realize, we are sharing the beach announcing with the webcast commentary as well, so that means you're going to be hearing a lot of technical information. Those are busy hits. The sound is not reaching the surfers out there perfectly due to the wind and to the distance. So pardon if we don't comment a lot more during the waves. Want to make sure all the info gets to the surfer, the relevant info gets to the surfer perfectly. But thank you so much for joining us. And if you can, definitely come by to this beautiful part of the world. We are closest town is Ferrol in beautiful Galicia. That's the top left corner of the Iberian Peninsula. Still on the north part of that corner. And actually, although we are in the north part, this beach is facing totally west. So thank you so much and hope you have a great one. And thanks again for joining us. Now we have a white up and riding. Surfer scores. First of red, Naya. First of red, 6 points. First of red, 6 points. Second of red, 303. Now up and riding. That's looking like I'm going to take my chance at this distance, but that was looking like blue. It was green, actually.
Can you repeat, Tom?
First of white, Erika, 2.67. Second of white, 1.8. Now, first of blue, Martina, 3.1. And they're all deck diving, so I'm going to hold on. And we have white taking a look there. And that's a split peak between Erika Massimo and the Nayamonte. Erika finishing her turn on the right-hander. Now that's Nayamonte up and riding on the left. So again, Naya, first of red, 6 points. Second of red, 3.03. Waiting for scores on last of red. Now first of blue, Martina, 3.1. First of blue, 3.1. Second of blue, 1.43. Carla, second of green was a 2.4. Second of green, 2.4. Last of green, Carla, 3.47. Last of green, 3.47. Waiting for scores on last of white and last of red for Erika Massimo and Nayamonte. Last of red, Naya, 7.33. Meanwhile, white up and riding, Erika Massimo on the right-hander. Previous of white, well, she's about to deck dive. Previous of white, Erika, 5.17. Previous of white, 5.17. Again, and now up and riding. That's green, Carla Mendes Acebo. Again, last of red, Naya, 7.33. Last of red, 7.33. Waiting for scores on white, waiting for scores on green. Blue priority, second priority red. Last of green, Carla, 2.77. Last of green, 2.77. Last of white, Erika, 4.17. Last of white, 4.17. So Erika, previous of white, the previous, a 5.17. The last of white, 4.17. Blue priority, second priority red, third priority white. Time call, girls, 13 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority red, third priority white, last priority green. And surfers, I can already give you a first update. There's already plenty of keepers in the heat. Well done. In the lead is red. Naya Monte in the lead. Naya with the top two scores of the heat. A 7.33 and a 6. So Naya, you want to improve on a 6. Red leads. Erika, white second, sitting on a 5.17 and a 4.17. Now up and riding. That's the green. Carla Mendes, Acebo. Carla, green third, needing 5.87. Green third, needing 5.87. And also up and riding there, blue, Martina Pertega. The very young Martina Pertega was on the alternate list. She got a chance to compete here. And I was by the beach marshal, and I can tell you she's very young. Waiting for scores on last of blue. But she told me she can speak perfectly English. Well done on the family. Waiting for scores on blue, Martina. Priority red, second priority white. Red in fourth place was chasing a 6.24. 11 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority green. Priority changes. Priority red, second priority green. Third priority white. 10.5 minutes remaining. Last of blue. Last of blue, 1.67. Last of blue, 1.67. So we're almost halfway, just over 10 minutes remaining. Red leads Naya to improve a backup of 6 points. Erika, white second. You want to improve a 4.17. Erika, for the lead, you need 8.16 to go first. Backup 4.17. Carla, green third. Green third, needing 5.87. Carla, your high score, it's a 3.47. If you improve that, you diminish your requirement. You're needing 5.87. Martina, blue fourth, you need 6.24. You need 6.24. And Martina, your high score is a 3.1. Needing 6.24. Red is up. Naya Monte, heat leader, with the top two scores of the heat. Naya was aiming to improve on a 6. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. So green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. Waiting for scores on last of red. Time call 8 minutes and 40 seconds. And the last of red, Naya, 6.6. Last of red, 6.6. Naya, that's your new backup. Red leads, now with still with the top two scores of the heat. Well, actually, she has the top 3 scores of the heat, but it is not a 1995. She's counting with a 7.33 and a 6.6, and she's getting rid of a 6. She's throwing away a 6 on her first one. Now, up and riding, that's the young Martina Pertega. Waiting for scores on blue. Remind Martina, anything better than a 3.1 will bring her closer to second place. She's needing a 6.24 to advance to second. Again, reminding you, You take the total of second, that's the formula, minus the high score of third and fourth to get the requirement. Last of blue, Martina, 2.1. Last of blue, 2.1. Martina, you still need 6.24 to advance to second. So although this last of blue went on her top two, it's her second best wave, changes absolutely nothing regarding the requirement to advance to second. 7 minutes remaining. Still a green priority, second priority white, third priority red. And we have a pedal, and it's white up and riding, Erika Massimo. So waiting for scores on white. Erika was aiming to improve at least a 4.17. That's her backup. White in second. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue. Waiting for scores on last of white. And last of white, Erika. Well, stand by. We had a surfer there, and she's done. And we have another pedal. Last of white, 3.53. Not going on white, stop two. Last of red, 3.67. Not going on red, stop two. Situation remains the same. Now the time, 5.5 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority white, third priority green. And we have a pedal there, quick in and out. It was Martina Pertega. White priority, second priority green. Surfers time call, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining now. And once again, white up and riding. One more attempt for Erika in second place to improve on her total. Got a bit safer in second place. Standing by for that score. And for those of you at home, no, it's not a lorry backing up or a tir, like we say here in Europe. It's just like you realize the pitch announcer, the timer here, there's a sound warning once we get to the 5 minute mark. So although we don't have a camera here, you get kind of at least what's happening sound-wise on the backstage. Now up and riding. That's green, Carla Mendes Acebo. 4 minutes remaining, last of white, Erika, 4.33. It's your new backup. Last of white, 4.33. That's white's new backup. So green third, Carla, now needs 6.03. And the last of green, 2.77. Green third needs 6.03. And blue fourth, Martina. Blue needs 6.4. Blue needs 6.4. Meanwhile, once again, up and riding, Erika Massimo. Now the goal is to improve a 4.33. Red priority, second priority blue. And we're approaching the last 3 minutes of the heat. And here we go. Surfers time call, 3 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores on white. White in second was aiming to improve on a backup of 4.33. And she does not. Last of white, Erika, 3.43. Last of white, 3.43. 2.5 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same. And red is up and riding. That's our hit leader, Nayamonte. Also, that's a split pick. One more for Erika Massimo, also up and riding, but on the right-hander, on the other side of the pick. Blue priority, second priority green. Standing by for scores, red and white. So red in the lead, now aiming to improve on a 6.6. And one more attempt there for white, for Erika, now to improve on a 4.33. 2 minutes. Blue priority, second priority green. And the last of red, Naya, 5.4. Not going on red, stop 2. Naya still aiming to improve on a 6.6. Last of white, Erika, 5.93. That's your high score, Erika, now. Last of white, 5.93. Erika, now you want to improve on a 5.17. And with that, green third, now needing a 7.63. And blue fourth, now needing 8 points to advance. 1 minute surfers, last minute. Second priority white. Last of blue is 0.5. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. And last of green, a 1.67. Those are throwaways. 30 seconds remaining. Strong hit by the top two, both of them in double digits. 10 seconds remaining. Counting down to finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So hit 5 is over and done. All scores are in. Next seat is stand by for the start. Get ready for the start. Next seat. Counting to start. Hit number 6, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it is on. Results from hit number 6. The winner in red, Naya Monte. Félicitations, Naya. Vainqueur la série. Second place for white, Erika Massimo. Parabéns, Erika. Mais uma boa bateria. Também na próxima ronda. So congratulations as well to Erika Massimo. Third place finishes green, Carla Mendes. Carla, mejor suerte en la próxima compe. And fourth place finishes blue, Martina Pertega. Martina, espero que tenhas disfrutado. Mejor suerte en la próxima. Todavía no ha estado mal, ¿eh? And for those of you at home, you want to have a workshop on how to say congratulations in 4 different languages and a few more. Stay with me or stay with us. Just as a courtesy, and it's juniors, a little pat on the back for those who finish third and fourth, and obviously congratulations to those who win it or making it on the top 2. Now presenting hit number 6 already in the way, and one wave already for surfer in red. That's Anaïs Blanchard. In blue, Rania Squally. Wearing the white singlet, that's Tiara van der Hoes. And wearing the green one, Margot Litz. And we have up and riding. And again, from time to time, that green and blue, I'm safer not risking it, because at this distance, sometimes it's hard to tell apart. It was green. Well, first of green, Margot, 2.17. First of green, 2.17. And for those of you at home, sorry, you're probably adjusting and readjusting your sound volume, as you're realizing already. I have a totally different tone when I'm talking to the surfers out there, making sure we differentiate what's important from what's just color commentary, and going way lower when I talk to the beach and for the webcast as well. Now, up and riding, it's looking like blue, confirmed. That's Rania Squally. And already priority established, priority white, second priority red, third priority green. First of blue, Rania, 1.7. First of blue, 1.7. Red taking a look there. Anaïs Blanchard up and riding. And that will be a throwaway sooner or later. Last of red, Anaïs, 0.57. And one more for Rania Squally. Again there on the left. Coming from a land with many right-hand point breaks. And the last of blue, Rania, 1.07. White priority, second priority green, third priority red. Now last priority blue, so white priority, second priority green, third priority red, last priority blue. Surfers in the heat, time call, 15 minutes remaining. So the first 5 minutes are gone, and red taking a look, and up and riding, Anaïs Blanchard. Red up. Also just behind her. That's looking like Margot leads in green on the right-hander. And also taking a look is now on the left. White priority. White priority. Standing by for scores. Red, green, and blue. I have, as are going to be keepers, not high scores, but keepers. Well, here we have a good example. Last of blue, Rania, 2.67. And now let's wait for scores on green and red. Standing by for scores, green and red, Margot and Anaïs. And those will be definitely keepers as well. White priority. White priority, second priority red. Third priority green, last priority blue. And white up and riding. That's a split peak. Tiara taking the right-hander. On the left, that's Rania Squally. Now waiting for scores on all the four competitors. Red priority, second priority green, 13 minutes remaining. Reminding you, judges have access to replays. They were on review mode, and now scores starting to come in. Last of green, Margot, 5.5. Last of green, 5.5. Now, waiting for scores, red, white, and blue. So for the moment, that 5.5 is the best way of the heat. First of white, Tiara, 5.17. First of white, 5.17. Last of, well, red is up. Anaïs Blanchard. And meanwhile, on the outside, also taking a look and up and riding. That's looking like green, Margot Leeds. And also up and riding, Rania Squally, that's blue. Let's check white as well. And Tiara taking the right-hander, Tiara van der Hoos. So surfers, here are the scores for your previous ones. So the previous of blue, Anaïs, Rania. Previous of blue, Rania, 2.8. Previous of blue, 2.8. Last of blue is 0.43. Now previous of red, Anaïs, 3.33. And the last of red, Anaïs, 2.77. Again, previous of red, 3.33. Last of red, 2.77. Tiara, second of white, last of white, 4.37. Last of white, 4.37. Margot, last of green, 3 points. Last of green, 3 points. Almost halfway through the heat, 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Here's the first update. Girls, we have white in the lead. White leads Tiara with a 5.17 and a 4.37. So Tiara to improve a 4.37 backup. And she's taking another look. Let's see if she catches this one. Otherwise, I'll stay with the update. And white is up. And white is out. Green second, Margot. Green in second, Margot. Margot, you're sitting on a 5.5. That's the best way of the heat. And you want to improve on a 3. That's your backup. Margot to improve on a 3. And green, Margot, for the lead, you need 4.04. Anaïs, red thirds, needing a 5.18. And she's about to take this one. And red up and riding. Also on the other side of that section, also on the right-hander, that was looking like Margot Leeds, green. So prior to that last wave, well, it's going to be a throwaway for Anaïs. So Anaïs, red, thirds, needing 5.18. And Anaïs, your high score is a 3.33. You need 5.18 to advance. Rania, blue in fourth place. Blue fourth, Rania, you need 5.7. 5.7 to advance. And Rania, your high score is a 2.8. Blue priority, second priority white. 8.5 minutes remaining. So white leads to improve a 4.37. Green second to improve a 3 for the lead, 4.04. Red third needing a 5.18. And blue fourth needing a 5.7. There you go, the full heat breakdown and then the condensed version. 8 minutes on the timer, blue priority, second priority white, third priority red, last priority green. Just under 8 minutes, 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on our timer. Y mientras aguardamos más acción, pues muchísimas gracias a todo nuestro team de seguridad. Ahí está afuera nuestro Water Patrol con días de larguísimo recorrido. Y muchísimas gracias a los técnicos paramédicos de las ambulancias de Urtiguera. Muchísimas gracias por se quedarem con nosotros y por vuestro servicio. Gracias. Now red taking a look there. And up and riding is Anaïs Blanchard. So waiting for scores on red. Anaïs was chasing a 5.18. Her high score a 3.33, so anything better than a 3.33 will get her closer. Requirement was a 5.18. Meanwhile, split peak. On the right-hander, that's white, Tiara van der Hulst. On the left, that's green with Margot Litz. Blue priority. And they're done. So standing by for scores. On white, green, and red. And scores about to come in for green. Margot was in second place, aiming to improve at least a 3. That's her backup. Prior to that, red third, Anaïs was chasing a 5.18. And in the lead, white, Tiara, was aiming to improve at least a 4.37. That's currently her backup. On standby for those scores. Blue priority. Second priority red. And an attack from red to the second place of green. And actually, she does take the lead, but, well, let's stand by there. We have a surfer up and riding. That's green again. Margot Litz. No, sorry, that's Rania Squally, actually, blue. Last of red, Anaïs, 6.5. Last of red, 6.5. Anaïs, best wave of the heat, and you take the lead. Situation changes. Red takes the lead with 5 minutes remaining. Anaïs, you want to improve. Anaïs, you want to improve a 3.33. Last of red, 6.5. Red takes the lead. Now waiting for scores on white. Tiara dropped to second. She was chasing a 4.67 for the lead to get back into the lead, and she does it. Last of white, Tiara, 6 points. Last of white, 6 points, and white back in the lead, Tiara. White back in the lead. Tiara, you want to improve a 5.17. Anaïs, you're down to second. You want to improve a 3.33. 4.67 to regain the lead. Last of green, Margot. The previous, a 2.03. Last of green, 2.9. Not going on green's top 2. Green third needs 4.34. 4.34 to advance. And Rania, blue fourth, last of blue, 2.53. Rania, you need a 7.03. And your high score is a 2.8. So Rania, anything better than a 2.8 will bring you closer to the top 2. Requirement is a 7.03. 3.5 minutes remaining. Red priority, second priority white, third priority white in the lead to improve a 5.17. Red second to improve a 3.33 backup. Green third needs 4.34. And blue fourth needs 7.03. And surfers the time call. You have 3 minutes remaining. If it's the first time you join us during this event, this GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol / longboard, we finished the longboard event yesterday with the win of Antoine Del Perrot on the men's division. And I put myself in this situation. I'm trying to remember the Italian girl's name who won it and qualified actually to the World Tour yesterday as well. I'll go back to there. With that, I mean that we've been having some very long days. Yesterday was a 14-hour day of competition. Sun rises here around 6 a.m. and goes down around 10:30 in the evening. So at 11 p.m. it's still daylight here. I have a feeling I'm going to have another long day today. Red is up and riding. Anaïs Blanchard. Not for long there. Anaïs not looking like, well, she was aiming to improve on a 3.33 back up. Not a high score. Now, up and riding. That's Rania Squally with under 2 minutes remaining. Because Galicia is pretty much on the same longitude as Portugal, but they do have time of Spain, of the rest of Spain. So with that, it's very long days here. Green, Margot, green, third, last of green was a 2.9. Green third, Margot, needing 4.34 to advance. Last of red, Anaïs, a throwaway, 1.47. Rania, blue fourth, last of green, last of blue, 3.03. Blue needs 6.8 now. Blue needs 6.8 to advance. 1 minute remaining. Green third, Margot, reminding you, needs a 4.34. Anaïs, red second, still to improve, a 3.33. And Tiara, already on double digits, is white in the lead. You want to improve a 5.17, and it's a white priority. Second priority green, third priority red, last priority blue, 30 seconds remaining. Pues hace un rato daba gracias a toda nuestra equipa de seguridad, por supuesto a los socorristas de aquí de la playa, muchísimas gracias también por vuestro servicio. 15 seconds. 10 seconds, and I'll be counting you down for the end of this one. We'll be over in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All scores are in. Surfers on heat 7, get ready for the start. We're going to count you in any moment. Here we go. Count you in to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is on. Congratulations to Tiara van der Hulst. White, the winner of the heat. And I'm going to find out how you say congratulations in Dutch. Anaïs Blanchard, félicitations. Red finishing second on the next round. Green finishing third place, Margot leads, and Rania Squally, blue finishing fourth place. Pour les deux, meilleure chance dans la prochaine compète. Margot, la verra troisième. Et bonne chance aussi, Rania, pour la prochaine compète. La bleue, terminée à quatrième place. Ahora, para los comentarios, voy a dejar en muy buenas manos con mi compañero de comentarios. Hace casi 2 décadas. Mikel Urigoitia on the mic for the next couple of hits. I was looking at him thinking, we know each other for like more than 15 years already, Mikel. We still don't have gray hair, so you're looking good, mate.
And 15 more to go. Obrigado, irmão. Well, we're in hit number 7 of the round 2 of the ladies with Sara Romeo, Astia Zaran with the red jersey, blue for Liane Boudin, white, Anouk Shenox. And with the green jersey, Magnolia Rosie. All right, ladies. So first of red, Sarah Romeo, a 2.83. 2.83 first of red. Liane Boudin in blue, your first two scores, 167 and 0.5. Magnolia Rosie in green, your first score, a 1 point right. On standby now for your second score, as well as for the score of white. All right, ladies, all the scores are in. White sits in first, Anouk, with a opening score of a 5.33. Anouk in the lead with a single score of a 5.33. Sarah Romeo red in second, 2.83 and 2.07, your top two scores. Third is blue, Liane Boudin, with a 3.03 and a 1.67. Blue in third. And fourth is green, Magnolia, with a 1.93 and a 1. 14 minutes left, prio white, second prio green, third prio blue, fourth prio red. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Anouk Shenox extending the lead, a 5.33 and a 3.83, the top two scores for the French lady in white. Magnolia Rossi, green in second, with a 3 on her last ride and a 1.93 backing it up. Looking for a 6.16 to sit in first. Third is red, Sarah Romeo, 2.83 and 2.07, your top two. Sarah requires a 2.11 for second. And fourth is Liane Boudin with the blue jersey with a 3.03 and a 1.67, chasing a 1.9. Eleven and a half minutes remaining. Coming up next, the women's hit number 8 of the round 2, the last hit of this round. With Sol Borrelli, Laine Fernandez, Rose Calves, and Kailani Oyarzabal. Nine minutes remaining on the timer, ladies. Anouk Shenox in the lead still with a 5.33 and a 3.83. Magnolia in green, you still second with a 3 and a 2.9. Surfer in green in second. You need a 6.16 to get the lead. Sarah Romeo in red, you are in third with a 2.83 and a 2.07. Sarah, you require a 3.07 for second. And fourth is blue, Liane Boudin, with a 3.03 and a 1.67. Blue looking for a 2.87. 8 minutes, 15 seconds left. Prior red, second prior green. Last of red, Sarah Romeo, 2.4. You're still in third. And last of Liam Boudin in blue, a 2.13. The situation will remain exactly the same, with white in the lead, Anouk, second green, Magnolia, third red, Sarah. Sarah on the hand of a 3.07. And fourth blue, Liam, chasing a 2.87. Priority green, second prior white, third prior blue. We're going to get into the last 5 minutes pretty soon. Priority white, second prior blue, third prior red, fourth prior green. Watch out, ladies. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes to go. Three minutes and 20 seconds on the timer. On a standby for the scores of blue and white. Prior green, second prior red. Last of Liam Boudin, a 4.57. Liam Boudin in blue jumps from fourth to second right now. And once again, all the scores are in. 2.5 minutes remaining. White is still in the lead. Anouk Shenox, now blue sits in second. Liam, you are in second, looking for a 5.27 to move up to first. Third is green, Magnolia. You're coming down to third. You require a 4.6 to advance. And fourth is red, Sara Romeo. You're chasing a 4.77. 4.77. Fourth second. Two minutes on the timer. Prior red, second prior white, third prior blue, fourth prior green. Thirty seconds remaining on the timer. Anouk Shenox in the lead. White first, blue second, prior for green, second prior red, third prior white. White and blue in the lead. Green in second, green in third, and red in fourth. 10 seconds to finish. And here we go with the final countdown, ladies. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time is over. Finally, white and blue, Anouk and Liane moving on into the quarters. And now counting down to start the last hit of the round 2 of the ladies. Here we go, counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Official results of the previous heat ending up in first, Anouk Shenox in white, second. Blue, Liane Boudin, congrats to both of you. Third for green, Magnolia Rosie. And fourth, the surfer in red, Sara Romeo. Now, welcome back to the last heat of this round 2 of the ladies. Sol Borelli will be representing Spain with a red jersey. Lain Fernandez Goenaga, also from Spain, with the blue. Rose Calves in white from Guadeloupe. And the French lady in green, Kailani Oyarzabal. 16 minutes and 20 seconds on the timer. Here comes the first score of this heat, a 3.83 for red, Sol Borelli. First of red, a 3.83. First of Lain in blue, a 1 point ride. First for Laine, 1 point. First of Rose Calves in white, a 4.33. 4.33 first of white. Kailani Oyarzabal in green, a 3.1 your first ride, and a 0.43 your backup score. So, situation, Rose Calves sits in first. Surfer in white with a 4.33 on your opening ride. Sol Borelli, red, in second with a single score of a 3.83. Third is green, Kailani, 3.1 and 0.43, your two best. You are in third, looking for a 0.74. And fourth is blue, Laine, with a single score of a point, chasing a 2.84. We are still in the early stages of this heat, so there's plenty of time ahead of you. Rose, Sol, Kailani, and Laine. 14 minutes and 30 seconds left. $13 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Prior red, second prior blue. All right, here comes an important score for Rose Calves, a 6.17. The second ride of white is a 6.17. Last of Kailani in green, a 2-point ride. So Rose extends the lead, 6.17 and 4.33, the top two scores for white. Green is in second, Kailani with a 3.1 and a 2. Sol Borelli red comes down to third. You're chasing a 1.27 to advance. And fourth is blue, Laine Fernandez, looking for a 4.1. Just under 11 minutes. Priority red, second prior green, third prior white. Another throwaway score coming for green. Kailani, 167, your last ride. And a 2.13 for Laine in blue. Nine minutes 20 on the timer. Laine Fernandez, we're waiting for your very last score. It will be showing up in a minute. And here it is, a 6.07. Last of blue, Laine, 6.07. Blue jumps up into that second position. White in the lead still, Rose. Blue second right now. Blue, you need a 4.44 to take the lead. Green in third, Kailani. Kailani needs a 5.11 to be back into that second spot. And fourth is Sol Borelli in red, chasing a 4.38. Rose Calves, you're still in the lead. Now red moves up to second, Sol Borelli, 8 minutes left. Last of red, 5.67 puts Sol in second. Sol Borelli, you need a 4.84 to jump into first. Blue comes down to third, Laine, you're requiring a 3.43. Blue, you need a 3.43 to be in that second position again. And finally fourth is green, Kailani Oyarzabal, chasing a 6.4 for seconds. 7.5 minutes remaining on the timer. Seven minutes left on the timer. Prior white, second prior blue, third prior red, fourth prior green. Six and a half minutes remaining, ladies. Rose Calves white still in the lead. 6.17 and 4.33, your top two scores, Rose. Sol Borelli, you are in second, Surfer in red, with a 5.67 and a 3.83. You will be needing a 4.84 to go up to first. Third is blue, Laine Fernandez, with a 6.07 and a 2.13. Blue, you need a 3.43 for second. And finally, in fourth is Kailani with a green jersey.
A 3.1 and a 2, your top two scores. You require a 6.4 to advance. Prior white, blue, red, and green. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're going to get into the last 5 minutes mark. 5 minutes remaining. Sol Borelli, surfer in red. You are in second right now with a 5.67 and a 3.83. Sol, you require a 4.84 to move up to first. White is first, red is second. Third is blue. Blue needs a 3.43 for second. And fourth is green, Kailani, looking for a 6.4. Three and a half minutes remaining, ladies. The situation remains exactly the same. White first, Sol second, sticking into that second position, looking for a 4.84 to take the lead. Third is blue. Blue needs only a 3.43 to jump into that second spot. And fourth, green, Kailani, looking for a 6.4. 3 minutes left. Two minutes on the timer, ladies. Prior for red, second prior green, third prior white, fourth prior blue. One minute, 20 seconds remaining on the timer, ladies. One minute left, 1 minute remaining, and following this hit in the water, we're going to have a short 10 minutes break as we're going to move the competition
to the main peak right in front of the judging tower. 50 seconds left. $40 seconds remaining, ladies. Prior red, second prior green, third prior white, fourth prior blue. 30 seconds to go. $20 seconds. This will be the last chance for the ladies. 15 seconds. Prior has changed. Prior for green, second prior white, third prior blue. Counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time is over. All the scores are in, so seems like white, Rose Calves, and red, Sol Borelli will be the fortunate ones moving into the women's quarterfinals. Finally, Laine Fernandez in blue ending up in third, and fourth for green, Kailani Oyarzabal. Now, as we said, women's round of 32 is over. We're going to have a 10 minutes break as we're going to be moving the comp to the main peak right in front of the judging tower. In the meantime, please, all those free surfers in the lineup, we will kindly ask you to start clearing up the comp zone, please.
First of blue, John, 6 points. First of blue, 6 points. So already a keeper. That's at least a solid backup for John Rabinovic. At least. Now we have a green taking a look at this one. Álvaro Casanova. Also on his backhand. And a couple of snaps there before the wave closes out for Álvaro. Stand by for scores on the first of green. Priority established. White priority. Second priority red. First of green, Álvaro, 4.67. First of green, 4.67. Pois 6 pontos para a primeira de azul de John Rabinovic, 4.67. Primeira de verde de Álvaro Casanova. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue, last priority green. White is up and riding. That's the first one for Inigo Medina. Priority, second priority green, third priority blue. Now blue also up and riding. Again, John Rabinovic taking it to the air, and that's looking like a make for John. Just behind him, green taking a look there. And now, no ride there for green. Red priority. Red priority. First of white, Inigo, 3 points. First of white, 3 points. Waiting for scores on the second of blue. Red priority, second priority green. Last of blue, John, 4.57. Last of blue, 4.57. Red priority, second priority green, third priority white, last priority blue. Again, blue up and riding. So John was now aiming to improve on a 4.57. Also white taking a look, up and riding Inigo Medina. And out the back, taking a look is red. Up and riding is now Stefano Mandozzi. "13 minutes remaining, green priority. Standing by for scores white and red. Also, last of blue, John, 3.6. Not going on your top two. John, you want to improve a 4.57. Last of white, Inigo, 1.83. Waiting for scores on last of red, Stefano. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. Last of red, Stefano, 3.47. He's deck diving now. Meanwhile, white up and riding on the left there. Incomplete on the turn for Inigo. Again, last of red, Stefano, 3.47. Green priority, second priority blue. Álvaro, first of green, a 4.67. Primera de verde, 4.67. It's a green priority, second priority blue, third priority red, 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And although there's only one surfer with the two proper keepers, I'll give you the first update. So 11 minutes remaining. Blue leads, John on a 6 and a 4.57. Then white second Inigo on a 3 and kind of no backup Inigo, 1.83. It's your second best one. Álvaro green thirds on a 4.67 is green and white is up. Incomplete on the turn. So green thirds sitting on a 4.67. Green is chasing a 0.16. But keep in mind that white has a 3 and a 1.83 backup. Now Stefano, red fourth, sitting on a 3.47 and also no backup, just a 0.43. Red needs 1.36 to advance to second. We're almost halfway. Green priority, second priority blue, third priority red, and time call 10 minutes remaining. We're now entering the second half of the heat. Meanwhile, white's up. Another attempt there. That was a make. So Inigo is aiming to improve that 1.83. He's been attempting that for a couple of waves already. And he does now. Last of white, Inigo, 2.03. That's your new backup. Last of white, 2.03. That's what's new backup. Meanwhile, up and riding. That's Álvaro Casanova, green. Priority blue, second priority red. Álvaro, you were chasing at this stage only a 0.36. That 4.67 is still the second best wave of the heat. So situation is about to change once we have scores for this last of green. Green will move at least into second. Under 9 minutes. Blue priority, second priority red, third priority white. And last of green, Álvaro, 4.33. Now that was blue. John Rabinovic aiming to improve on that 4.57. Situation changes. Green is now second. Álvaro, green second. You want to improve a 4.33. And red's up and riding. Stefano Mandozzi. The young Stefano Mandozzi. Very young. They're all young. They're all juniors. But I'll bet you he's the youngest one out there of the four. White priority, second priority green. So waiting for scores on red. Stefano, you were looking for a 5.53 to advance. He's deck diving now. So red was chasing a 5.53. Waiting for scores on red. Last of white, Inigo, 2.03. Inigo, your thirds, white thirds, needing 6 points to advance. It's a white priority, second priority green, third priority blue. And standing by for scores on red. And up and riding, that's blue. Again, John Rabinovic. And last of red, Stefano, 5.07. Last of red, 5.07. That puts the red in third place, Stefano, needing 3.93. 3.93 to advance. Waiting for scores on last of blue, John. Blue in the lead, was aiming to improve on a 4.57. White is taking a look, and Inigo Medina up and riding. Inigo White fourth, needing a 6. Inigo, anything better than a 3. 3 points is your high score so far. Will put you closer to second place. Last of White, 2.23. So situation remains, Inigo still needing a 6 to take second place. Green priority, second priority red. And now only a red priority. That's green up and riding. Álvaro Casanova. So last of green, Álvaro, 2.1. You want to improve a 4.33. And for the lead, green needs 8.66. Now last of blue, John, 7.33. Last of blue, 7.33, John. That's the best way of the heat. John, that goes together with a 6. So blue wants to improve on a 6. Already into double digits in total. John, blue has the top 2 waves of the heat, a 7.33 and a 6. Now white is up. Inigo Medina. Into the air, he goes, and that does not look like a make. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green. Last of white, 1.13, changes nothing. That was Álvaro. Again, aiming to improve on a 4.33. Red priority, second priority blue. And the last of green, Álvaro, 4.03. Not going on your top 2. Álvaro, you still want to improve on a 4.33. That's your backup. Under 4 minutes, red priority, second priority blue, third priority white. And red is about to use priority. Up and riding is Stefano Mandozzi. And waiting for scores on red. Red was chasing a 3.93. Red needing a 3.93. Standing by for scores on red. Now white's up and riding. Inigo Medina, fourth place in the heat. Blowtail there, but incomplete on the turn. Inigo was chasing 6 points to advance. Stefano in red was chasing a 3.93. Last of white, 2.63. That changes nothing, Inigo. White still needing a 6 to advance to second, under 3 minutes. And still waiting for scores on last of red. Priority blue, second priority green. Still waiting for scores on red. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red, last priority white. 2.5 minutes. On standby for scores on red. Time call, 2 minutes remaining. And we have a paddle there again, red up. And the last of red is Stefano, 4.17. Situation changes. White's now up and riding. And the red moves to seconds. Alvaro green third. Green third. Green needs 4.58. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, and green is up and riding. And that's a make there for Alvaro. Priority blue. No, he's up and riding as well. So it's a red priority now. It's John Rabinovic, hit leader. Inigo White now needing a 6.24. 1 minute, last minute. Waiting for scores on green. Priority red. Red, previous of red, Stefano, 4.17. You're in seconds, and that's your backup. Waiting for scores on green. Last of green, 3.63. Alvaro green still third. Needs a 4.58. It's a red priority, second priority white. White in fourth place, Inigo, needing 6.24. White needs 6.24. Red priority, second priority white. "15 seconds. And I'll be counting you down for the end of the heat as we see white up and riding, finishing in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Last of white, 1.7. All scores are in. Last of blue, 4.83. Not going into blue stop 2. Next heat, get ready for the start. Next seat, get ready for the start. Counting me to start next seat. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the hit is on. Results from the previous one. The winner in blue, John Rabinovic. Mazel tov, John. Second place finishes red, Stefano Mandozzi. Complimenti, Stefano. Third place finishes green, Alvaro Casanova. And fourth place white, Inigo Medina. Resultados na manga anterior, ha vencido o azul, John Rabinovic, segundo secador rojo, Stefano Mandozzi, terceiro verde, Álvaro Casanova e quarto blanco, Inigo Medina. Pois Álvaro, mejor suerte na próxima compe. Inigo, maintenant, bonne chance pour la prochaine. Et merci pour ton surfing, et gracias a Álvaro por su surfing durante la semana. Now presenting hit in the water, hit number 2, round 3, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. In red, Michele Scopa. In blue, Alejo Válido. In white, Axel Dominguez. In green, Antoine Abashi. That's already Alejo Válido up and riding. A lot of battles for possession on those first waves of the heat. Now Michele Scopa in red on his first one as well. Standing by for scores, first of blue and first of red. Green taking a look there. Antoine Abashi, no right. Now on the inside, also taking a look was red, also no right. 18 minutes, plenty of time ahead. Still waiting for scores on that first exchange. We have a blue and red, waiting for those scores. First of blue, Alejo, 3.17. First of blue, 3.17. Now waiting for scores on first of red, Michele. First of red, Michele, 4.83. 4.83. Taking a look is white, no right. And now green, up and riding. Antoine Abashi. Into the air goes Antoine with a rotation, and that's a make. Now wide up, Axel Dominguez. We do have some air winds. Standing by for scores, white and green. And a bit of a wedge there with this kind of onshore flow. It's becoming a wave pool ramp there for the airs. Now standing by for scores, first of white and first of green. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green. White up and riding. Also behind him, red up. That was Axel. Now that's Michele Scopa. Priority blue, second priority green. On standby for scores, white, green, and red. And here we go. Let's stand by. We have a paddle there. And that's blue up and riding. Alejo. Pardon. That's green, Antoine Abashi. Behind him, it's Alejo Valido in blue. Start for scores. First of white, Axel, 6 points. First of white, 6 points. Antoine, first of green, 6-8-3. First of green, 6-8-3. Now, Michele, first of red, 4-8-3. Second of red, 3 points. Meanwhile, a white is up. Axel Dominguez. Alejo, first of blue, 3.17. Second of blue, 4.1. Last of white, 1.233. We should forget about that one before the end of the heat. Waiting for scores on last of green, on second of green, Antoine. 13 minutes remaining, red priority. Waiting for scores on green. And the last of green, 6.07. Last of green, 6.07. Red priority, second priority green, third priority white. And here's the first heat update. Green in the lead, Antoine, with the top two scores of the heat, a 6.83 and a 6.07. Michele, red second, sitting on a 4.83 and a 3. So Michele, you want to improve on a 3. 8.07 to first place to take the lead. Axel, white third. Axel has the third best wave of the heat, a 6. That's your high score, Axel. On 1.233 as your second best, and you're needing 1.83, Axel. 1.83 to advance to second. Blue fourth, Alejo. Blue sitting on a 4.1 and a 3.17. Blue needs 3.74 to advance. Red is up. Michele Scopa in second place. And he's done. The goal was at least to improve on a 3. That's his current backup. And standing by for scores on red. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. 11 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So plenty of action and good action already in this first half of the heat. And we're not even there. 11 minutes on these 20-minute hits. And now waiting for scores on last of red. Michele in second place was aiming to improve at least a 3. That's his backup so far. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. Last of red, Michele, 6.8. Last of red, 6.8. And the red is up and riding again. Now the goal of Michele was to improve on a 4.83. Red in second. White third, Axel. And we have a taker that's blew up, Alejo Válido. 10 minutes remaining. And on the outside, white's taking a look as well. It's a green priority. And Antoine Abashi in green is going to take this one. Yes. Yes, he is. No turns there. So Axel, it's a white priority. White third is now needing a 5.64. 9.5 minutes remaining. Alejo, blue fourth. Blue needs 7.53. Alejo, your high score is a 4.1. So anything better than a 4.1 will get you closer to second. What you need is a 7.53 to advance to second place. 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. White priority. Second priority green, third priority red. So Antoine green in the lead on a 6.83 and a 6.07. So Antoine, to improve your backup, a 6.07. Michele, red second, just improved. Michele, now your backup, a 4.83. And Michele, for the lead, you need 6.11. Axel in thirds, white, needs that 5.64 to advance to second, and Alejo blue fourth, chasing a 7.53. It's a white priority, second priority green, as we see red up, with third priority blue. And Michele Scopa, one more attempt now to improve on a 4.83. Anything better than a 6.11 will put him in the lead. Now, Alejo válido. Blue up and riding. On this backhand for a while there. That's kind of worked as a fade, but there's nothing on the other side. Last of red, Michele, 4-3-7. Not going on your top two. So last of red, 4.37. Not going on red's top two. Red wants to improve, a 4-8-3. White priority, second priority green. 7 minutes and 40 seconds on our timer. GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol, heat 2. Round 3 on the boys division. Priority white, second priority green, third priority blue. Reminding you all, we are webcasting live. That's why I'm speaking a lot of English here. We are webcasting for all the world. Recordo a todos que estamos retransmitindo em direto por todo o mundo. Por isso que hablo um montão em inglês. E perdona, porque estamos em Galícia, por supuesto. Pero hay tanta información y con tanto mundo mirando online, sé que de por vez es difícil mezclar un poco con... Gallego sempre sei que é difícil por um português, que é quase demasiado cerca de português para... Crees que estás hablando gallego y estás hablando de verdad portuñol. Now that was a green. Antoine Abashi, aiming to improve on a 6.07. White priority, second priority blue, third priority red. Waiting for scores on last of green. And the red is up. And last of green, Antoine, 3.6. Forget about that one. You want to improve a 6.07, Antoine. Green leads. Last of red, Michele, also a throwaway. 1 point on the last of red. Red is still aiming to improve on a 4.83. White priority, second priority blue. Recordando o Alejo, azul se queda quarto. 7.53 para segundo puesto. E su mejorola un 4.10. Hasta que mejore ese 4.10, vai seguir buscando los 7.53. White priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority red. And this is going to signal the last 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. Axel, you're still in thirds. It's a white priority, and you need 5.64. Red in second is sitting on a 6.8 and a 4.83. White thirds with a white priority, needing 5.64 to advance. 4.5 minutes remaining. White priority, second priority blue, third priority green, and last priority red. So white third needing 5.64, blue fourth needing 7.53. Reminding Michele, still to improve that 4.83 backup. And Antoine, still to improve a 6.07 backup. Michele, for the lead, needs 6.11. So a lot of waves on the 6-point range. That's what the judges call good surfing. Anything higher than 8, they call it excellent surfing. That's red, up. Michele Scopa. Out the back, white is up. That's Axel Dominguez. Currently third. And finishing his ride, Axel. Blue priority, second priority green. Waiting for scores, red and white. So all the top scores on the 6-point range. What's really making a difference here is the backups. Under 3 minutes. Last of red, 1.67. Last of white, Axel, 2.9. Axel, situation remains the same. White still needing a 5.64. 2.5 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red, last priority white. And red did have priority over white. Michele Scopa. Well, that was a defense move, but you know what? They talk about the best defense is the attack. And he did attack that wave. Now, pedal to the metal there by Alejo. Incomplete on the turn. Green priority, second priority white. Waiting for scores on last of red. Yeah, and he does improve, Michele. Last of red, 5.47. That's your new backup. Axel, white third. White third needs 6.28. Alejo, blue fourth, needs 8.17. So Michele, last of red, 5.47. It's your new backup. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Green priority, second priority white. So using his priority was Michele over white. There was a priority of red over white. There was a kind of a defense move, but he did attack. And like I was saying, the best defense is always the attack. Well, not always. But in this case, it was. Now green is up. Under 1 minute surfers. 50 seconds remaining. White priority, second priority blue. Waiting for scores on green. Antoine is feeling pretty safe with the 35 seconds remaining. White priority, second priority blue, third priority red. The top two surfers on the double digits. Both of them on the 12-point totals. 12.9 for green, 12.27 for red. That's a solid hit. 15 seconds. White priority, second priority blue, third priority red. White taking a look and counting you down to finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It is over. One more score to come in for white. Axel 1.77. Changes nothing. Next seat, get ready for the start.
Okay, get ready for the next seat.
Next seat, get ready. Here we go. Countering to start heat number 3. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Results from the previous heat. Félicitations, Antoine. Green, the winner of the heat, Antoine Abashi. Complimente, Michele. Red finishing second, Michele Scopa. Axel, bonne chance maintenant pour la prochaine. Et merci pour ton surfing. Il y a un beau 6 points, mais il manque le backup. Et Alejo, mejor suerte en la próxima compe, Alejo. Y muchísimas gracias por tu surfing. Now, to present the next seat and stay with you for the next almost 40 minutes, I'm going to leave you in the voice and hands of Mikel Urigoitia.
All right, so 19 minutes left in this hit number 3 of the round 3 of the men with the red jersey. Fernando Ibarra. In blue, Ugaitz Senna Rutsabeitia. White for Orion Schemer. And with the green, Kai Smits. Estamos en la tercera manga de esta ronda de 16 de los chicos. Por el momento no han cogido ninguna ola. Están los cuatro esperando pacientemente a estrenarse en esta tercera manga. Se estrena aquí Kai, de color verde, de backside. Y vamos a ver, porque parece que el mar se viste de pana. Van a tener aquí probablemente una nueva oportunidad los otros tres componentes. Vemos buscando la ola azul y a rojo, que tienen prioridad sobre blanco. Parece ser que Whites lo intentaba, color azul. Third prio for white, third prio white, Orion Schemer. Opening right for green, Kai, a 3.17. First of green, 3.17. Va a ser el turno del color blanco. Orion empieza con un buen primer snap, un flotter para pasar la sección y un buen remache que no consigue finalizar. Ahora sí parece que va a ser el turno de Fer Ibarra. Opta por esta ola de una sola maniobra. Y atrás el intento una vez más del color azul. Ahora sí, este es Ugaitz de backside. No le ha dado demasiadas oportunidades esta su primera ola. Vamos a ver ahora lo que opinan los jueces con respecto a la primera de rojo, Fernando Ibarra. Last of white, Orion, a 3.33. Last of white, 3.33. Priority for green, prio for green. Vamos a Kai de backside. Ahí va el surfista cántabro en su segunda ola, buscando otro giro potente. Por el momento la primera de rojo, Fernando, ha sido de 5 puntos. First of red, first score of red, 5 points. Now time for white, Orion. Just under 14 minutes, boys. 13.5 minutes remaining on the timer. First of red, 5 points. First of red, Fer Ibarra, 5 points. Kai in green, your first score a 3.17. Your second score a 1.83. Orion Schemer, your previous score a 3.33 on a standby for your last score, surfer in white. White in blue, you have a 2.2 and a 1. 13 minutes remaining, guys. Last of white, Orion, a 3.37, so situation. Red in the lead with a 5.43 on your last ride and a 5 as a backup. Fernando leads the heat. Second is white, Orion, with a couple of threes, a 3.37 and a 3.33. Third is green, Kai, with a 3.17 and a 1.83. And fourth is blue, Ugaitz, with a 2.2 and a 1. As we see now, live action by the surfer in white, Orion Schemer at the back. On his backhand, the Basque surfer in blue, Ugaitz. Back to back to back, now we see Fernando Ibarra looking solid and sharp, well connected. The Spaniard in red, the current heat leader. Good surfing as well by the surfer in green, Kai Smits. Eleven minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. 11 minutes, 30 seconds left. Quedan 11 minutos y medio para finalizar la manga. Nine minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Last of Fernando Ibarra, 5.23. Fer, you are in the lead. Now time for white. Live action by Orion Schemer. Quedan 9 minutos y medio. Fernando, eres primero. Tienes 3 olas que superan los 5 puntos. Un 5 la primera, 5.43 la segunda y 5.23 la última. Por lo tanto, Fernando, eres primero con un 5.43 y un 5.23. Kai Smith, verde, es segundo con un par de treses, 3.67 y 3.17. Tercero, blanco, Orion, con un 3.37 y un 3.33. Y cuarto, azul, Whites, con un 2.2 y un 1.6. Time for blue on his backhand now, the Basque Reaper. Let's see. Not much going on for guides. 8 minutes, 35 seconds left on the timer. Orion on his backhand, opting for a left. A solid finish. Wow, on the rocks. Eight minutes to go. Prior red, second prior green. On a standby for the scores of blue, and especially for the last of white. Ahí vemos a Kai Smith rascando esta ola hasta la mismísima orilla. Buena finalización. El surfista alemán, y atrás respuesta del líder de la manga, Fernando Ibarra. Vamos a ver. No le da demasiadas oportunidades esa ola. Priority for blue, prior for blue, second prior white. Falta de 6 minutos 45 segundos. Coming up next, hit number 4 with Alejo Linares, Leonardo Preda, Oshel Oregui and Alfonso Suárez. La próxima manga del día tendremos al que fue ganador de la prueba el año pasado, Alfonso Suárez, que detonó en este campeonato. Os recordamos también a todos los espectadores que os habéis dejado caer por aquí que es la tercera edición de este GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Esta prueba que es parte del circuito europeo de la WSL de la categoría Junior. Una prueba, como decimos, puntuable para el ranking final europeo. Time for Orion. Opting for this ride once again on his front side. Looking good, racing down the line. Beautiful snap. And trying to milk the cow all the way till the end. He's on a roll. This young surfer in white, Orion Schemmer. Orion in white, you are currently in third, looking for a 3.4. Four minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Last of Orion, a 4.83. Last of White, 4.83. White moves up to second. Red still leads this heat. Red in first. Orion Schemmer, you move up to second. Third is Green Kai. You require a 5.1. 5.1 is what you need, Kai, to move up to second. And fourth is Blue Ugaitz, looking for a 6.43 to advance. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. 4 minutes, 10 seconds left. Prior red, second prior blue, third prior green. Three and a half minutes remaining on the timer, boys.
prior red, second prior blue, third prior green, fourth prior white. Three minutes, 10 seconds. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the timer. Red in the lead, white in second. White, you need a 5.83 to win. Third is green. Kai, you're chasing a 5.1 for second. And fourth, blue, guys, looking for a 6.43. Pry on red. Vemos a Fer Ibarra, sin demasiada fortuna. No sé yo si ha sido intentar bloquear, evitar que el verde cogiese la ola. O que realmente le haya visto el potencial para mejorar sus dos notas de 5.43 y 5.23. En cualquier caso, la manga va a seguir manteniéndose en la misma situación. Rojos primero, seguido de blanco. Cuando vemos a rojo que se gira sin prioridad abajo. En un rápido mete saca. Prior blue, second prior green, third prior white. Ahí vemos al vasco de backside. Cuarto por el momento, buen giro de espaldas. Y eso va a ser todo, un 6.43 es lo que necesitaría Whites para ponerse segundo. 1 minute 40 seconds, prior green. Second, prior white. Queda 1 minuto 20 segundos nada más. Se va consumiendo el tiempo lentamente. Prior, green, white, red. 1 minute 10 seconds left. One minute remaining. Surfers of the next hit, please. Stay on the side. Thank you. Vemos a Fer Ibarra, el líder de la manga, intentando buscar esa rampa para volar. Y atrás la respuesta de Whites. Quedan 40 segundos. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Prior for green. Priority for Kai. Kai taking a look and Kai taking off. Ladies and gentlemen, a good looking wave for the surfer in green. Not much going on though for the German surfer, who will remain in that third position. 20 seconds. Prior for white. Red first, white second. Green third, blue fourth. 10 seconds. And counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so the time is over now. Let's count down for the start of hit number 4. Here we go, boys. Counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit number 4 of the round 3 of the men is finally on. In red, Alejo Linares. Blue for Leonardo Preda. White for Oshel Oregui Cortez. And the green jersey for Alfonso Suarez, the defending champ of this event. As we see Alfonso taking off quickly. Looking really sharp. This youngster from Asturias. Official results of the previous heat ending up in first. The surfer in red, Fernando Ibarra. Second, white, Orion Schemer. Third, green, Kai Smits. And fourth, blue, Ugaitz Sena Rutzabeitia. Congratulations to Fer and Orion for making it through into the next round.
Vemos ahí la pelea entre azul y rojo. Alejo Linares y Leonardo Apreda. Atrás la respuesta de blanco, Oshel Oregui de backside. Metido fuerte el primer giro, coge velocidad para el segundo y un tercer toque para finalizar. Priority for green, prior for green, Alfonso Suárez. Well, a non-priority interference has been called red on blue. Non-prior interference, red on blue. Los jueces han determinado que ha habido una interferencia en situación de no prioridad de rojo sobre azul. Por lo tanto, bajo esta circunstancia, al surfista de color rojo se le restará la mitad de su segunda mejor nota al acometerse esta infracción en situación de no prioridad. La ola de Alejo había salido en torno a los 3,5 puntos, por lo tanto se queda con un 1,77. Bueno, quedan 15 minutos y 10 segundos por delante. Una pequeña corrección en cuanto al tema de las prioridades. Efectivamente, tal y como lo he comentado, el surfista rojo a partir de ahora, su segunda mejor nota va a puntuar la mitad. Y lo que siempre ocurre es que en la ola en la que se comete la infracción, la ola puntúa 0 puntos directamente. Por lo tanto, Alejo Linares, ahora mismo tu última nota ha sido de 2,5 puntos. Y la situación es la siguiente. Verde es primero con un 4,83. Estamos esperando a conocer otra nota de verde. Por el momento, Alejo Linares, a falta de la primera de blanco, es segundo con un 2,5. Leonardo Apreda, color azul, es tercero con un 0,50 y como decimos, está a punto de entrar la primera de blanco, Oshel Oregui. Here comes the score for white. First of white is coming. (13 minutes 45 seconds remaining on the timer. I say 4.23. First of white, 4.23. First of white, 4.23. Green first with a 4.23. Sorry. White first right now with a 4.23 and a 4.2. Last of white, 4.2. So white sits in first. Green comes down to second with a single score of a 4.83. Green needs a 3.6 to take the lead. Third is red, Alejo, with a 2.5. You will be needing a 3.59 for second. And fourth is blue, Leonardo Aprera, with a 0.5, looking for a 7.93. Alfonso Suárez, última ola de 3.7, te pone líder momentáneamente. Last of green, 3.7. Green is back in the lead. 4.83 and 3.7, your two best. Oshel in white, 4.23 and 4.2, your two best. Turno del italiano, que no consigue finalizar esa maniobra. Se da la vuelta aquí también rojo Alejo Linares. Empieza con un buen primer snap de backside y uno mejor para finalizar. Ha ido de menos a más en esta última ola el surfista de color rojo. Priority for white, second prior green. Prior white, second prior green. First prior white, second prior green, third prior blue. Last of Alejo, 4.1. Last of red, a 4.1. Red, you still third, chasing a 6.38. Time for Leonardo Aprera, the Italian. Ahí va Forza Churri, el surfista italiano, en una larga derecha, enlazando muy bien esas maniobras hasta el final. Por el momento es cuarto en busca de un 7.43. Just under 11 minutes, prior white, second prior green. Ten minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. The judges working now on the last score of blue. Prior white, green, red. Leonardo Aprera, your last score, 4.1. Last of blue, a 4.1. Blue, you still fourth, looking for a 4.33. Alejo Linares, que lo volvía a intentar, necesitaría Alejo una ola de 6.38 para pasar a esa segunda posición. Prior white, green, blue. All the scores are in and the situation remains the same. Alfonso Suárez in the lead. Surfer in green, 4.83 and 3.7, your top two. White, Oshel in second with a 4.23 and a 4.2. White needs a 4.31 to get the lead. Third, red, Alejo, 4.1 and 1.27, your top two scores. You require a 6.38 for second. And fourth is Leonardo Aprera in blue with a 4.1 as his best and a 1 backing it up, looking for a 4.33. Blue is fourth, chasing a 4.33 to advance. Time call, 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Coming up next, hit number 5 with Teo Basterra, Alay Rodriguez, Eder Fuentes, and Francisco Anglani. Vamos a aprovechar para mandar un saludo a nuestro amigo Manes Otegui, que está siguiendo el campeonato por internet. Produchu Shimino. Cuando quedan 7 minutos y 40 segundos. Estamos en la cuarta manga de la tercera ronda masculina. Estamos en el ecuador de la ronda ahora mismo. Lidera el vigente campeón de esta prueba, Alfonso Suárez, color verde. Surfista asturiano, campeón de Europa también el año pasado. Seguido de el vasco Oshel Oregui. Tercero por el momento, Alejo Linares, color rojo. Lástima que haya cometido esa infracción en su primera ola. En cualquier caso, no está el pescado vendido hasta el final de la bocina. Cualquier cosa puede pasar y todavía está vivo, con un grandísimo nivel, el gran Alejo. Estaría necesitando un 6.38 para ponerse segundo. Y cuarto es el italiano Leonardo Apreda, color azul, buscando un 4.33. Priority for white, second prior green. Time for the Italian on his backhand, opting for the left. A couple of hacks on his backhand and he decides to kick out right before hitting the rocks. It's pretty shallow right there. So good on him. 6 minutes left, boys, 6 minutes left. Prio is still on white's hands. Second prio for green, third prio for red. We're going to get into the 5 minutes mark pretty soon. 5 minutes, 10 seconds left. Cuando vamos a adentrarnos en los últimos 5 minutos, vamos aquí a Oshel Oregui. Ese bonito giro. Un poco de rock and twist en ese reentry de frontside del surfista vasco de color blanco. Necesita un 4.31 para ponerse líder. 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the timer, boys. On standby now for the last of white. Here comes the score, a 3.2. Last of white, a throwaway score for Oshel Dominguez. For Oshel Oregui, sorry. As we see now, blue Leonardo Apreda with not much going on his last chance. Previous of Leonardo, 2.67. Green is still in the lead, Alfonso. Oshel sits in second. Blue is third, Leonardo. Looking for a 4.33 to advance. And fourth is red, Alejo, chasing a 6.38. 4 minutes remaining. Prior red, second prior green, third prior white. Estamos llegando a la recta final de la manga y vemos cómo los surfistas empiezan a adaptar sus respectivas tácticas. El tiempo se va consumiendo. Ahí vemos a Blanco que está intentando proteger su situación. Ahí está, bloqueando a Azul, haciendo uso de la prioridad, evitando que el Azul coja la ola, ya que le acecha. Buena surfeada del surfista blanco, vasco y blanco. Y atrás la respuesta del asturiano. Push Asturias, Alfonso Suárez. Just under 3 minutes. On standby for the scores of white and green. Prio for red, second prio blue. Vamos a ver si ambos surfistas consiguen mejorar sus respectivas puntuaciones. Alfonso tiene que mejorar en un backup de 3,7. Y Oshel parece que va a hacer lo propio, un 4,27. Esta va a ser su mejor nota hasta el momento. Last of white, 4.27. White sits in second. Last of white, 4.27. White, you remain in second. Blue now requires a 4.4. Now blue is requiring a 4.4 to advance. Blue in third. Fourth is red, Alejo, chasing a 6.45. Just under 2 minutes. Alfonso, tu última nota ha sido de 3,9. Has aumentado tu cómputo global, sigues líder. Blanco es segundo, necesita 4,47 para primero. Está, por tanto, muy ajustada la manga. Vamos a ver aquí la oportunidad de Leonardo Apreda. Va a intentar volar y consigue planchar ese aéreo que lo claimea. 1 minute 30 seconds. Leonardo Apreda on standby for your last score. You're requiring a 4.4. Let's see what the judges have to say on your last ride. Now time for red on his backhand. Alejo. Ahí vemos a Alejo remachando estas tablas hasta el final. Vamos a ver si consigue finalizarla. Parece ser que ese último giro se va a quedar sin concluir a falta de 50 segundos. 50 seconds remaining. Here comes the last score for Leonardo Apreda. A 4.4 is what he needs. Necesita un 4,4 y un 4,97 es lo que obtiene. Por lo tanto, Leonardo Apreda se pone primero. Blue takes the lead. Blue takes the lead with the last score of 4.97. Green comes down to second, Alfonso Suarez. Third is white, Oshel, chasing a 4.47 for second. And fourth is red, Alejo Linares, looking for a 6.68. 15 seconds left. Esto se va a terminar en 10 segundos. Vamos con la cuenta atrás en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so the time is over. All the scores are in. Finally, Leonardo Apreda taking the win of this hit number 4 and moving on into the next round. In second, surfer in green, Alfonso Suarez. Third, white, Oshel Oregui. And fourth, red, Alejo Linares. Now, counting down to start hit number 5. Here we go, boys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Mikel Urigoitia. So now on the way already, hit number 5, round 3, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. In this heat, wearing the red singlet, Theo Basterra. Alay Rodrigues Albeniz in blue, Eder Fuentes in white, and Francisco Agliani Cornelli in green. El agua manga número 5 está presentada. Theo Basterra de rojo, Alay Rodrigues Albeniz de azul, de blanco Eder Fuentes y de verde Francisco Agliani Cornelli. Already one wave by blue on this one, so do stand by for scores on blue. Already first of blue, 4 points. First of blue, Alay, 4 points. Reminding you all that the plan for today is still to go with the quarterfinals. Recordar a todos que hoy el plan todavía los cuartos de final de este GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. The last of blue 0.4. Now right up and riding, Rojo la ola, Theo Basterra. And following him, we have a surfer in green, Francisco Aliani Corniali. So already standing by for scores on red and green. Priority, well, white up and riding. That's now a blue priority. Eder Fuentes. And finishes right here on the sand. Terminando solo justo aquí en la orilla. So standing by for scores, white, green, and red. Well, actually, red, then white, then green. Blue priority, second priority green. First of white, Eder, 3.43. Primera de blanco, Eder, 3.43. 3.43 on the first of white. All still on standby for scores, green and red. And red's taking a look at this one. Una más para Theo. Slash leg back there, incomplete. Just behind him, taking off. That's surfer in blue. Same to say, Alai Albanese. Green priority, green priority. Waiting for scores. On the first of red, also the first of green. And still also waiting for scores on the last of blue. First of green, Francisco, 4.07. First of green, 4.07. And the last of blue ally, 3.43. Meanwhile, green is up and running once again. Snaptail slide para Francisco. Again, last of blue, 3.43. Second of red, 1 point. First of red, 3.33. Primera de rojo, Theo, 33. 3.33 on the first of red, 1 point on the second of red. Now waiting for scores, last of green. Red priority, second priority white, third priority green. And the last of green, Francisco, 5.5. Last of green, 5.5. First 5 minutes are gone, 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And the green sitting on a 5.5 and a 4.07. Blue sitting on a 4 and a 3.43. So at this stage, green leads, blue second. Blue sitting on a 4 and a 3.43. Red sitting on a 3.33 and a 1. Red third. At this stage, red needs 4.1. Red needs 4.1 to advance. And on a single wave is white. White sitting on a 3.43, needing 4.01 to advance. Plenty of time ahead, just under 14 minutes. E seguimos com Licra Azul, Alai Rodrigues Albanese. And just following him behind, that surfer in white, Eder Fuentes. And also taking a look there and up and riding Theo Bastera, surfer in red. Now a green priority. And waiting for scores on blue, red, and white. 13 minutes remaining. Aguardando pontuaciones para azul, rojo y blanco. Priority green, second priority white. Now, third priority red. Priority green, second priority white, third priority red. Last of red, Theo, 2.43. Last of red, 2.43. Last of blue, ally, 2.97. And last of white, Eder, 2.5. Última de blanco, 2.5. Última de rojo, 2.43. E 2.97 para azul. So green leads to improve a 4.07. At standby, we have a white up and riding. Eder Fuentes. No potential on that one for Eder. So green leads Francisco to improve a 4.07. Blue second, ally. Ally, you want to improve a 3.43. That's your backup. Ally needing 5.57 for the lead. Eder white third needing a 4.01. And Eder, your high score, a 3.43. You need a 4.01. Ready's up. Seguimos com Theo Basterra. And Theo, prior to that last one, red in fourth place, was needing a 4.1. Your high score, a 3.33. Your high score, Theo, a 3.33, and you're needing a 4.1. Last of red, 3.13. Última de rojo, Theo, 3.13. Te quedas tercero, necesitando 4.10. Tu mejorola, 3.33. Eder, bajaste a quarto posto. White just dropped to fourth place. Pois que Eder busca 4.01. E Eder, tu mejorola 3.43. Buscas 4.01. So red chasing a 4.1 with a high score of a 3.33. And white fourth needing a 4.01 with a high score of a 3.43. Seguimos com Licra Verde, eje líder de la manga, Francisco Cornielli. Who is aiming to improve on a 4.07. That's green's backup, a 4.07. Stand by for scores on last of green. And he does not improve. Last of green, 2.37. So situation remains the same. Under 10 minutes, already in the second half of the heat, surfers. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. E seguimos com Eder Fuentes. A velocidade espuma en las primeras secciones de la ola, pero maniobras funcionales por parte de Eder. Standing by for scores on white. And the last of white, 3.1. Last of white, 3.1. White in third place needs 4 points. 4 points to advance to second. Última de Blanco, 3.10. Blanco terceiro, necessitando 4 pontos para segundo posto. Time call, 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Blue priority. And ready's up and riding. Second priority green, third priority white. Quick in and out for red. That's a throwaway of a 0.5. Olhe bastante atenção na lineup. E seguimos com Alai. Última maniobra incompleta. Last turn incomplete for blue. And the last of blue, stand by. Alai was aiming to improve on a 3.43. He does not. Last of blue, 2.7. Not going on blue, stop 2. Una vez mais azul, aqui inside. Não há potencial nesta ola. Green priority, second priority white, third priority red. Surfer's time call, 7 minutes remaining. Green leads. Francisco wants to improve a 4.07. Blue second to improve a 3.43. For the lead, a 5.57, Alai. White third, needing a 4. Red fourth, needs a 4.1. Green priority. Second priority white, third priority red, last priority blue. 6.5 minutes remaining. Reminding you it's the green priority, second priority white, third priority red, last priority blue. Priority changes, priority green, second priority red, third priority blue. We had a quick ride there for blue, priority green, second priority red. No turns on those on that last one. 0.5 for blue. That's a throwaway. No, third priority goes to blue. Last priority white. And surfer's time call. 5 minutes remaining now. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue, last priority white. Já algum interesse por o surfeiro prioritário em esverde, Francisco Corneli. Up and riding. No turns so far. And standing by for scores on green. Green was aiming to improve on a 4.07. Not a lot of potential on that last right-hander. Still able to squeeze a turn at the end. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority white. Waiting for that last of green. Anything over a 407 will be a bonus, but that's not going into green stop 2. Last of green, 2.27. Time call, surfers, 3 minutes remaining. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority white. E seguimos con Alay. Ahí por los 360. Há detrás interesse por parte de Teo Basterra. Rojo que se queda en cuarto puesto de la manga. Ahí está su primer giro. Y termina Ola, una más con poco potencial y un poco de... Ha perdido un poco el equilibrio a terminar la primera maniobra. Buscavam 4 com 10 para se ubicar em segundo posto. Priority white, second priority green. Time call, 2 minutes remaining. Last of red, 1.63. Last of blue, 2.23. Under 2 minutes. White priority, second priority green. Now 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on our timer. Taking a look at this one is red, and he's up and riding. So this will be a throwaway. No turns there by red, 0.3. White, Éder, te quedas com a prioridade, nos queda 1 minuto, eres terceiro, buscas 4 pontos. 4 pontos para o segundo posto. Em segundo se queda Alay, azul, 4 e 3 com 43. Éder, buscas 4 pontos para te ubicares em segundo posto. Tens lá a prioridade. White priority, white in third place, chasing a 4. Now that's Alay Albanese. He's been attempting to improve on his total to stay safer in second place with 30 seconds remaining. The goal was at least to improve on a 3.43. That's currently Blue's backup. And it does not. Last of Blue, Alay, 2.73. Changes nothing. Surfers on exit. That's really good where you are right now. Don't approach more the rest of it. Thank you so much, boys. 10 seconds. Counting you down to finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. One more score to come in for red. It was already gone. Next seat, get ready for the start. But anyways, red finishing in 4th place. Next seat, count you in to start. Hit number 6 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teo, tu última ola ha saído aquí, pero me quitaron la pantalla muy rápido. Pero te puedo confirmar que, desafortunadamente para ti, terminas en 4º puesto, pues que la última ola no ha sido suficiente. So we have already results from the previous one. The winner in green was Francisco Agliani. 2nd place for blue, Alay Rodrigues. 3rd place for white, Éder Fuentes. 4th place for red, Teo Basterra. Results from the previous one, resultados da manhã anterior. Verde em primeiro posto, Francisco Agliani Corneli. Segundo posto, azul, Alay Rodrigues Albanese. Terceiro para branco. Quarto para rojo, Teo Basterra. Already up and riding, that was Hans Odriozola, wearing the red singlet. Joaquim Trindade in blue. Samuel Agliani in white. And Martin Fortes in green. already standing by for scores on the first of red. And here on the inside, red up and running once again. Aqui mais cerca da orelha, uma vez mais, Hans Odriozola. So now we're owing Hans a couple of scores. E presta atenção na line-up. Seguimos com Martim Fortes. Martin finishing his right. Now out the back, blue taking a good look. Joaquim Trindade, also white taking a look there, but Joaquim was way deeper. And there's still no priority established. And incomplete on that last turn, white priority. Now white priority. Now scores, first of red, Hans, 6.17. First of red, 6.17. Waiting for scores now on the second of red. Also, first of blue, Joaquim, 1.83. And also waiting for scores on the first of green for Martim Fortes. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. 17 minutes remaining. First of green, Martin, 4.5. First of green, 4.5. Last of red, Hans, 3 points. Last of red, 3 points. Now green up and riding. Seguimos una vez más con verde. Es la segunda de Martim Fortes. Ericeira. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue, last of green, Martin, 2.47. Last of green, 2.47. "16 minutes remaining. And so far, we have a 6.17 and a 3 for red, for Hans Odriozola, a 4.5 and a 2.47 for green, for Martim Fortes, and the first of blue, 1.83. Now, this is the first of white. Primeira ola para Samuel Agliani, nesta manga. Priority red. E a detrás, Hans Odriozola, utilizando superioridade. E em sua terceira ola na manga. So already wave number 3. Oh, that's... Yeah, it's getting warmer. It's that time of the year that you kind of don't know which wax to choose. Cold or warm water. Last of red, 2.43. Last of red, 2.43. That's a throwaway by Hans. First of white, Samuele, 3.07. First of white, 3.07. Primeira de blanco, 3.07. Última de rojo, 2.43. Última de verde, 2.47. Priority blue. Second priority green. Third priority white. Samuel Agliani. Ponderado izquierda ou derecha. Se queda com a derecha pela ola a cerrar muito rápido para os dois lados. So Samuel kind of looking left, then deciding going right, but the wave closing out on both sides. It was a closeout. Anyway, Samuel able to squeeze a 2.4 out of that closeout. Last of white, 2.4, Samuele. Priority blue. Second priority green, third priority red. Reminding you a blue priority, second priority green, third priority red. Un poco más adentro, debajo de la prioridad de los otros, seguimos con blanco, Samuel Ayani. Pero la ola entrando en agua más profunda y se queda totalmente sin energía. Detrás dando una mirada a rojo, pero no se enamora. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red. Y ahora, Martin Fortes. Slash, and then a quick re-entry on the rebound. Standing by for scores on green. And last of green, Marti, 2.8. Last of green, 2.8. That's green's new backup. Surfers, just under 12 minutes remaining. Let's go with the first update, boys. Red leads Hans on a 6.17 and a 3. Green second, Marti, on a 4.5 and a 2.8. So Marti wants to improve on a 2.8. Hans reminding you, you want to improve on a 3. White third, Samuele, sitting on a 3.07 and a 2.73. White's chasing a 4.24 for second. Now blue fourth with a single wave is Joaquim with a 1.83. We'll go back to that because there's white up and riding. Samuel Adjani. E seguimos com Joaquim Trindade, que ha elegido agora su segundo gol en la manga. Todavía aquí cerca de la orilla, seguimos con Samuel. Samuel de espadas a la ola. Uy, algo ha pasado ahí con Joaquim. Curiosamente, exatamente en los mismos sitios donde ha resbalado hace un rato antes. Pero mirando de aquí de arriba, seguro que no hay laminarias. 10.5 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores white and blue. Red priority. And red taking a good look. Up and riding. Anzo Driozola. Plenty of speed. And again, there's something wrong with the water right there, huh? 3 in a row. One on Hans. So actually the second of Hans already. And you saw on the previous one also Joaquim kind of slipping away from the board. The exact same place. I was checking from up here if there's kelp, but there's no kelp at all there. Green priority, second priority blue, third priority red. Last of blue, Joaquim, 3.9. Last of blue, 3.9. Waiting for scores on white. Samuele, that leaves blue still fourth. Joaquim needing 3.41. Red is up. Anzo Driozola. A detrás, seguimos com verde, é Martin Fortes. Quick snap tail slide, then the wave closing out for Martin. E agora é Joaquim Trindade. Primeiro foam climb para livrar-se dessa espuma e manter a velocidade. Agora snap aí. E snap re-entry mais para terminar. White priority, Standing by for scores on all the 4 competitors. 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Already way into the second half of the heat. And we are standing by for scores on all the 4 surfers. Priority white, Samuele. Last of white, 5. Last of white, 5 points, Samuele. That's your high score. White moves to second, white in second to improve a 3-0-7. Waiting for scores on last of green, Martin. Martin, green down to third, was needing a 3.58 to advance to second. Last of blue, Joaquin, 3.23. Last of blue, 3.23. Blue fourth, Joaquin needing 4.18. 4.18 to advance to second. Now your requirement with higher, because we have scores for last of green. Martin, last of green, 4.37. That puts green back in second. And Martin, 4.37, it's your backup. Martin, for the lead, you need 5.31. White third, Samuele. White is now third, needs 3.87. 3.87 to advance to second. And Joaquin, you now need a 4.97. Blue fourth, needing a 4.97. You heard it straight from priority judge. Priority green. Now blue is up and riding. Second priority goes to red. And on the other side of the peak, on that split peak, was white as well, up and riding. Pues compartiendo el pico, Samuel Agliani en la izquierda, Joaquín Trindade el azul en la derecha, los dos que están tercero y cuarto en la manga, pues que blanco busca un 3,87, azul busca un 4,97. Last of white, Samuele, 3.1. Last of white, 3.1. Samuele still third, still needing a 3.87. Waiting for scores on blue, Joaquin. Green priority, second priority red. Reminding Hans still with a 3.63 backup to improve on. Hans has the best wave of the heat, a 6.17. 6.5 minutes remaining. Last of blue, Joaquin, 3.8. Last of blue, 3.8. Blue still fourth, still needing a 4.97. So the high score of blue, a 3.9. Blue in fourth, needs 4.97 to advance. Just over 6 minutes on the timer. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue, last priority white. Red's taking a look. Algún interés por parte del líder de la manga, pero la prioridad... Pues seguimos con blanco, que estaba con la cuarta prioridad, de verdad. Iría decir que la prioridad se quedaba con verde, pero el surfero que se quedó interesado al final ha sido blanco, que se quedaba con la última prioridad. But no potential on that one. 1.07 on the last of white. Now Martin Forge using his priority. Currently second. And out the back, that's the heat leader. Up and riding Enzo Driozola, líder de la manga. Un montón de velocidad por parte de Hans. Y se adivinaba que buscaba una rampa. Y va a seguir maniobrando. La hora cerrando para Hans. So the goal was at least to improve a 3.63 Hans. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. And the last of green, Martin. Last of green, Martin. 4.37. Oh no, stand by. That was the previous Martin. I'm still waiting for scores on last of green. Still waiting for scores on last of green. Blue priority, second priority white. Last of green, 4.2, does not go on your top two. Martin, still a 4.37 backup. Now Hans, you just improved. Last of red, 5.83. Hans, that's your new backup. A mejora del total, líder de la manga, 5,83 e última ola. Joaquim Trindade, azul. Em quarto posto de la manga, maniobra incompleta de finalización. White priority. So blue chasing a 4.97. It's not looking like it. Let's stand by for scores. With the 4 minutes remaining, last of blue, 2.23. Blue still needing a 4.97. 4 minutes. White priority, second priority red, third priority green. Just under 4 minutes remaining on this heat number 6. Round 3, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol Junior Qualifying Series on the European region of the World Surf League. Reminding you all, we are webcasting live on the YouTube channel of the World Surf League. Thank you for those of you who joined us. Welcome to beautiful Galicia. Beautiful day here on the top left corner of the Iberian Peninsula. It's been really hot days the last week. Temperatures going over 40s pretty much all over Eastern Europe. Sorry, Western Europe. Now green up, out the back also white. Seguimos com verde aqui adentro. Martin Fortes. Lá de trás, Blanco en la ola, Samuel Agliani. Es la pelea para el segundo puesto. Just under 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority blue, waiting for scores on green and white. Green in second was aiming to improve a 4.37 prior to that last stop green. White third was chasing at least a 3.87 to advance. 2.5 minutes remaining. Last stop green, Martin, 3.53. Not going on your top two. Martin still to improve a 4.37. Now, waiting for scores on white. Requirements for white stays at the 3.87. Waiting for scores on last of white. Pois última de verde não cambia nada. 3.53. Sube cap 4.37. Todavía aguardamos nota para Blanco. Samuel Agliani, terceiro posto, buscavam 3.87. Estão muito cerca, Martin e Samuel, em termos de pontuação. Não busca muito Samuel, 3.87, aguardamos pela pontuação. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green. Now also a wave there for blue. Last of blue 0.5, forget about that one. That's what we call a throwaway. Joaquin still needing a 4.97. And last of white, Samuel, 3.67. 3.67. Samuel, that does nothing for you. You're still third, still needing a 3.87. Última de Blanco ao palo, 3.67, buscava 3.87, sigue terceiro buscando esse 3.87. Última de azul, 1.0.5. Cambia nada. 1 minute surfers, last minute. Red priority, second priority white, third priority green, last priority blue. Red leads, still a 5.83 to improve on. Green second, still a 4.37 to improve. White third, chasing that 3.87. Blue fourth, still needing a 4.97. We're down to the last 30 seconds. Wide up and riding, Samuel Agliani. 20 segundos para terminar. Possível último intento para Samuel de se ubicar en lo top 2 de la manga y seguir competindo en este GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. 10 seconds. Y ahora Jojo, líder de la manga. Counting down to finish 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And on the right-hander there was blue. Incomplete turn for blue. So waiting for scores on all the 4 surfers. Last of blue, Joaquin, 0.93. Last of white, a 1.9. Last of red, a 1.23. And just one more score missing for last of green. But anyways, only question mark now is about the winner of the heat. Will it be Hans or Martin? Martin was chasing a 7.5 for the win. But anyways, congratulations both to Hans and Martin. They're advancing into the next round. Samuel Agliani, better luck on the next event. Melhor sorte na próxima prova. White finishing third, blue finishing fourth. And red, the winner of the heat, with Martin Forge finishing second in green. Next heat, get ready for the start. Next heat, stand by for the start. Here we go. Here we go. Next heat. Another 20 minutes. Continuing to start, heat 7. in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So again, results from the previous one, red first, Enzo Driozola, second green, Martin Fortes, third white, Samuel Agnani, fourth blue, Joaquim Trindade. And to present the next seat and stay with you for the next couple of hits, and I do believe finish the round, I'm going to leave you on the very good voice of Mikel Urigoitia.
Brr, mamacita. Thank you, David. Enjoy the break. Enjoy the salad. And yeah, as you just said, we're here on hit number 7 of the third round of the men with Joshua Carbus with the red jersey, Malone Vieuch in blue, Alejandro Sancho in white, and Tomás De Leonardo with the green jersey. Ireland, France, Spain, and Italy represented in this hit number 7. "18 minutes left. Alejandro Sancho, your first 2 waves, 3.83 and 0.5. White in the lead. Blue second, Malone with a 1-point ride. No scores yet for red and green. Ahí vemos al irlandés Joshua Carbus en su primera ola, cosiéndola a giros hasta la orilla. Muy bueno este último. Vamos a ver cómo finaliza este joven surfista. Ahí está, primera ola para él. No está nada mal para romper el hielo. Priority for green, second prio blue, third prio white. On standby now for the very first score of red. And here it comes, a 4.4. Joshua, 4.4. First ride for red. Red takes the lead. Standing first with a 4.4, Joshua Carbus. Alejandro Sancho comes down to second. Surfer in white with a 3.83 and a 0.5. Third is blue. Malone Vieuch with a 1-point ride. And no scores yet for green, who sits in fourth. Tomás De Leonardo. Prio green, blue, white. Prio green, blue, white. Alejandro Sancho, up and riding, the Spaniard. At the back, green on his backhand. Tomás, the Italian. That was his first try, and that will be all. Prio blue, second prio red. El plan para el día de hoy es dejar las semifinales para la jornada de mañana, tanto masculinas como femeninas. Por lo tanto, estamos ahora en la ronda de 32 masculina. Nos quedarían todavía por delante los cuartos masculinos y femeninos en lo que respecta a la jornada de hoy. Y como decimos, dejar así las semifinales y las finales para el día de mañana. Situation boys, Alejandro Sancho takes the lead, surfer in white, with a 3.83 and a 1.4. Alejandro eres primero, con un 3.83 y un 1.4. Joshua Carbus red in second, with a single score of a 4.4. Third is blue, Malone, with a 1 point ride. And fourth green, Tomás De Leonardo with a 0.93. There's still plenty of time ahead of you guys, 13 minutes. And 45 seconds remaining on the timer. Vemos ahí a Alejandro Sancho intentando mejorar sus scores. Priority for blue, second prior green, third prior red. Just under 13 minutes. Veíamos ahí a Alejandro Sancho y aquí la respuesta de Tomás De Leonardo, el italiano de color verde. Lástima que no haya podido finalizar esa última maniobra, pintaba bien esta última ola para el italiano, que es actualmente cuarto. Cuando estamos esperando todavía por conocer la nota de esa última ola de blanco, Alejandro Sancho. Vamos a ver por qué vuelve a la carga Alejandro Sancho de backside. Esta vez, lástima, se le escapa el pie delantero en ese segundo reentry. Y no va a poder finalizar la ola como a él le hubiese gustado. La respuesta una vez más del italiano. Están aquí jugando al gato y al ratón, Alejandro y Tomás. Mientras tanto, pacientemente espera su turno. Con la primera prioridad, el surfista de color azul. Segunda prioridad para rojo, Joshua Carbus. Prio blue, second prio red, third prio white. 10 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
10 minutes to go, boys. 10 minutes. We're just halfway through this hit number 7. All right, Alejandro, you're still in the lead. Your last score, a throwaway, 2-3-3. You are leading with a 3.83 and a 3.43. Your second last, a 3.43. So white, you are in first. Red second, Joshua Carbus with a single score of a 4-4. Third is green, Tomás Leonardo, and fourth is blue, who's up and riding right now. Malone Bios. Parece ser que Joshua Carbus ahora le vemos al irlandés que no consigue mantener el equilibrio en esa maniobra. No parece que haya hecho méritos suficientes para ponerse líder momentáneamente. Priority white, second prior green. Prior white, second prior green. Alejandro Sancho, que vuelve a la carga haciendo uso de la prioridad. Buen primer giro. Conecta muy bien con ese snap. Y vamos a ver, buscando velocidad, un toque sobre la espuma. Y un buen snap ahí para casi concluir. Ahí está la finalización de Alejandro Sancho. 8 minutes remaining, 8 minutos por delante. Last of white, a 4.03. Last of white, 4.03. White extends the lead. Última de blanco, 4.03. Se pone aún más líder Alejandro Sancho. Joshua Carbus in red, you are in second now, requiring a 3.46 for first. Malone in blue, you are third, chasing a 2.61 to advance. And fourth green, Tomás, you require a 3.41. Priority green, second prior red. Six minutes, 10 seconds remaining on the timer. Last of white, Alejandro, 2.33, a throwaway score for you. The situation will remain the same. Five and a half minutes remaining on the timer, boys. Nos vamos a adentrar en los últimos 5 minutos de manga en breves instantes. The Italian, up and riding, using the first prio. Tomás De Leonardo, currently in fourth, chasing a 3.41. Milking it all the way to the shoreline, a beautiful Ending maneuver, as we see now, the answer from Malone Vioch. 5 minutes remaining on the timer. 5 to go, boys. Ahí vemos a Malone, el surfista francés, también acabando bien, clavando casi las quillas en la arena. Malone necesita un 2.61. Blue on the hand of a 2.61. Green looking for a 3.41. Prior red, second prior white. Last of Malone in blue, a 3.03. Last of blue, 3.03. Blue moves up to second. Red comes down to third. Red needs a 1.36 for second. That's the score of green. Green looking for a 3.83. 4 minutes remaining. Prior red, second prior white. Last of green, a 3.5. Aquí vemos al líder de la manga, Alejandro Sancho, detonando esta ola, queriendo mejorar su backup de 3.83, quitárselo de encima, a falta de 3 minutos y medio. 3.5 minutes remaining. White in the lead. Blue, you are in second. A 3.03 and a 2.73, your top two scores. Green, you are third with a 3.5 and a 1.93. Green, Tomas, you're chasing a 2.26 for second. And fourth is red, Joshua, with a 4.4 and a 0.93. Joshua, you require a 1.36 to advance. Last of white, Alejandro, 5.17. Good on you. Última de blanco, 5.17. Te pones aún más líder. Two and a half minutes to go. White first, 5.17 and 4.03, your top two scores. Blue second, Malone, you require a 6.17 for first. Third is green, Tomas De Leonardo, chasing a 2.26 for second. And fourth, red, Joshua Carbus, looking for a 1.36. Méritos más que suficientes los que ha realizado ahí Joshua Carbus con esa última ola. Es cuarto, necesitando tan solo un 1.36 para ponerse segundo. Cuando vemos a Tomás de Leonardo verde replicándole a Joshua Carbus. Y por detrás de Tomás vemos azul, Malone Vioch. Ahí vemos a Malone hasta el final. La gente que le vitorea. 1 minute 30 seconds on the timer. Prior for white. On a standby for the important scores of blue, green, and red. Last of green, a 2.73. Tomás De Leonardo, you move up to second. Blue comes down to third. And red drops down to fourth. On a standby for the previous score of red and the last of blue. 1 minute remaining. Joshua, you have two scores pending, your previous one and your last one. .45 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue, Malone, we're still waiting for your last score. And please, surfers of the next heat, remain in one side, please. Surfers of the next heat, move away from the lineup. Move to the left, please. .25 seconds on the timer. Previous of Joshua Carbus, 3.97. Last of Joshua, 3.03. Red moves up to second. Waiting for the last of blue. Blue needs a 5.34. 10 seconds to finish. And counting down. in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so the time is over. Last of blue, a 3.37. It won't be enough. So finally, white advancing in first, Alejandro Sancho. Second will be red, Joshua Carbus. Third blue, Malone Vieuge. And fourth green, Thomas. Now counting down to start. Hit number 8, the last hit of this round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The last hit of the round of 32 is on. Red, Noah Davis. Blue, Pietro Garrux. White, Shana Chorena. And green, Lucas Skinner. All right, 18 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Pietro Garrux in blue, opening right for you, a 2.33. Shan Achorena in white, your first ride, a 0.83. Buena finalización de Pietro Garrux y aquí la respuesta de blanco, Shan. Atrás del todo vemos a verde, Lucas Skinner. El nivel va aumentando considerablemente a medida que avanzamos en las rondas. A partir de los cuartos de final van a saltar chispas en cada manga. Last of blue, Pietro, a 4.5. Last of blue, 4.5. Still on standby for the scores of white, green, and red. Brr. Bishki de Trishki. All right, so last of white, Sean, 3.93. Situation, boys, 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Blue in first, Pietro, with a 4.5 and a 2.33. White in second, Sean, a 3.93 and a 0.83, your two best. Third, Lucas Skinner in green with a single score of a 1.07. And fourth is red, Noah Davis with a 1-point ride. 15 minutes left. Prior red, green, white, blue. Ahí está, sacándole todo el provecho a esa ola, el surfista italiano Pietro Garbrooks, de color azul, intentando mejorar su backup de 2,33. La ola más productiva de este último intercambio, de este último exchange. Vemos allá a Noah Davis de rojo, surfista francés, optando por la izquierda. "13 minutes on the timer. Noah Davis up and riding again. At the back, the prio goes for white, second prio green, third prio blue. Prio white, blue. Prio white, blue. Third prio for green. Time for Lucas Skinner in green, a quick in and out. He's lacking a bigger rhythm in this first half of the heat. Still 12 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to make things change. So keep up the dice rolling, boys. As we see now, red on his backhand as well as green. And at the back, the answer of white. A really solid finishing maneuver by Sean with the white jersey, as well as a beautiful green. Nice exchange, boys. 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Last of Shan in white, a 4.37. Last of Shan, 4.37. Prio blue, red, and white. Still on a standby for the second last of green, Lucas Skinner. A 4.5, second last of green, 4.5. So game on, 10 minutes left. Blue in the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.07. White second, 4.37 and 3.93, the top two scores for Shan. Third is green, Lucas, with a 4.5 as your best and a 1.07. Lucas, you will be needing a 3.8 for second. And fourth is red, Noah Davis, with a couple of twos, a 2.83 and a 2.33. Searching for a 5.47 as we see now live action from Lucas. Shana Chorena, up and riding again. Prio for blue, second prio red. Noah Davis, up and riding. Not much going on for the Frenchman neither. Prio blue, second prio white. Blue Pietro, the Italian in the lead. Shana Chorena, white in second. The Basque Ripper still holding firmly to that second position. In third, Lucas Skinner with the green jersey. Lucas needs a 3.8 for second. And fourth is Noah Davis with the red jersey, looking for a 5.47. Time called 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 7 minutes, 45 seconds to go, Lucas. Prio blue, second prio white, third prio green, fourth prio red. Six and a half minutes remaining on the timer. Lucas Skinner back in action. Beautiful foam climb re-entry to finish on his backhand. He's looking to get that 3.8 to move up to second. Now the answer from the current heat leader, Pietro Garrux. 6 minutes left on a standby for the scores of Lucas in green and Pietro in blue. Prio white, second prio red. 5 minutes remaining. Last of Lucas Skinner, a 4.3. Lucas takes the lead. The surfer in green moves up to first. Blue comes down to second. Pietro, you are second, chasing a 4.3 to get the lead again. Sean Achoarena, white, coming down to third, looking for a 4.21 to advance. And fourth is red, Noah Davis, looking for a 5.74. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Prayo, white, blue, green. Vemos aquí a Pietro. Bonito cutback, con una bonita extensión, un snap y el último toque aquí para finalizar. No le va a ser posible finalizar como a él le hubiese gustado. Necesitaría un 4,30 para darle caza al líder de la manga. Está la cosa que arde en esta última manga de la ronda 32 masculina. What a beautiful rotation by Lucas Skinner. Making the most out of a single section. And here comes the score, a 5.67. Last of Lucas, 5.67. So green extends the lead. Now Sean on his backhand, the powerhouse from the Basque Country, attacking the leap and looking for a 4.21. Just under 3 minutes. Prior for the current hit leader in green, Lucas Skinner. Let's see what the judges have to say on the last score of white. It's been a solid attack by Sean Achoarena. And they are wondering if it's worth the score. Here comes the score, a 4.67, 4.67 last of white. White moves up to second. Good on you, Sean. So, green in the lead still. Lucas with a 5.67 and a 4.5. Sean in white is second now with a 4.67 and a 4.37. Sean will be needing a 5.51 to take the lead. Third is blue, Pietro. You need a 4.55 for second. And fourth is Noah Davis in red, looking for a 6.21, just under 2 minutes. Prayo, green, blue, and red. Ese Fishy, tío. Poderosa energía. ¿Qué dice Fishy? Arratsaldeon, Lagunón. One minute, 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Prayo for green, second Prayo red, third Prayo white. Veíamos a Pietro Garrux acabando sobre las rocas a la desesperada. Necesita un 4.55 cuando queda menos de un minuto. Just under a minute. ...45 seconds on the timer. Here comes the score for blue. 35 seconds. Prayo green, second Prayo red. A 3.47 last of blue, a throwaway score, so the situation will remain exactly the same. 25 seconds to go. Prayo green, second Prayo white. 20 seconds. Nos adentramos en los últimos 15 segundos. Ya está Sean asegurándose de que sus rivales no cojan esa ola, protegiendo su segunda posición. Menos de 10 segundos. Counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so the time is over, ladies and gentlemen. The time is over. Seems like green's last wave will count. So on standby for the last of red and the last of green. Last of red is in. So anyways, both green and white will move on into the quarterfinals. And remember, we're going to have 25 minutes hits coming up. 2, 1, 2, 1. Estamos esperando a conocer las notas de blanco y verde. En cualquier caso, tanto blanco como verde van a pasar a los cuartos de final. En primera posición verde, Lucas Skinner. Blanco va a ser segundo, San Achoarena. Tercero, Pietro Garrux, el italiano de color azul. Y cuarto, el francés de rojo, Noah Davis. Last of Shan in white, a throwaway score, a 2.4. And last of green, Lucas, a 7.33. Ahora sí han entrado todas las notas y atención que comenzamos con la cuenta atrás de las chicas. Cuartos de final femeninos en el agua. Empezando en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Os voy a dejar ahora con la dulce voz de mi compañero David Prescott para presentar la primera manga de los cuartos de final femeninos. Go for it.
Muchísimas gracias, Mikel Urigoitia, y que disfrutes de tu muy merecido descanso. Y qué foto mítica ahí abajo, ¿eh? So presenting the heat in the water as Mikel Urigoitia and also already now into the girls quarterfinals, already up and riding. That's Ivone Gomes in the white singlet. Also in this seat in red, Carla Moreira de Laval. In blue, Maria Dias. In green, Vida Mendonça. Pues presento la manga en agua, primera manga de cuartos de final de GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Ya una ola surfeada por Ivone Gomes, licra blanca. En esta manga también Carla Moreira de Laval, licra roja, de azul María Díaz, de verde Vida Mendonça. Y ahí tenemos la primera ola de azul para María Díaz. Mientras ya aguardamos notas para la primera de blanca. On standby for scores already. First of white and first of blue. Now reminding you, the timer at 25 minutes. We added 5 more minutes for this GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol quarterfinals. Running hits at 25 minutes. Os recuerdo que nestas mangas de cuartos de final habemos adicionado 5 minutos más a los 20 de las mangas anteriores, pues que así tenemos mangas de 25 minutos. So do stand by for scores. First of blue, first of white. And also a quick ride there for green. First of green, Vida, 0.4. Now, first of blue, Maria, 5 points. First of blue, 5 points. First of white, Ivone, 417. First of white, 417. Ivone, primera de blanca, ha puntuado 4,17. Primera de azul, 5 puntos. Priority established, priority red, second priority white. Third priority green, last priority blue. Prioridad roja, segunda prioridad blanca, tercera prioridad verde, última prioridad azul. Again, upon riding Suffering Blue, una más para Azul, lá detrás, eligiendo la izquierda, Carla Morena de Laval. Aquí adelante de nosotros es María Díaz, se acerca con el inside. Carla ha terminado sola, más a nuestra derecha, más a norte. Y en la entrada y salida sin maniobras para Ivone Gómez. Green priority. Hold, stand by for scores. Green priority, second priority, white. Now priority goes to white. Quick in and out for green. Last of blue, Maria, 4.83. Second of blue, 4.83. So first of blue, Maria, 5 points. Second of blue, 4.83. Now first of red, Carla, 2.67. And the last of white and last of green are throwaways. Primeira de roja, Carla, 2.67. Para azul, la primera ola 5 puntos, la segunda 4.83. Recordar Ivone, primeira de blanca 4.17, tu segunda es para olvidar, 0.57. And for green, a 0.4 on the first one and a 0.57 on the second one. Priority white, second priority green, third priority red, last priority blue. Blanca na ola, Ivone Gomes. Ola curta para Ivone. Last of white, 2.03. Última de blanca, 2.03. 2.03. Green priority, second priority red, third priority blue. And the last priority goes to white. White is up. Maria, first of blue, 5 points. Second of blue, 4.83. Green up and riding. Vida Mendonça. Sin maniobras. And now Roja en la ola. Carla Mora de Laval. Una maniobra en la derecha y después la ola cerrar muy rápido para Carla. Es su segundo ola en la manga. That was the second wave of red in the heat. Closing out fast for Carla Moreira de Laval. Last of red, Carla, 2.27. Last of red, 2.27. Última de roja, 2.27. Blue priority, second priority white, third priority green. Una más ahí para Carla. Más calidad en esta maniobra. Velocidad ahí cerca de las rojas. Hay que salir. "14 minutes remaining." And standing by for scores on last of red. We're almost halfway through the heat. I'm going to go with the first update pretty soon. Last of red 3.23. Last of red 3.23. Última de roja, Carla, 3.23. Oh, that's so white. Ivone Gomes en la ola. Maniobra incompleta. Y vuestra atención, posible ola para verde. No. No está interesada Vida Mendonça. Stop white, 1 point. Surfers in the heat, 12.5 minutes remaining. Red is taking a look. No rights, so we're now halfway through the heat. And here we go with the heat update. Blue in the lead, Maria. Blue in the lead with the top two scores of the heat, a 5 and a 4.83. And blue is taking a look. Seguimos con azul, que lidera la manga, Maria Dias. En primeiro cutback, intentar quedar-se com velocidade. Já, puesto ela estava aí vertical e uma vez mais, na ola pequeñita aí, muito difícil de fazer esses giros, quase sem velocidade. Detrás, despausar a ola, seguimos com verde. Agora, Vida Mendonça. E a terminar bem, e a detrás, agora é Ivone Gomes. Sim, maniobra chica de Ivone. So, do stand by for scores. Then I'll go again with the update. This is might change the situation. So let's stand by for those last ones. And then I'll update you the situation. Last of Blue Maria, 3.97. Not going on blue stop 2. Last of white a throwaway. And waiting for scores on green. Priority red, second priority white, and red is up. Now priority goes to white. And Carla finishing her ride. Priority white, second priority blue. Waiting for scores red and green. At this stage, blue leads, white second, red third. Was needing a 2.98. And green fourth was chasing a 5.63. We are waiting for scores on red and green. And the last of green, Vida, 5.43. Last of green, 5.43. For the moment, that's the best wave of the heat. Última de verde para Vida Mendonça, 5.43. Para, por agora, la mejor hora de la manga. Now waiting for scores on last of red. And last of red, Carla, 3.63. Última de roja, 3.63. Now situation changed. Blue still in the lead, Maria. Maria, you want to improve a 4.83. Carla, red is now second. Red second, Carla, sitting on a 3.63 and a 3.23. So Carla, you want to improve a 3.23. Ivone, white third needing 2.69. White third needing 2.69. And Vida, green fourth needs a 1.43. Now, Ivone sitting on a 417 and a 203, needing that 2.69. And Vida, although she's in fourth place green, she has the best wave of the heat, a 5.43. Green needs 1.43 to advance. Ivone in white needing a 2.69. 9 minutes remaining. White priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority red. Porque Maria Dias, líder da manga, 5 e 4,83. Carla, eres segunda. Roja segunda. Tu última ola, 3,63. Te ubicou em segundo posto. Carla, tens para melhorar backup de 3,23. Para liderato, buscas 6,20. Ivone, Blanca a terceira. Ivone, tens a primeira prioridade. Blanca a terceira, Ivone, necessitando 2,69. 2,69 para te ubicares em segundo posto. Vida Mendonça, verde em quarto posto. No olvidar que es cuarta vida, pero tiene la mejor hora de la manga, 5,43, no tiene backup, solamente 0,57, así que verde necesita 1,43, solamente 1,43 para llegar a segundo puesto de la manga. Nos queda agora 8 minutos. Prioridade blanca, segunda prioridade azul, terceira prioridade verde, última prioridade roja. Just under 8 minutes. Pretty close hit for second place. Now, one quick in and out there by red, by Carla. If you look at the totals right now, it's second, third, and fourth, all of those on the 6-point total. 6.86 for second in red, 6.2 for white in third, and 6 points total for green in fourth place. That's how close the battle is right now. That's white up, Ivone Gomes. E a detrás, Vida Mendonça. Pois que intentos de ataques, potenciais ataques a segundo posto de Carla Moreira de Laval. Recordar a Carla que tem backup de 3,23 para melhorar. Pois que e a última de verde solamente punto, pois que a ubica verde em terceiro posto, todavia necessitando 1,43 para segundo posto. Last of green 1 point, that puts green in third place, needing 1.43. Now waiting for scores on last of white, Ivone. Todavia, por pontuar a última de blanca, Ivone em quarto posto, Lica Blanca, buscava 2,69. Priority blue, second priority red, third priority green, 6.5 minutes remaining, 6 minutos 30 para terminar. And standing by for scores on white, white in fourth place, was chasing a 2.69. priority blue, second priority red, third priority green. And the last of white, Ibone, 2.63. It was blue priority with red with second priority. Now priority green. Ibone, last of white, 2.63. Última de blanca, 2.63. Ibone, todavía blanca tercera, necesitando 2.69. Now waiting for scores. Priority green, second priority white.
Okay, interference.
Five minutes remaining. Attention surfers, a priority interference has been called. Priority interference has been called. Red on blue. Priority interference has been called. Red on blue. Se ha notado interferencia de prioridade de roja sobre azul. So from now on, red will be counting with a single score. Pois com esta interferência, queres uma interferência com prioridade atribuída. De agora adelante, Carla Roja, a surfista que ha interferido, vai pontuar solamente uma ola. Se quedará com solamente uma ola contabilizada. Four minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Now, after that interference call, let me check here the system really quick, making sure that it's updated after the interference call. Also, we had a wave there for white. So after, we are missing scores still on white, green, and red. We're still missing scores on white, green, and red. Carla, after the interference call, red drops down to fourth place. Right now, needing a 6.8, and you have to do that with a single wave. Pois depois da interferência, Carla ha bajado a quarto puesto, licra roja, e necessitam 6.8 e tem que hacerlo con solamente una ola. Maria, blue in the lead, Maria. And Maria, you want to improve a 4.83. Maria, you want to improve a 4.83. Waiting for scores on green, Vida. Vida in third place green was chasing a 1.94. Waiting for scores on green. Last of white, Ibone, 3.2. Última de blanca, Ibone, 3.20. Este backup. Mientras aguardo pontuações para verde. Verde terceira busca 1.94. E nos queda menos de 3 minutos. Under 3 minutes remaining. Green priority, second priority blue, third priority white. E seguimos com roja e verde. Last of red, Carla, a 4.77. But with the last of white being a 3.2, going as white's backup, Carla is now chasing a 7.37. Carla, agora necessitas 7.37. Última de blanca, Ibone, 3.20 is our two backup. Last of white, Ibone, 3.2, it's your backup. I'm still waiting for scores on green. Todavía aguardo notas para verde. E para a roja, pois que verde terceira buscava 1.94 e roja quarta busca 7.37. Nos queda menos de 2 minutos, under 2 minutes. Ibone, queres mejorar 3.20. Isso te podes adiantar. Todavía queda pontuar a última de verde e de roja. E tienes la prioridade, Ibone. White priority. Also waiting for scores on blue. Maria, blue in the lead, was aiming to improve on a 4.83. Now green up and riding. Uma mais para Vida Mendonça. Mientras aguardamos todavía a nota para o solo anterior. E a detrás, Ibone Gomes, utilizando a prioridade, tabla aí vertical. Vai tentar a melhorar 3.20. Standing by for scores on white. White was aiming to improve on a 3.2. Have a few scores still to come in, almost on the last minute. And serve first time call, 1 minute, last minute, último minuto. Standing by for scores on all the 4 competitors. Aguardando pontuaciones para las 4 competidoras. 45 seconds. Previous of green 2.13, last of green 2.47. Situation changes. That puts green in second. And we're still missing scores on white, blue, and one more for green. Last of blue 4.27, Maria. Not going on your top 2, Ibane. White in third now, needing a 3.74. But I'm waiting for scores still on your last of white. Also waiting for scores on green. And last of red, a 1.93. 10 seconds remaining. So with the last of green, green move to second. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now all scores are in, but the last of white, Ibone. Waiting for scores on white, aguardando pontuaciones para Blanca. White in thirds, was needing a 3.74. Blanca quarta, que buscava 3.74, Ibone Gomes. Aguardando pontuaciones para Blanca. And the last of white, Ibone, 4.9. Last of white, 4.9. White finishes in second place. All scores are in. Última de Blanca, Ibone, 4.9. Llegas a segundo puesto. E já estão todas as olas pontuadas. So, blue, the winner of the heat. Maria Dias, second place for white. Ibone Gomes, third place green. Vida Mendonça, fourth place red. Carla Moreira de Laval. Next heat. Get ready for the start, girls. Another 25 minutes. Qualifier number 2. GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Starting any moment now. Still on standby for that start. Again, reminding you results from the previous one. Maria Dias, the winner in blue. Parabéns, Maria. Ibone Gomes finishing white in second. Felicitaciones, Ibone. Green, Vida Mendonça finishing third. Melhor sorte no próximo evento, Vida. And Carla Moreira de Laval in red finishing fourth. Carla, mejor suerte en la próxima compe. Next seat on standby for the start. Next seat, it's going to be in red, Sayo Ortega. In blue, Lily Irigoyen. In white, Luz Escudeiro. And in green, Teresa Pereira. Still on standby for the start. Girls, thank you for your patience. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the head judge. Here we go, count you in to start. Qualifier number 2, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that signals the start of this second quarterfinal. Segundo cuarto de final. Para las chicas, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol, de Sayo Ortega, de azul Lili Irigoyen, de blanca Luz Escudeiro, de verde Teresa Pereira. Ya vamos con la primera hora de la manga para Luz Escudeiro. That's already the first wave of the heat for white for Lua. So far, no turns there. On the outside, taking a look at Sayoa. Sayo Ortega, dando una mirada ahí. Ola curta para Sayoa. First of white, 067. First of red, 037. And the first wave with true potential on this one. Primeira ola com verdadeiro potencial para Teresa Pereira. E a de trás, Lili Irigoyen. Seguimos agora com o Lica Blancas Lua Escudeiro. Vamos a ver como os juízes pontuam e diferenciam. Olas com potencial semelhante. Red priority. Waiting for scores, white, blue and green. Red up. E allora la segunda de Sayoa. Last of red Sayoa, 2 points. Última de roja Sayoa, 2 puntos. Green priority, second priority blue, third priority white. Prioridade verde, segunda prioridade azul, terceira prioridade branca. Aí com interesse uma vez mais Sayoa, agora ele rindo à esquerda. E um re-entry completo por Sayoa. So now waiting for scores on all the 4 competitors, aguardando pontuaciones para las 4. And so first time call, 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutos para terminar la manga. Aguardando todavía pontuaciones. Ya están agora empezando a llegar. First of green, Teresa. 3.23. First of green, 3.23. First of blue, Lily, 4 points. First of blue, 4 points. Sayoa, last of red, 2.53. Last of red, 2.53. Lua, last of white, second of white, 2.67. 2.53 para a última de roja, Sayoa Ortega. 4 pontos para a primeira de azul, de Lili Irigoyen. 2.67 ha pontuado Lua Escudeiro, Licra Blanca. E Teresa Pereira, que está de verde, ha pontuado 3.23 em sua primeira ola. Priority green, second priority blue, third priority white, last priority red. It's a green priority. And green is up and riding. Uma maniobra interessante para começar esta ola por parte de Teresa Pereira. Tentar fazer algo mais aqui. A verdade que é Lili Irigoyen, perdona. É Lili Irigoyen. Agora detrás, sim, de verde é Teresa. Sem maniobras para a Teresa. Y aguardando puntuaciones para azul. Hasta ahora, la mejor de la manga se queda precisamente con la surfera de azul. La primera de azul de Lili ha puntuado 4 puntos. Hasta ahora, la mejor de la manga. En estos primeros 7 minutos 30 que han pasado en la manga, nos queda todavía 17 minutos 30 más. White priority, second priority red, waiting for scores. Last of green will be a throwaway. Forget about the last of green. Now the second of blue. That was a nice turn there at the start by Lily. And something else, something more here on the inside as well. And that comes in as the best wave of the heat. Last of blue, Lily, 5.5. Last of blue, 5.5. Última de azul, 5.5. Lily Irigoyen with the top two waves of the heat. A 5.5 on the last one, 4 points on your first one. Those are the top two scores of the heat. With that, blue leads. And here's the first update, girls. Blue leads, Lily to improve a 4. Now red second, Sayoa. Sayoa, you're sitting on a 2, 5, 3, and a 2. So Sayoa, you want to improve a 2. That's your backup. Teresa Pereira, green third, with a 3.23 and no backup. Teresa needs 1.3. Green needs 1.3 to advance to second. And in fourth place is white, Lua Escudeiro. White sitting on a 2.67, also no backup. Lua needs 1.86 to advance to second. 16 minutes remaining. White priority, second priority red, third priority green, last priority blue. Pois que lidera a manga com as duas melhores olas surfeadas esta hora, azul, Lily Irigoyen, 5.5 em sua segunda ola, 4 pontos em sua primeira. Sayoa Ortega se queda segunda, Roja segunda, Sayoa. Sayoa, queres tentar melhorar 2 pontos, tu backup 2 pontos. E em terceiro posto está Teresa Pereira. Teresa que tem a terceira melhor ola da manga, 3.23, todavia não tem segundo parcial. Busca 1.30 para segundo posto. E Lua Escudeiro se queda quarta, camiseta branca, licra branca, 2.67, todavia não há backup, pois que a Lua necessita 1.86, 1.86 para se ubicar em segundo posto da manga. 15 minutes remaining, girls. So again, blue in the lead, Lily to improve a 4, Sayoa red second to improve a 2, Teresa green third needing 1.3, Lua white fourth needs 1.86. And up and riding. That was Teresa Pereira. Requirement was very low. Let's see if we have some changes here regarding the heat situation. Pois Verde aí com a ola que não tem enorme potencial, para necessitava solamente 1.3 para se ubicar em segundo posto, e esta é a nota. Agora debaixo de água. Teresa last of green 2.57. Last of green 2.57. Situation changes. Green moves to second and 2.57. It's green's backup. Sayoa, you're down to third. Red third, needing 3.27. Red needs 3.27. Lua, white fourth, needing 3.14. 3.14 to advance. Pois Sayoa, agora barraste a terceiro posto. Licra roja, Sayoa necessitas 3.27, 3.27 para segundo posto. Blanca a quarta, buscando 3.14. La última de Verde, 2.57. Es el segundo parcial, el backup de Verde, que se ubicó agora em segundo posto de la manga. Seguimos com Roja, Sayoa Ortega sin maniobras. We're almost reaching halfway on these 25-minute heats. Now just over 13 minutes remaining. Still a white priority. Second priority blue. Third priority green. And up and riding. That's Lily Irigoyen. And finishing her ride, standing by for scores on blue. Lily, blue in the lead. You are aiming to improve on a 4. You have the top two scores of the heat, a 5.5 and a 4. Standing by for last of blue. And last of blue, 2.37. Not going on blue's top 2. Situation remains. Now this one is going to close fast, but still able to put a turn there, Lua Escudeiro. Requirement for white was a 3.14. Standing by for scores on white. Vamos a cerrar muy rápido para Blanca. Todavía ha tenido tiempo para hacer una maniobra ahí. En cuarto puesto, Blanca buscaba un 3 con 14. Green priority, second priority red, 12 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores on last of white. Again, white was chasing a 3.14. And last of white, Lua, 3.43. Last of white, 3.43. Situation changes. White moves to second. Lua, you want to improve a 2.67. That's your backup. For the lead, white needs 6.07. Teresa, you're down to third. Green third, needing 2.88. Green third needs 2.88. And Sayoa, red fourth, needing 3.57. Red fourth needs 3.57. Pois última de Blanca, 3,43. Blanca agora se ubica em segundo posto de La Manga, para melhorar 2,67. Teresa Pereira, verde, ha bajado a terceiro posto, buscando 2,88 para volver a segunda. E Sayoa, roja quarta, necessitando 3,57, 3,57 para segundo posto. Nos queda todavía 10 minutos 35 segundos. Still 10.5 minutes remaining on this quarterfinal number 2 for the GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Green priority, second priority red, third priority white, last priority blue. It's their first time call, 10 minutes remaining. Últimos 10 minutos. Up and riding current hit leader, Lily Irigoyen. She was aiming to improve on a 4. Essa era a líder de La Manga, Lily Irigoyen, que intentava melhorar 4 pontos. And last of blue, Lily, 3.03. That's not going on your top 2. Última de azul, 3,03. Não vai cambiar nada. Priority changes, priority red, second priority white, third priority blue. Last priority green. Now, blue up and running, but it was a red priority, and red taking it, but incomplete on the turn. Those will be inconsequential scores, inconsequential waves, what we call throwaways. Bolas para descartar essas últimas. White priority, second priority green. Surfer's time call, 6 minutes remaining. Also missing scores on blue. Priority white, second priority green, third priority blue, last priority red. Now scores are starting to come in for blue. And it's not looking like it's going to be improvement by Lily. And it's not. 3.23, the last of blue. Not going on blue's top 2. Última de azul, 3,23. Cambia absolutamente nada. Ela traz uma ola aí com pouco potencial para a branca. Priority green, second priority blue, third priority red. You know already this beautiful noise. It's the signal of the last 5 minutes of the heat. Menos de 5 minutos para terminar. Now, red up and riding. Seguimos com roja, Sayoa. E termina a sua ola. Sayoa, que buscava um mínimo de 3,57 para se ubicar em segundo posto. Reminding 13, it's a green priority. Green in third, needing a 2.88. Also reminding Lua, white second, to improve at 2.67. And Lily, blue in the lead. 4 points is your backup to improve on. Now time is flying. 4 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores on last of red. Anything better than a 2.53, that's so far red's high score, will bring Sayoa closer to second place. But what she really needs, it's a 3.57 to advance. We're still waiting for that score. 3.5 minutes remaining. Still on standby for last of red, Sayoa. Todavía aguardo pontuaciones para a roja. E aí está. Last of red, 3.47. 3.47, Sayoa. That puts you in third place, Sayoa, needing 2.63. Sayoa, te quedas terceira agora. Buscas 2,63. Última de roja, pontuado 3,47. Pois, última de roja, 3,47. Ubica roja em terceiro posto. Sayoa, necessitas 2,63. Está muito ajustada a manga em la pelea por segundo posto. Más tranquila se queda Lily Irigoyen, líder de la manga. Y todavía, azul, Lily tiene las dos mejores olas de la manga. Now there was blue with priority over. Now it's a blue priority, second priority red. Blue priority, second priority red. Waiting for scores white and green. Last of white, it's a throwaway, 0.47. Now last of red, also a throwaway, quick in and out. And waiting for scores on green for Teresa Pereira. Teresa at this stage, green in fourth place, needing 2.88. Waiting for scores on last of green. Waiting for scores on last of red. Last of red, the throwaway. And last of blue at 2.6. Changes nothing. Last of white, also a throwaway. So the important score is the last of green. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Green in fourth place was chasing a 2.88. Waiting for scores on green. White priority. Aguardamos todavia pontuações para a última de verde, que se quedava quarta, Teresa Pereira, e buscava um mínimo de 2,88 para chegar a segundo posto. 1 minute surfers last minute. White priority, second priority red. On standby for scores for green. 45 seconds. Taking a look is white and she's up and riding. Lua Escudeiro. That's the defense for the potential attack of Teresa to the second place. Now waiting for scores, green and white. 30 seconds. White was aiming to improve on a 2.67. That's her backup at this stage. And last of green, Teresa, 4.67. Green moves to second. White down to thirds. Last of white, 1.33. 15 seconds remaining. Lua white third needs 4.48. Sayoa red fourth needing a 4.44. When they were about to count you down for the end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pois com sua última ola, 4,67, Teresa Pereira se ubica em segundo posto de La Manga, licra verde, e licra branca barra terceiro posto, Lua Escudeiro. Já estão todas as olas pontuadas, já temos classificação de La Manga. Felicitação Lili Irigoyen, vainqueur la série La Bleue, vencedora da manga azul, Lili Irigoyen, winner of the heat. Teresa Pereira, parabéns Teresa. Next seat, here we go. Qualifier number 3, count you in to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Third place finishes white, Lua Escudeiro. Lua, melhor sorte na próxima prova. Terceiro posto para a Blanca, Lua Escudeiro. And fourth place for red, Sayo Ortega. Quarto posto para Sayoa Licra Roja. Sayoa Sorteona para a próxima compe. Miquel Rigoita, para comentar e para terminar estes quartos de final femininos de GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol.
Obrigado, irmão. Disfruta del break. Ese David. Ya estamos, como bien ha dicho, en la tercera manga de los cuartos de final femeninos. Quarterfinal hit number 3 of the ladies in red, Naya Monte. Blue, Liane Boudin. White, Tiara van der Hulst. And with the green jersey, Sol Borrelli. All right, ladies, 22 minutes and 30 minutes ahead of you. The first scores are already in. First of Sol Borelli, a 1-point ride, surfer in green. First of red, Nayamonte, 0.73. First of blue, Liam Boudin, a 0.5. And first of white, Tiara, 0.43. Second score of red, a 1-1-3. 22 minutes remaining. Ha comenzado tímidamente esta tercera manga de los cuartos de final femeninos. Lidera rojo Nayamonte con 2 olas de 1,13 y 0,73. Sol Borelli, color verde, es segunda con una ola de tan solo 1 punto. Liam Boudin, azul, tercera con un 0,5 y cuarta blanco. Tiara van der Hulst con un 0,43. Priority for blue, second prior white, third prior green, fourth prior red. Parece que es el turno de Sol Borelli, color verde. Esta sí ha sido una ola con mejor pinta tras la respuesta del color azul. Liam Boudin también. Buena selección de ola y bonito surfing. El de la francesa replicando a la surfista canaria Sol Borelli. "19 minutes left on a standby for the scores of green and blue. Prior white, second prior red. Vemos aquí a rojo, Nayamonte. Va a encontrar aquí el reform en la orilla. Sobre las rocas ahí acabando y la respuesta atrás de blanco. Empieza con un bonito carving. También vemos a Sol Borelli haciendo de las suyas en la derecha. Y atención porque tenemos notas. Última de azul, 5.33 y la anterior de Sol Borelli, verde, 4 puntos. Previous of green, Sol, 4 points. Previous of green, 4 points. Last of blue, a 5.33. 17 minutes and 40 seconds left Blue in the lead, Lian with a 5.33 and a 0.5. On standby now for the scores of green, red, and white. Sol Borrelli, tu última nota ha sido de 4.67. Last of green, 4.67. Green takes the lead. Blue comes down to second. Third is white. Last of white, Tiara, 2.67. Nayamonte, last of Nayamonte, 3.1. Last of Nayamonte, 3.1. So here we go with a hit situation. Green in the lead, Sol, with a 4.67 and a 4. Second is blue, Liam Boudin, with a 5.33 and a 0.5. Third, red, Nayamonte, 3.10 and 1.13, your two best scores. Fourth is white, Tiara, with a 2.67 and a 0.43. As we see now, Tiara on her backhand, up and riding, drifting the fins a bit, and finishing with a pretty solid maneuver. 16 minutes, 10 seconds left. On a standby now for the last wave ridden by white, Tiara van der Hulst. Hemos podido ver una última bonita ola también de Tiara van der Hulst, de espaldas y atrás, un buen giro de rojo. Nayamonte, están las cuatro chicas con ganas de pasar a las semifinales, demostrando un altísimo nivel, cuando quedan todavía por delante más de 15 minutos y medio. Y a todos y todas las que os estáis acercando a la playa, bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Estamos celebrando la tercera edición de este GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol, un campeonato que es parte del circuito de la Liga Profesional del Surf Mundial. Estamos haciendo el circuito europeo de la categoría Junior. Es una de las múltiples pruebas que puntúan para el ranking europeo de estos chicos y chicas menores de 21 años. Tiara van der Hulst, last of white, a 7.67. Last of white, 7.67. White jumping into the lead right now. 7.67 and 2.67, the two best scores for Tiara in white, who takes the lead. Coming down to second is green, Sol Borrelli. Sol, you will be needing a 5.68 to be first again. Third is red, Nayamonte. Naya needs a 3.44 for second. As we see Tiara up and riding again. She's well connected with the mojo and extending the lead for sure with his last ride. Anyways, in fourth is blue, Liam Boudin, who's chasing a 3.34 to move up to second. Just under 14 minutes on standby for the last score of white, Tiara van der Hulst. Nayamonte, your last score, a 5.23. Last of red, Naya, 5.23. You are in third. 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Last of Tiara, a 4.4. So, all the scores are in once again. White sits in first, Tiara, with a 7.67 and a 4.4. Green, second, Sol Borrelli, 4.67 and 4 points, your two best. Sol, you need a 7.41 to take the lead. Third is red, Nayamonte, with a 5.23 and a 3.1. You require a 3.44 for second. And fourth is blue, Liam Boudin with a 5.33 and a 0.5. Blue, you're looking for a 3.34. Prio blue, green, red, white. 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Ten and a half minutes remaining. Prio for blue. Bonito surfing el que hemos visto ahí de parte de Sol Borrelli. Lástima que la ola no haya dado más de sí. Iba con muy buen ritmo, con mucha soltura y con mucha precisión. La joven surfista de color verde. Last of Sol is coming in a minute. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes to go. Quedan 10 minutos por delante. On standby for the last score of green. Sol Borrelli. Last of Sol, a 4.53. Last of Sol Borrelli, 4.53. You're still second. White first, green second. Red third. Red looking for a 3.97. Fourth is blue. Blue needs a 3.87. Está la manga todavía muy abierta. Lidera blanco con una buena puntuación de 7.67. Es la mejor nota de la manga hasta el momento. De la mano de Tiara van der Holz. Representando a los Países Bajos. Sol Borrelli es segunda con 2 olas que superan los 4 puntos. Tercera es rojo. Y ojo porque rojo Naya Monte necesitaría un 3.97 para ser segunda. Y la cuarta, clasificada por el momento color azul, estaría necesitando un 3.87. Coming up next, women's quarterfinal heat number 4. Anouk Shenox, Erika Maximo, Rose Calves, Anais Blanchard, please get ready. Eight minutes to go. Prio blue, second prio white, third prio red, fourth prio green. 7 minutes on the timer. The situation remains the same. Prior white, second prior red, third prior green. White in the lead, Tiara, with a 7.67 and a 4.4. Sol Borelli second, green. Green chasing a 7.41 to take the lead. Third is Naya Monte with a red jersey, looking for a 3.97 for second. And fourth is blue, Liam Boudin, looking for a 3.87 to advance. Boom shakalaka. Six minutes remaining, ladies. Prior white, second prior red, third prior green, fourth prior blue. Ese Isio. Grande Isio. Agradecer el gran trabajo que está haciendo nuestro gran amigo Isio detrás de la cámara, prácticamente sin relevo y sin descanso. Y sin perderse ninguna ola. El gran Isio Noya. Scatergoris. Quedan menos de 5 minutos. 5 minutes remaining, ladies. We just passed the 5 minutes mark. Ahora sí vemos acción en directo. Es Liam Boudin, el color azul. Necesita tan solo un 3.87 para ponerse segunda. La respuesta de Naya Monte. ¡Wow! Buena finalización ahí también en ese segundo giro. Un buen combo en esas dos primeras maniobras. Rojo necesita 3.97. Azul necesita 3.87 ambas para darle caza a la segunda. Clasificada momentáneamente la surfista Sol Borelli de color verde. Vemos aquí a la líder de la manga optando esta vez por una izquierda, surfeando de caras. No le ha ido tan bien como en las derechas. Cuando quedan 3 minutos y 25 segundos on standby, 4 scores of blue and red. Prior for green, Sol Borelli. Y atención porque viene la nota cargada de puntos para Naya Monte. Last of Naya Monte in red, a 7.73. Last of red, 7.73. Last of blue, Liam Boudin, a 4.97. So, situation. Naya Monte in red takes the lead. A 7.73 and a 5.23. Your best scores, Naya. Good on you. In second is white, Tiara van der Hulst with a 7.67 and a 4.4. White, you need a 5.3 to take the lead. Third is Liam Boudin in blue with a 5.33 and a 4.97 as your two best. Liam, you're chasing a 6.75 to advance. And fourth is green, Sol Borelli, looking for a 7.41 for second. 2 minutes left. Prio green, second Prio blue, third Prio red. Quedan menos de 2 minutos para finalizar. Y vaya cómo le ha dado la vuelta a la tortilla Naya Monte, la surfista francesa de color rojo, consiguiendo una puntuación de 7,73 que la ha catapultado a la primera posición. Por lo tanto, lidera rojo con un 7,73 y un 5,23. Naya Monte baja a la segunda plaza. La surfista de color blanco Tiara van der Hulst estaría necesitando Tiara un 5,3 para ponerse líder de nuevo. Tercera es azul Liam Budin en busca de un 6,75 para pasar. Y cuarta Sol Borelli, color verde, necesitaría un 7,41 para ponerse segunda. Está, por tanto, la disputa por esa segunda y primera posición bien disputada. Cuando queda tan solo un minuto, 1 minute remaining, 1 minute to go. Prio red, second Prio white. Red first, white second. Third is blue, Liam Budin. Liam requires a 6,75 in order to advance into the semis. And so does Sol Borelli in green, who sits in fourth, looking for even a higher requirement, a 7,41. 25 seconds remaining on the timer. Prio white, green blue. Esto se va a terminar. 15 segundos. Última oportunidad aquí para Sol Borelli. 10 segundos. Counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Se acabó lo que se daba. Fisi se levanta. Se puede cerrar el chiringuito, señoras y señores, con la presencia de este gran tipo, que es un grande por dentro y por fuera, el gran Fisi de Pro Surf. Es él, el auténtico y genuino. Official results of the previous heat ending up in first, Naya Monte in red. Congratulations. Runner-up of the quarterfinal heat number 3, Tiara van der Hulst in white. Ending up in third, blue, Liam Budin. And fourth, green, Sol Borelli. Ladies of quarterfinal heat number 4, get ready as we're about to start the countdown of your heat. Here we go, counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's on, pitch on. The heat is on with the red jersey, Anouk Shenox, blue, Erika Maximo, white, Rose Calves, and with the green jersey, Anaïs Blanchard. 23 minutes remaining on the timer. And white sits in first, Rose Calves, with your opening score of 4 points. And Ice Blanchard green in second, a 1.83 on your opening ride. Third is blue, Erika Maximo, with a 1.5 to start things with. And fourth is red, Anouk Shenox, with no waves ridden yet. Estamos, señoras y señores, en la última manga de final de los cuartos de final femeninos. Tras esta manga quedarán ya sentenciadas las semifinales femeninas, las cuales las celebraremos en la jornada de mañana. Última jornada de competición de este GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Tercera edición consecutiva de este campeonato en esta idílica playa de Esmelle. Galicia Calidade. First score for Anouk in red, a 2.73. Last score for blue, Erika, a 3-point ride. Prior green, white, blue, red. 20 minutes and 40 seconds left on the timer on this quarterfinal heat number 4. Erika Maximo leading the hit, the surfer in blue with a 3 and a 1.5. Rose Calves in second with a single score of 4 points. White second. Third is red, Anouk Shenox with a 2.73. And fourth is green, Anais Blanchard with a 1.83. Coming up next, the men's quarter final number 1 with John Rabinovich, Orion Schemer, Antoine Habassi, and Alfonso Suarez. You better get ready, boys. Buena ola ahí de Rose Calves, empezando con un bonito reentry así, con un toque de layback. Ahí sigue intentando rascar la olita hasta el final y ahí está, bien peleado por parte de la surfista de color blanco. Last of green, 3.73. Last of green, a 3.73. Last of white, rose, a 5.33. Last of white, rose, a 5.33. Now time for red, Anouk Shenox. Prio green, second prio blue. Rose Calves in the lead, the surfer in white with a 5.33 and a 4. Anaïs Blanchard with a green jersey sits in second. 3.73 and 1.83, your two best. Anaïs, third is blue, Erika Maximo with a 3 and a 1.5. And fourth is red. Watch out, here comes the last of red, a 3.67. So red jumps from fourth to second. Red in second right now. White, you're still in the lead. Now red, Anouk sits in second. Green comes down to third, Anaïs, and fourth is blue, Erika Maximo. "16 minutes on the timer, boys. Sorry, girls. 16 minutes. Ladies, remaining on the timer. And the situation remains the same. White in the lead still with a 5.33 and a 4. Red second, Anouk. You're needing a 5.66 to move up to first. Third is green, Anaïs. Anaïs needs a 2.67 for second. And fourth is blue, Erika Maximo, looking for a 3.41. "14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, ladies. Prio, blue, white, red and green." Vemos ya preparándose en la orilla a los participantes de la próxima manga de los cuartos de final. Va a ser el turno de los chicos. Vamos a acabar con ellos la jornada competitiva de hoy. Y dejar así ya ready, preparados los semifinales de mañana. Anouk Shenox up and riding on her backhand. Not much going on. Last of red, a throwaway score for Anouk, a 2-point ride. 13 minutes left, ladies. The situation will remain the same. Vemos ahí a Erika Máximo, color azul en una ola que pinta buena para la surfista portuguesa. Actualmente está en cuarta posición con dos notas relativamente bajas, un 3 y un 1,5. Vamos a ver si consigue darle caza a la segunda clasificada. Necesitaría un 3,41 para ponerse segunda. Tiene mucho por mejorar la surfista de color azul, cuando todavía les quedan por delante 11 minutos y medio. 11 minutes, 25 seconds left. On standby now for the last score of blue, Erika Máximo. Venga, Chinacón, lanera, ¿eh? Bacata Pro, tío. Se la copaquie. Quedan algo menos de 11 minutos. Priority red, second prior blue. Prior red, blue. White in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4. Blue second, Erika Máximo. 3.83 on your second last. That will be your best score so far. And a 3 as your backup puts you in second. Third, Anouk Shenox, surfer in red, chasing a 3.17 for second. And fourth is green, Anaïs Blanchard, looking for a 3.11. Bueno, pues parece que se anima un poco la mar. Vemos cómo empieza a entrar aquí un poco de oleaje. Prioridad para blanco, segunda prioridad para azul. Prior for white. Prior for white. Así como ha entrado, se ha desvanecido esta última serie que no ha tenido demasiada consistencia. Se han deshecho las olas al punto en el que están las chicas esperando para coger las olas en el line-up. Ahora va blanco haciendo uso de la prioridad. Rose Calves. Buen primer giro de blanco. Intentando finalizar con una segunda maniobra que no va a ser posible esta vez. 8 minutes left. Prior blue, second prior red, third prior green. Prior blue, red, green. On standby, 4 scores. Anaïs Blanchard in green, your second last, a 3.33 puts you in second for now. White is still in the lead. Green is second as we speak. And watch out, because here it comes, the last score of red. Last of red, Anouk, a 3.7. So Anouk moving from fourth to second again. White still leads this hit. Red in second, looking for a 5.63 to get the lead. Anouk, you are second. Third is green, Anaïs Blanchard. You're chasing a 3.64 for second. And fourth, Blue, Erika Maximo, looking for a 3.54. Rose Calves, you are in the lead. Your last score is coming right now as a 5-point ride. Last of Rose, 5 points. So white extending the lead again. 5-3-3 and 5 points, your two best scores. Anouk, red is second. Red needs a 6.63 to be first. Third is green, Anais Blanchard. Anais is chasing a 3.64 for second. And fourth, blue, Erika, looking for a 3.54. 6 minutes remaining. Prior, red, green, white, blue. Five minutes remaining, ladies. Red, blue. Estamos viendo aquí una nueva ola de Erika Máximo, la surfista portuguesa, necesitando un 3.54 para ponerse segunda. Está muy disputada esa segunda posición cuando vemos aquí a Anouk Shenox, que intenta replicarla sin demasiada fortuna. Three and a half minutes remaining on the timer. Prior white, second prior green. The last score of blue is coming soon, Erika. Hang in there, please. 3 minutes remaining. Last of blue, Erika Maximo, 5 points. Last of blue, 5 points. Erika jumping from fourth to second. The situation has changed, ladies. White is still in the lead. Now, Erika, your last score, 3.8, puts you in second. Sorry, white is first, blue second. Blue with a 3.83 and a 3.8 sits in second. Anouk comes down to third. Red, you're looking for a 3.93 for second, and fourth is green, Anais Blanchard chasing a 3.9, 2 minutes remaining. Last of Erika, a 3.8. One minute, 45 seconds to go. Prio white, second prio blue. White in the lead, Rose. Erika Maximo, blue, you are in second. Blue needs a 6.5 to take the lead. Red comes down to third. Anouk, you're looking for a 3.93 for second. And fourth is green, Anais. You require a 3.9 to advance. 1 minute left, 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds on the timer. Nos adentramos en los 30 últimos segundos. Lidera blanco Rose Calves, seguida de verde Anaís Blanchard, tercera azul Erika Máximo, cuarta rojo Anouk Shenox. 15 seconds remaining on the timer, ladies. Prio white. 10 seconds. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Se acabó el tiempo, se acabaron ya los cuartos de final femeninos. On a standby for the last score of blue. Blue looking for a 4.51. Anaïs Blanchard, your previous score a 4.6. Right now, white sits in the lead. Green comes up to second. Blue comes down to third. And fourth, red. All the scores are in, so congratulations to White Rose Calves. And finally, green moving on in the semis as well. Blue will end up in third, Erika Maximo, and fourth, red, Anouk Shenox. Estamos listos ya para dar paso a los cuartos de final masculinos. Tenemos ya sentado al gran David Prescott, el cual va a estar locutando las dos próximas mangas. Resultados oficiales de la manga anterior. Primera clasificada Rose Calves, color blanco. Finalmente se ha llevado el gato al agua, el color verde, Anaïs Blanchard. Tercera azul, Erika. Y cuarta rojo.
Next seat, get ready for the start. Counting me to start next seat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Muchísimas gracias, Mikel Urgoitia. Agora desfruta de tu muy merecido break. Y estamos con los cuartos de final de Chicos en el Agua. Primera manga, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Licra roja con John Rabinovic. Orián Shemir, licra azul. Antoine Abashi de blanco y Alfonso Suárez de verde. So underway already, first quarterfinal now on the boys division. GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol already down to the quarterfinals. In red, John Rabinovic. In blue, Orián Shemir. In white, Antoine Abashi. And in green, Alfonso Suárez. And we have already, ya tenemos la primera ola de la manga para licra roja, para John Rabinovic. Upon riding John Rabinovic, that's the first wave of these quarterfinals. And John finishing his ride. Está terminada la primera ola de rojo. Standing by for scores on red. A lot of onshore flow this afternoon, but the surf still out there. Plenty of opportunities, although it's a lot more messier than it was earlier today. It's pretty hot days as well, and that helps the thermals in the afternoon with the onshore flow coming in. Now we have white up and riding. Seguimos con licra blanca, Antoine Abashi. Ahí buscando la velocidad, primero giro ahí. Y intentando el aéreo. Y a completar Antoine Abashi. So that's a make for Antoine. That's a good start of the heat for both red and white. Let's see how that translates into numbers, into scores. And that's the answer already for red. First of red, John 5.33. First of red, 5.33. Now waiting for scores on the first of white, Antoine. Primeiro de rojo apontado 5.33. Aguardamos agora a pontuação para Antoine Abashi, licra blanca. So again, first of red, John 5.33. Now waiting for scores on white, Antoine. And scores now starting to come in for white. Definitely a good start for Antoine. Not that bad for John as well. And the first of white, Antoine, 6.67. First of white, 6.67. E primeiro de blanco, 6.67. Pós o início de manga muy interesante por rojo y blanco. A ver si se queda así los próximos 21 minutos 30 que nos quedan en esta manga. São olas já para aguardar, com potencial de serem olas relevantes na história desta primeira manga de quartas de final de GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Os recuerdo, estamos com mangas de 25 minutos, hits with 25 minutes in these quarterfinals. And also reminding you that we're going to finish today's this day of competition with these boys quarterfinals. So this heat and 3 more ahead of us. And then tomorrow will be the finals day of this very important event on the junior qualifying series here on the European region. Now red taking a look. Seguimos com John Rabinovic una vez más. Up and riding is John. Starting with the carve. Now a little bit more vertical for that snap. The wave is kind of fading away from John. La ola se está quedando un poco más floja ahí, pero todavía muy eficaz. Y termina su ola. Ya su segunda ola, licra roja. So after the 5.33, John already trying at least step back up for that 5.33. Out the back we have a pedal, una remada allá afuera. Era blanco, pero no ha elegido esa ola. So white just taking a look there, checking that one. And standing by for scores on the second of red. Second of red, John 4.83. Second of red, 4.83. So already red into the double digits on these first 5 minutes of the heat. Already 10.16 total. Pues que 4.83, la última de rojo de John. Vai adenir a los 5.33, já sigue com 10, com 16 pontos de total. Seguimos agora com a primeira ola de Alfonso Soares, uma partida desde aqui verde. E confirmado, sim, era Alfonso. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. And the first of green, Alfonso, 1.67. Verde, 1.67. Prioridade azul, segunda prioridade blanco, terceira prioridade rojo. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. 18.5 minutes remaining. Up next, qualifier round number 2 with Fernando Ibarra, Stefano Mandossi, Leonardo Apreda, and Michele Scopa. Hay muchísima gente interesada en esta ola, pero al final se queda ahí con Orián Shamir. That's the first wave for blue. Priority white, second priority green. Third priority red. Now, first of blue, Orián, 3.17. First of blue, 3.17. Primeiro de azul, 3.17. 3.17 on the first of blue. Now, up and riding. Was a quick ride there for blue. That was the second of blue, 0.5. Segunda de azul, 0.5. Last of red is 0.4. And again, blue up and riding, una vez más, azul en la ola. Un intento más aquí más cerca de la orilla, la ola con poco potencial. Será una nota más floja para azul. One more attempt here, closer to the inside by blue. And last of blue, 1.83. Last of blue, 1.83. 1.83, última de azul. The time call, 16 minutes remaining. Reminding you, white priority, second priority green, third priority red. Vale, gracias. Taking off red, seguimos con rojo, solamente hay una maniobra. Creo que no será una ola relevante para la historia de esta manga. Y ahora a Alfonso Suárez en la ola, licra verde, green up and riding. Y termina su ola Alfonso. Última de rojo será para olvidar. The last throwaway. Red wants to improve on a 4.83 backup. This one is not even close to that. Also missing scores on the second of green for Alfonso. Por pontuar la última de verde para Alfonso. Last of red, the throwaway. Una ola para descartar, la última de rojo. Hablamos de olas para descartar. Recordai-vos que solamente as duas melhores olas de cada surfero em La Manga siguen sendo contabilizadas para o total final. Cada ola pontuada de 0 a 10 pontos, pois que assim há um máximo de 20 pontos possível em La Manga. Solamente contabilizamos as duas melhores de cada surfero. Now last of green, Alfonso. 3 points. Last of green, 3 points. Última de verde, 3 pontos. Última de verde, 3 pontos. Y una más para, me parece desde aquí, cor azul y confirmado era Orián Shemir. Y una ola más para descartar. Puede ser que no, 2,07. Pero para vencer una maga no será suficiente seguramente. Last of Blue 2.07. Last of Blue 2.07. E intento de aéreo e completo uma vez mais aí para Antoine Abachi. Hasta agora 100% taxa de sucesso para Antoine. So waiting for scores on white. Taking you to the air again and another make there. Red priority, second priority green, third priority blue. Twelve and a half minutes remaining. We're really fast arriving to the midway, to halfway of this one. Hits with 25 minutes and now reaching halfway. Waiting for scores on white, then I'll give you boys the first hit update. We are already into the second half of this quarterfinal. Meanwhile, red up and riding, John Rabinovic, so far hit leader, also attempting to taking it to the air, but that's incomplete. As we wait for scores on last of white still. Now green priority, second priority blue, third priority white. And last of white, Antoine, 4 points. Last of white, 4 points. Última de blanco, 4 puntos. Last of red, John, forget about that one. Now surfers, 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We have white in the lead. Antoine, white leads with the best wave of the heat. Your first one, a 6.67. And we have a pedal there, so I'm gonna stop with the update. That's another throwaway. That's, I believe, was green, Alfonso Suárez. Y detrás, compartiendo el pico. En la derecha, me parece desde aquí blanco, Antoine Abachi. Y la izquierda, me parecía Orián Shemir. So just over 11 minutes remaining. Last of green will be another throwaway. Now waiting for scores on white. Priority red, priority red. White Antoine Abachi was aiming to improve on a 4. That's the current hit leader. So with that and looking at the last of green as a throwaway, I can advance the hit situation. Surfers white in the lead. White in the lead, Antoine. I'm waiting for scores on last of white. You are aiming to improve on a 4. A 6.67, it's the high score of white. I'm waiting for scores on white. And a backup of 4 points. John, red second, John, sitting on a 5.33 and a 4.83. And last of white, Antoine, it's your new backup, 5.23. So white improved, last of white, 5.23. Back to the hit situation. So John, red second to improve, a 4.83. That's your backup. Orián, blue third, sitting on a 3.17 and a 2.07. Orián, you're needing 6.99. 6.99 to take second. And Alfonso, green fourth, sitting on a 3 and a 1.67. Green fourth, green needing 7.16. 7.16 to advance. Already under 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green, last priority white. Líder da manga, Antoine Abachi, com 6,67. A pontuada na última onda, 5,23. Su segunda mejor ola. Segundo puesto se queda rojo, John Rabinovic, para mejorar 4,83. Azul, terceiro, Orián Shemir, busca 6,99. E Alfonso Suárez, verde quarto, Alfonso, necessitando 7,16. Alfonso, tu mejor ola 3, algo mejor que 3, vai reduzir tu distância para o segundo posto. É uma ola mais para descartar por parte de Alfonso, que estava surfeando, e vou comunicar uma vez mais. Pois que Alfonso verde se queda quarto, necessitando 7,16. E todavia, Alfonso, tu mejor ola 3, pois que algo mejor que 3 te vai encurtar a distância para o segundo posto. Reduzir o requisito para llegar a ese segundo. 8 minutos 30, 8.5 minutes remaining. Just really flying by this one. Red priority, second priority blue. Already the top two surfers into double digits when it comes to totals. Antoine already with 11.9. That's a total out of 20 possible points. And the John in red, second, 10.16 out of 20 possible points. 8 minutes remaining. When I get over 16 points when it comes to totals, we call it excellent hits, because it averages as an 8 in each partial in the top two scores, and anything better than 8 points, the judges consider an excellent hit, an excellent wave. So if you get 2 of those, or average 2 of those, more than 16, we consider an excellent hit. Far from that so far, but good performance from white and red. Conditions are tough. We see a lot of throwaways. Condiciones com este evento agora por la tarde pouco mais difíceis de correr, olas de qualidade. Previous of blue Orion was that 2.07. Reminding blue third needs 6.99. Green fourth needing a 7.16. Pois que os surfeiros fazendo mais intentos, é muito mais difícil de correr uma ola com qualidade. É como puzzle agora mesmo. Há montão de olas que se acercam e que parece que têm qualidade e ao final não, pois que há que tentar montão de vezes. Isso que estamos precisamente constatando nesta manga, e já estamos nestes com quase 20 olas surfeadas em 19 minutos. Entre os 4. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority white, last priority green. E a importância de iniciar bem a manga. Vos recordáis, hasta ahora, as melhores olas da manga ha sido precisamente as primeiras olas surfeadas. A primeira de blanco, 6.67, e depois a primeira de rojo, 5.33, justo nos primeiros 3 minutos de manga. Porque quando passa assim, depois te podes quedar pouco mais selectivo e com menos pressão. Os dois, também vos recordais que depois dessas olas buenas, do 5.33 de rojo e 6.67 de blanco, intentaram rapidamente eleger outra ola mais para poner mais pressão em seus adversários e se quedarem eles próprios mais tranquilos na manga. We're approaching the 5-minute mark. Prioridade rojo, segunda prioridade azul, terceira prioridade blanco, última prioridade verde. Recordando o Alfonso que busca 7.16, todavía su mejor ola 3 puntos, e se hace algo mejor que 3, se acercará mais do segundo posto. Os recuerdo a fórmula, pegamos o total de segundo posto, menos a mejor ola de terceiro e quarto, para dar a terceiro e quarto quanto necessitam para chegar ao segundo posto. Porque assim, se terceiro e quarto siguen mejorando sus mejores olas, podem ser suficientes para se ubicar em segundo, mas por supuesto reduzem a distância, encurtam a distância. 5 minutes remaining, surfers, 5 minutes. Últimos 5 minutos. Y claro, con el tiempo se encurtando, la posibilidad de hacerlo como en 2 prestaciones, la ventana de oportunidad empieza a cerrar. Agora con 4 minutos 30. White, Antoine, white in the lead, Antoine. You want to improve a 5-2-3. There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Antoine, you still want to improve a 5-2-3. That's your backup. Your high score is 6.67. White leads. It's a red priority, second priority blue, third priority white, last priority green. And it's a split pick, red taking the left-hander. And into the air goes John, and that's a make. Plenty of speed as well for Antoine. And that's not a make on the right-hander there. So Antoine will not improve on his total. Now, let's see if John will improve on that 4.83 that he has right now as a backup. We call backup the second best wave of the surfer. Pois que vamos a ver se aumenta o total John Rabinovic e não. Last of red, John 3.67. Not going on red, stop 2. So situation stays the same. E um intento mais por Antoine. E essa sim também completada, pero intentava melhorar um 5.23. Vamos a... perdão, era Alfonso Soares, assim é. É Alfonso na última ola. Pois que era verde. Algo melhor que um 3. Encurtará um pouco mais a distância para o segundo posto. E aí está. Last of green, Alfonso. 3.9. Last of green, 3.9. Green third now needs 6.26. Green third now needing a 6.26. E agora sim. Última de verde. Alfonso 3.9. Agora te quedas terceiro. Verde terceiro. Alfonso 6.26 para segundo. I was blue on that last one. Oriane Schmir. Last of blue 3.47. Last of blue 3.47. Blue stays fourth. Now needing a 6.69 to advance to second. Pois que também ha encurtado a distância com a última ola Oriane Schmir. É sua melhor ola hasta agora na manga. Agora necessita todavia um 6.69. E nos queda um pouco mais de 2 minutos. So blue still fourth. Oriane needing 6.69. Last of blue a 3.47. 2 minutes remaining, surfers. E se estão entendendo a importância enorme dessas olas bem surfeadas justo no início da manga. São hasta agora as olas que estão sendo contabilizadas como as melhores da manga. E quedam os lugares cimeiros, do primeiro e segundo, a Blanco e a Rojo, respectivamente. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Red priority, second priority white, third priority green, and fourth priority blue. E os dois primeiros com as duas primeiras prioridades. Rojo em segundo posto tem a primeira prioridade. Blanco, que lidera, tem a segunda prioridade. Terceira prioridade com verde, com Alfonso Soares. Em terceiro posto, busca esse 6.26. E quarta prioridade com azul. Em quarto posto, Oriane Schmir busca um 6.69. 1 minute remaining, surfers. 1 minute. Eu nem tento mais. Não há muito potencial nessa ola. E sem ter Antoine. "45 seconds remaining. Red priority, second priority green, third priority blue now. Uma imagem para Antoine Abashi, que crê que sua manga já está quase terminando e que lidera. Está como menos enfocado agora mesmo, desfrutando. 30 seconds. "15 seconds, menos de 15 segundos. 10 seconds. And counting down to finish, surfers in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It is over. That last one of blue will be a throwaway. Forget about that. It's not gonna be a relevant wave in the history of this one. 0-3-3 for blue. So all scores are in. Next seat, quarterfinal number 2. Get ready for the start. Get ready for the start. Count you in to start. Quarterfinal number 2. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on. Results from the previous one. White the winner, Antoine Abashi. Félicitations, Antoine. Vainqueur de la série de blanc. Pois que ha vencido Antoine Abashi. Second place finishes red, John Rabinovic. Mazel tov, John. Rojo terminando em segundo posto. Green finishing third, Alfonso Soares. And blue finishing fourth, Oriane Schmir. Pois melhor sorte, Alfonso, agora na próxima oportunidade, a próxima compe. And thank you. E graças por tu surfing. And wishing the same to Oriane. Better luck on the next event, Oriane. And thanks for your surfing. Meanwhile, already on, as you realize, is quarterfinal number 2. In red, we have Fernando Ibarra. Stefano Mandozzi is wearing the blue singlet and already read up and riding. In white, we have Leonardo Apreda, and in green, Michele Scopa. That was already the first one for red. Primeira ola surfeada por Fernando Ibarra, que está de licra roja. De azul, Stefano Mandozzi. De blanco, Leonardo Apreda. Y de verde, Michele Scopa. Já se enteraram que com o sol está muito difícil de elegir as colores, pelos juízes terem spotters muito bem ubicados em diferentes ângulos para poder ajudar com as colores. Não passa o mesmo com eu aqui arriba, pero intento escuchar aqui também no rádio e pouco também por a dinâmica da manga. Porque se tenho 4 prioridades atribuídas e sale uma das prioridades, sei que esse é o surfero que está precisamente em la ola. Por vezes, aguarda pouco hasta que o juiz de prioridade quite essa prioridade para me enterar de quem de verdade, qual é a color que está surfeando. So, standing by for scores on first of red, aguardando pontuaciones por la primera de rojo para Fernando Ibarra. First of red, Fernando, 2.83. First of red, 2.83. First of red, primera de rojo, Fernando, 2.83. 2.83. As usual at this time of the day on this beautiful west coast, we have the sun right in front of us and a huge glare. That's not helping at all with cameras for the webcast. Same for the judges, but the judges do have multiple spotters in multiple angles working with them. Aí tenemos ola para, me parecía desde aquí, blanco, Leonardo Apreda. No, era azul, no podría estar más errado. Era Stefano Mandozzi, el joven, muy joven Stefano Mandozzi. Now, first of blue, Stefano, 2.17. First of blue, 2.17. Primeiro azul, 2.17. Depois início de manga mais flojo que a manga anterior. 2.83, primeira de rojo para Fernando Ibarra. 2.17, primeira de azul para Stefano Mandozzi. Reminding surfers up next, quarterfinal number 3, obviously. Francisco Agliani, Joshua Carbus, Hans Odriozola, and Sean Achwarina Masterson coming up next on quarterfinal number 3, GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol for the junior qualifying series on the World Surf League European region. We'll be surfing a lot on this tour on the north of Africa as well, in Morocco, on a co-sanctioned events with the African region of the World Surf League. Seguimos con licra roja, Fernando Ibarra. Hay giro ahí, cambio de dirección por Fernando. A detrás es licra azul con Stefano Mandozzi. Termina su ola Fernando. Snap tail slide ahí para Stefano Mandozzi. Y a detrás es verde, Michele Scopa. En su primera ola en la manga. Was green, Michele Scopa. Priority white, priority white. E está estabelecida a prioridade blanco. Priority white, second priority green. Priority white, second priority green. Prioridade blanco, segunda prioridade verde. First of green throwaway, 0.5. Now waiting for scores on second of red and second of blue. Primeira de verde para olvidar, 0,5. E agora aguardamos pontuaciones para segunda de rojo y segunda de azul. Porque creo que ha surfeado mejor los dos en sus segundas olas, mejor que en las primeras, por supuesto. Y confirmado, ahí tenemos pontuaciones. Last of red, Fernando, 4.33. Last of red, 4.33. Last of blue, Stefano, 5.17. Last of blue, 5.17. Fernando, última de rojo, 4.33. 4.33, Fernando Ibarra. Última de azul para Stefano Mandozzi, 5.17. Hasta ahora, mejor hora de la manga. So last of blue, until now, that's the best wave of the heat, that 5.17. 18 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. White priority, second priority green, third priority red, last priority blue. White priority, second priority green. And White taking a look at this one. Up and running is White. Seguimos com Leonardo à preda. Prioritar na manga, utilizando a prioridade. Bola a cerrar muito rápido. E agora detrás é Fernando Ibarra em la ola. E lo mismo la ola a cerrar muito rápido. Giro curto aí para Leonardo. E giro curto aí também para Fernando. First of white, Leonardo, 2.67. First of white, 2.67. Last of red, 1.87. Pois última de rojo para olvidar, 1.87. Primeira de blanco, 2.67. Priority green, second priority blue, third priority red. 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Almost already 10 minutes into the heat. And the last priority goes to white. So green priority, second priority blue, third priority red, last priority white. GADIS Junior para Ferrol, una competición muy importante en el circuito junior de la región Europa de la World Surf League, pero estamos haciendo también algunas etapas en Norte de África, en Marruecos, en eventos que son concesionados entre, con autorización de las dos regiones de WSL África y de WSL Europa. Now, white up and riding, seguimos con blanco, Leonardo a preda. Giro aí para Leonardo antes que cerre a ola. Nada de crítico, semelhante à ola anterior. And last of white, 2.03. Last of white, 2.03. 2.03, la última blanco. E vamos com verde, Michele Scopa. En la primera ola con un verdadero potencial, pero de verdad que no. No tenía mucho potencial, pero más que en su primera. Todavía solamente 1.10. Last of green 1.1. Last of green 1.1. 15 minutes remaining, surfers. Last of white, Leonardo, 2.03. Priority blue, second priority red, third priority white. Last priority green. E seguimos com Leonardo à preda. Lícara blanca. Intento de maniobra aí para terminar, que se queda incompleta. Não é como maniobras completas, não é como maniobras quase completas. Você quedan completas ou incompletas. Completa será a nota para a maniobra. Incompleta será algo com 1,5 por aí. Neste caso, 1,23. Last of white, a throwaway. 14 minutes remaining. E verde solamente na numerada. Já estava com a terceira prioridade. Não vai haver cambios aqui na prioridade. Não havia quarta prioridade atribuída todavía. Pois que assim se queda com a terceira prioridade Michele Scopa. So priority blue, second priority red, third priority green. I was a pedal there for green, but we know. And rojo dando una mirada, vai a compartir el pico. Seguimos solamente com verde, me parece. Priority blue now. And almost halfway through the heat. And I'm going to go with the first heat update. Although we have a low scores here, I'm going to go with the update. Just waiting for scores on this last of red. Para Fernando Ibarra. Aguardando pontuaciones para a última de rojo. Y después la clasificación de la manga. Hasta ahora. Priority blue. Second priority white, third priority green, last priority red. Last of red, Fernando, 3.47. Last of red, 3.47. Última de rojo, 3.47. Surfers, 12.5 minutes remaining. We're exactly halfway, and here's the first update. Red leads, Fernando. Red in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.47. So, Fernando, you want to improve a 3.47. Now, blue second, Stefano. Blue second. Stefano sitting on a 5.17. Best way of the heat. Stefano, you want to improve a 2.17. For the lead, blue needs 2.63. Leonardo, white third, needing 4.68. White needs a 4.68. And have surfers up and riding, so I'm going to stop with the update. So the surfers are focused, and now that's blue. As azul, Stefano Mandozzi. Now, Michele Scopa, green at this stage, green fourth, needing a 6.24. Leonardo, white third, was needing a 4.68. But I am waiting for scores on red, blue, and white as well. Last of blue, Stefano, 2.2. Goes on blue's top two. It's blue's new backup. Now waiting for scores on white. Leonardo, white third, now needing a 4.71. Waiting for scores on last of white. And also waiting for scores on last of red, Fernando. Red in the lead, was aiming to improve on a 3.47. Pois que Fernando Ibarra lidera. Rojo, para mejorar 3.47. Aguardamos a pontuação para a sua última ola. La última de azul de Stefano Mandozzi, que se queda segundo, 2.20 ha aumentado su total. E com isso aumentou a distância para terceiro e quarto. Aguardamos todavia a nota para a última de blanco de Leonardo Apreda, que busca 4.71 para se ubicar em segundo posto. E Michele Scopa, verde, se queda quarto, buscando 6.27. Last of red, Fernando, 4.23. It's your new backup. Última de rojo, Fernando, 4.23. És tu backup agora. Rojo lidera. Pois aumentado su total, Fernando Ibarra. Agora, queda pontuar solamente a última de blanco. 10 minutes remaining. Still waiting for scores on the last of white. Leonardo was chasing a 3.85 to advance to second. And sorry, scores are already in. Last of white, 3.53. Leonardo, with that, you're chasing a 3.85. So last of white, 3.53. And now, Leonardo, you need 3.85 to advance to second. Stefano, blue second. Stefano, you want to improve a 2.2. And for the lead, blue needs a 3.39. We have a very close hit in our hands, especially between red, blue, and white. Green, so far, his best wave, only a 1.1. But Michele still has almost 10 minutes ahead of him. Well, actually, 9 minutes ahead of him. And he has priority. It's a green priority. Second priority red. Third priority white. Last priority blue. Azul dando ahí una mirada, pero no hay elegida sola. Ya se quedaba con última prioridad. Pues que no cambia nada. And the red up and riding. Seguimos con rojo. Fernando Ibarra, líder de la manga. Intento de mejorar agora un 4,23. A ver. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. On standby for scores on last of red. 8 minutes remaining on the timer. Vamos a ver se Fernando aumenta su total. Verde en la ola, Michele Scopa. No turns for green, sin maniobras Michele. Essa para olvidar, vai cambiar nada. Y me parece que Fernando vai aumentar su total y aumenta con la mejor ola de la manga hasta ahora. Last of red, Fernando, 5.6. That's the best of the heat, Fernando. Fernando, now you want to improve a 4.33. Última de rojo, mejor ola de la manga, 5.6. Fernando, lideras. Y para mejorar, un backup de 4.33. Nos queda pouco mais de 7 minutos. Just over 7 minutes remaining. E azul em la ola, Stefano Mandossi. E a detrás rojo, entrada e salida sem maniobras. E depois dividindo ao pico, me parece blanco e verde. Sharing the peak there, split peak between, I believe that was blue and white. No, it was actually green and white. And the first one we saw was of red, of Fernando Ibarra. So waiting for scores on red, white, and green. Also for blue. So waiting for scores for the 4 competitors. Last of red doesn't look like. It's looking like it's a throwaway and confirmed. Forget about that one. Última de rojo para olvidar. Priority red. Priority red. Estado muy bien en la manga Fernando, liderando desde casi el primer minuto. Y controlando muy bien también la prioridad. Priority red, second priority white. Last of blue, 2.67. Last of blue, 2.67. That's a new backup for Stefano. Now last of green, Michele, 4.23. Last of green, 4.23. Michele, green still fourth, needs a 3.62 now. Green needs a 3.62. And waiting for scores on white for Leonardo Apreda. Pois última de verde, 4.23. Finalmente Michele Scopa, uma ola com qualidade e se acerca um montão mais de segundo posto. Todavia se queda quarto, necessitam 3.62. Fernando, 5 minutos 15 para terminar. Tens a prioridade e queres melhorar um 4.33. Anterior de rojo, mejorou la de la manga, 5.6. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green, fourth priority blue. And 5 minutes remaining, surfers, 5 minutes remaining. Waiting for score still on last of white. Leonardo was chasing a 4.32. Waiting for scores on last of white. Menos de 5 minutos. Por pontuar a última de blanco. Em terceiro posto, Leonardo Apreda buscava um mínimo de 4.32 para se ubicar em segundo posto. 4.5 minutes. 4 minutos 30. Blanco dando a mirada e ela regressou ao Leonardo Apreda. En la ola ahí. And previous of white, Leonardo, 5.4. And situation changes. Previous of white, a 5.4. With that, situation changes. White moves to second, Leonardo. White second. Waiting for scores on white. White was aiming now to improve on a 3.53. Stefano, blue is down to third. Blue third, needing a 3.77. And waiting for scores on last of white still. Michele, green fourth, needing a 4.71. Por favor, a los bañistas que se quedan en la orilla, cuidado con vuestra seguridad, por favor, que como hayáis enterado, la última ola surfeada por Blanco casi terminaba la ola muy cerca de vosotros. Three minutes remaining. Now priority red, and still white. Leonardo, your seconds. I'm still waiting for scores on last of white. But the previous one was a 5.4 and put you in second place. You were now aiming to improve on a 3.53, but I'm waiting for scores on last of white. 2.5 minutes remaining. At this stage, blue third needs a 3.77, and green fourth needs a 4.71. But I'm waiting still for scores on last of white. So those requirements might go higher. And Leonardo, for the lead, you were chasing a 4.54. And you get the lead. Last of white, Leonardo, 5.03. That puts white in first place. And that's your new backup, Leonardo. Red is down to second, Fernando. Blue is up and running with 2 minutes remaining. Azul in la ola. So Stefano, blue third, Stefano needing a 4.77, waiting for scores on blue. Michele, green fourth, needing a 5.7. Fernando, bajaste a segundo puesto. Queres mejorar 4.33. Azul terceiro, busca 4.77. Verde quarto, busca 5.7. Nos queda 1 minuto 30. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green. E quem estava surfeando estava aqui mirando lá a pantalla, mientras seguimos com rojo. Fernando Ibarra, que vai tentar consolidar. Atención a los bañistas, por favor. And the priority green. Under 1 minute, priority green, priority green. Waiting for scores on last of red. .30 seconds remaining now. Last of red, Fernando, 4.43. That's your new backup, Fernando. Última de rojo, 4.43. Nos queda 20 segundos, 20 seconds remaining. White priority, second priority blue. 10 seconds. And I'll be counting you down for the end of the heat. We'll be finishing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now all scores are in, todas las olas pontuadas, results, first place white, complimente a Leonardo Apreda, felicitaciones Fernando Ibarra, red finishing second. Better luck for the next one for blue, Stefano Mandozzi finishing third, and I extend that to Michele Scopa, green finishing fourth. Next heat, counting down to start, qualifier number 3 will be on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on. Para terminar este día de competencia, estes cuartos de final, vos voy a dejar en muy buena voz, muy buena compañía con Mikel Urigoitia. De mi parte, nos vemos mañana temprano por la mañana.
All right, so here we are on the second last heat of the day. The men's quarterfinal heat number 3 with the red jersey, Francisco Anglani, blue Joshua Carbus, white Hans Adriazola, and with the green Shan Achoarena. 24 minutes left, prio for red, second prio green. Third prio for blue. Fourth prio for white, so here we go. All the scores are in. First of blue, Joshua, 6 points. First of blue, 6 points. First of white, Hans, a 5-point ride. Blue first, white second. Third is green, Shan, with a 0.43. And fourth is red, with no scores yet, Francisco Anglani. 23 minutes left, prio red, green, blue, and white. Vemos como los surfistas se han desplazado levemente hacia la izquierda. Están situados ahí en el agua un poco a contraluz. Y la verdad que cuesta distinguir los colores si te quedas fijamente mirando al agua. Como decimos, quedan 2 mangas, la que tenemos en el agua recién empezada y otra más para finalizar este día de competición y dejar ya así establecidas las semifinales, tanto femeninas como las masculinas. Es el turno del color azul. Está de gracia el surfista irlandés Joshua Carbus. Por el momento es primero, con una primera puntuación de 6 puntos. No está nada mal empezar una manga con un 6. Es el caso del surfista irlandés, al cual acabamos de ver en acción. Prior red, green, white. Y vemos a blanco en ola, Hans Odriozola optando por esta derecha. ...21 minutes remaining on the timer. Last of blue, Joshua, a 5.73. Last of blue, Joshua Carbus, 5.73. So blue extends the lead. A 6 and a 5.73, your two best, Joshua. White in second with a 5 and a 2.67 on his last ride. Hans, your last score, 2.67. You're still in second.
Blue badly.
20 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of you. Prior red, second prior green, third prior blue. Green, Shan, up and riding. Not much going on for Shan, and neither for blue. They were sharing the peak, one to the right, the other guy to the left. As we get into the 20 minutes mark. 20 minutes remaining, boys. 20 minutes to go. Prior red, second prior white. Han transcurrido ya 5 minutos de esta tercera manga de los cuartos de final masculinos. Por el momento lidera el surfista irlandés de color azul Joshua Carbus con un 6 y un 5.73. El surfista donostiarra de color blanco Hans Odriozola es segundo con un 5 y un 2.67. Shan, color verde, es tercero con dos puntuaciones tímidas de 1.83 y 0.43. Y cuarto Francisco Anglani, color rojo, sin haberse estrenado todavía en el marcador. 19 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Prior, red, white, green and blue. $18 minutes left. And red up and right in first wave for Francisco. Priority white, second prior green, third prior blue.
Completo.
17 minutes on the timer. Josh Carbus in the lead with a 6 and a 5.73. As we see now red in the inside. That's Francisco Anglani. So Carbus in the lead with the blue. Hans Odriozola in second. White chasing a 6.73 to take the lead. Third is red Francisco, looking for a 3.85 for second. And fourth is green Shan, looking for a 5.84. Prior white, green blue. Nos comunican que están ya preparados también los componentes de la última manga del día. Alejandro Sancho, Alay Rodríguez, Lucas Skinner y Martín Fortes. Cuando vemos aquí un nuevo intento del color rojo, Francisco sin prioridad, quedándose abajo en la orilla. El anterior de Francisco ha sido un 3.83. Previous of red, Francisco previous of red, a 3.83. Priority white, second prio green, third prio blue. Quedan 14 minutos y 20 segundos por delante. No hemos llegado ni siquiera al ecuador de la manga. Sigue liderando el color azul, Joshua Carbus. Blue is still in the lead with a 6 and a 5.73. White in second. Hans with the first prio, by the way, with a 5 and a 2.67. White, you're looking for a 6.73 to lead the heat. Third is red, Francisco. Your second last score, a 3.83. Your backup, a 1 point right. You are in third, looking for a 3.85 to advance. And fourth is green, Shan, with a 1.83 and a 0.43, looking for a 5.84. Volvemos a ver a rojo. El bueno de Francisco. Cogiendo velocidad. Vamos a ver cómo finaliza. Fortísima en esa maniobra. Y atrás la respuesta de blanco muy veloz. Hans Odriozola con dos buenos re-entries. Vamos a ver. Última oportunidad aquí. Lo cierra muy fuerte. Y lo claimea y no es para menos. Espectacular el surfing del surfista de color blanco. Muy veloz, potente y preciso, Hans Odriozola en esa última ola. Last of red, Francisco, 4.27. Last of red, Francisco, a 4.27. You're moving up to second. White comes down to third. Third, Hans looking for a 3.1 and on standby for your very last score. Here it comes, a 9-point ride. Last of white, a 9-point ride. So white takes the lead. Prio goes for green, second prio blue, third prio red, fourth prio white. Last of white, 9 points. Hans Odriozola in the lead with a 9 and a 5. Blue comes down to second, Joshua Carbus. You're needing an 8.01 to take the lead again. In third is Francisco with a red, looking for a 7.46 to advance. And fourth is green, Shan, chasing a 9.9 for second. Time call, 11 minutes, 20 seconds left. Prio for green, second prio blue, third prio white, fourth prio red. Time for white again. Hans Odriozola. Finish it up with a nice spin. Might be incomplete, who knows. 10 minutes, 10 seconds left on the timer. On the standby now for the last of white. A 2-point ride, so a throwaway score for Hans. It's been an incomplete maneuver. The last spin we've seen from white. Nine minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the timer. Prio, green, blue, red. Priority for green, second prio blue, third prio red.
Fourth prior for white. Vuelve a la carga el blanco sin prioridad. Bonita Gary vuelta, la primera de Hans. Y un par de toques más contra la espuma que no va a conseguir finalizar ese último. 8 minutos y medio por delante todavía. Priority for green, Shan, up and riding. No le ha dado ninguna oportunidad esa última ola a verde que tenía la primera prioridad. Prior for blue, second prior red, prior blue, red, green. Eight minutes remaining, and the situation remains the same. White in the lead with a 9 and a 5. Blue second. Blue second with a 6 and a 5, 7-3. Third is red, Francisco, with a 4.27 and a 3.83. Red needs a 7.46 to advance. And fourth is green, Shan, 1.83 and 0.43, your two best. Green, you're looking for a 9.9. Prior blue, red, green, and white. 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Ahí vemos a Shan. Era el color verde al que veíamos en ola. Cuando quedan 7 minutos para finalizar. 7 minutes left. Time for white on his backhand. A quick in and out for Hans. Prior blue, second prior red. And red up and riding. Prior blue, second prior green, third prior white. And fourth prior for red. Just under 6 minutes. Ahora sí, buena ola del color verde. Si no me equivoco, en la izquierda era Shan. So on standby now for the scores of red and green. Five minutes remaining on the timer. Nos adentramos en los últimos 5 minutos de manga. Priority for blue, second prior red, third prior green, fourth prior white. Era blanco el que ha conseguido esa última puntuación que acaba de entrar. un 6.83. Last of White, a 6.83. So White extending the lead once again. 9 points in 6.83. The top two scores for White. The current heat leader, Hans Odriozola. Blue, Joshua Carbus sits in second, looking for a 9.83 to get that first spot. Third, Francisco, with a red jersey, chasing a 7.46 for second. And fourth is Green, who's up and riding right now. That was Shan, on the hand of a 9.9 to advance. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the timer. Time for red, Francisco. Racing down the line, 3 minutes left. Let's see what he brings. A first snap. And a little spin to finish. Good one by Francisco in red. Atrás vemos a Shan de color verde. Sin demasiada fortuna una vez más. Vamos a esperar a conocer ahora la nota de rojo. On standby for the last score of red, Francisco. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Prio blue, second Prio white. The score for red is coming soon. Hang in there, Francisco. Prio blue, white, red. Seguimos esperando a conocer esa última nota de Francisco. Color rojo. Y aquí está, un 5.53, 5.53, last of red, a 5.53. Francisco, you're still in third. Now looking for a 6.2. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining on the timer. White in the lead still. Blue second, Joshua. Third, Francisco. You need a 6.2 for second. And fourth is Green, Shan, chasing a 9.6. Prio blue, white, red and green. Estamos viendo cómo azul y rojo juegan al gato y al ratón a falta de 1 minuto. Está evitando a toda costa azul que rojo coja la ola. Y finalmente va a ser rojo. Quien se decida ir en esta ola no va a tener suerte, no va a ser completada esa maniobra. Rojo es tercero, azul es segundo. Rojo necesita un 6.20 para darle caza a esa segunda posición. Quedan 40 segundos, 40 seconds remaining, guys. White in the lead, blue second. Francisco still in third, chasing a 6.2 to advance. And fourth is Green, Shan, looking for a 9.6. Surfers of the next heat, please stay away from the surfers competing in this heat number 3. Stay on the side, please. Surfers of the next heat. Thank you. We're going to get into the last 10 seconds. Counting down to finish quarterfinal heat number 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Se acabó el tiempo de esta tercera manga de los cuartos de final. Por el momento todo parece que se van a mantener igual, con blanco liderando Hans Odriozola, azul segundo el irlandés, tercero va a ser Francisco color rojo y cuarto Shan de verde. A 5.03 last of white, another throwaway score for the heat leader. And now counting down to start the last heat of the day, the men's quarterfinal heat number 4. Here we go, boys. Counting down In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on with the red jersey, Alejandro Sancho. In blue, Alay Rodriguez Albeniz. With a white, Lucas Skinner. And in green, Martin Fortes. Good luck, everyone, and may the best win this heat number 4. Resultados oficiales de la manga anterior. Primer clasificado blanco, Hans Odriozola. Segundo, el color azul, Joshua Carbus. Tercero es rojo, Francisco Anglani. Y cuarto, verde, Sanacho Arena. Welcome everyone to the last heat of the day, the men's quarterfinal heat number 4. Tenemos ahí a blanco en ola, Lucas Skinner, el británico, empezando muy fuerte, tal y como nos tiene acostumbrados. Surfista de color blanco en esta última manga del día. Nos quedan 23 minutos por delante. 23 minutes remaining on the timer. On standby now for the first score of white. Score is coming. Somewhere close to the good range. Let's see. As we see now, green up and riding. Starting things off with 2 turns, Martin Fortes. First of Lucas, a 5.33. First of white, 5.33. Now, let's see what the judges think on the first of Martin Fortes with the green jersey. Alejandro Sancho, rojo y blanco que se cruzan. Eran Lucas Skinner y Alejandro Sancho los que se acaban de cruzar. Vamos a ver lo que determinan los jueces en este cruce entre ambos surfistas. All right, so a priority interference has been called, white on red. Prior interference, white on red. So 20 minutes remaining on the timer.
On standby now for the scores of green and blue. 20 minutes remaining, and once again, priority interference has been called, white on red. We're still waiting for the scores. Martin Fortes, we're waiting for your scores. Here they come. First of green, Martin, 4 points. First of green, 4 points. Second score for green, a 1.13. First score for Alay Rodriguez in blue, a 3.33. And first of red, a 1.17. So, situation, all the scores are in. White is in the lead with a 5.33. Martin Fortes sits in second, surfer in green with a 4 and a 1.13. Third is blue, Alay, with a single score of a 3.33. And fourth is red, Alejandro, with a 1.17. Just under 19 minutes remaining. Alay Rodriguez in blue. Your first score, a 3.33. On standby for the score of blue, Alay Rodriguez. 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Lucas in the lead with a 5.33. Surfer in white, you are in the lead with a 5.33. Martin Fortes, green, you are second with a 4 and a 1.13. Alay Rodriguez sitting in third with a single score of a 3.33. And then Alejandro Sancho in red with a 1.17. Last of blue is here, a 2.77. Last of blue, Alay, 2.77. So now blue takes the lead. Blue in first with a 3.33 and a 2.77. White second, Lucas. You need a 6.1 to take the lead. And white up and riding. Third is green, Martin Fortes. With a 4 and a 1.13, Martin needs a 1.34 to advance. Martin, you are third, surfer in green, looking for a 1.34 to advance. And fourth is red, Alejandro Sancho, chasing a 4.17. Time called 17 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority red, green, blue, and white. Alay Rodriguez, you are in the lead. Blue in the lead. Your last score, a 2.77. So blue in the lead with a 3.33 and a 2.77. White is second, Lucas, with a single score of a 5.33. Lucas needs a 6.1 to take the lead again. Third, green, Martin Fortes, with a 4 and a 1.13. Green looking for a 1.34 to advance. And fourth is red, Alejandro Sancho, with a single score of a 1.17. Alejandro needs a 4.17 to advance. Quedan 16 minutos por delante. Lidera Alay Rodriguez. Albéniz de color azul. Lucas Skinner, el británico, es segundo, ya que ha cometido una infracción, ha cometido una interferencia en situación de prioridad. Tercero es verde, Martín Fortes, el surfista portugués. Martín estaría necesitando tan solo un 1,34 para ponerse segundo. Y cuarto clasificado es Alejandro Sancho, de color rojo, con tan solo una ola de 1,17 puntos, en busca de un 4,17 para ponerse segundo. Quedan 15 minutos y medio todavía por delante. Ahí veíamos a Alay Rodríguez Albéniz, el actual líder de la manga. Intentando mejorar su combinación total. Por el momento es líder. Y se va a poner un poquito más líder con esta última nota de 2,93. Last of Blue Alay, 2.93. Extending the lead a tiny bit. So Blue first. White second. White needs a 6.26 to get the lead again. Green in third still needs the same as before, a 1.34. And finally in fourth is red, who's up and riding. Alejandro Sancho chasing a 4.17. Prio green, second prio white, third prio blue. Martin Fortes, you are in third. Your two best scores, a 4 and a 1.13. Martin, you need a 1.34 to move up to second. First is blue, Alay. Second is white, Lucas. Third, Martin. In green, looking for a 1.34 to advance. And fourth is red, Alejandro Sancho, chasing a 4.17. Hemos llegado ya al Ecuador de la manga, quedan menos de 12 minutos y medio por delante. Y la cosa, la verdad, que no ha cambiado, no ha variado nada. En los últimos minutos sigue liderando el color azul, Alay Rodríguez, seguido del británico de color blanco, al cual solo le puntúa su mejor puntuación, tras haber cometido esa infracción en situación de prioridad. Tercero es verde, el portugués Martín Fortes. Necesitaría tan solo un 1,34 para ponerse segundo. Y cuarto, el español Alejandro Sancho. Necesitaría un 4,17 y la verdad que tiene mucho por mejorar, ya que sus dos puntuaciones hasta el momento son de 1,17 y 0,93. Por lo tanto, tiene relativamente fácil el poder progresar en lo que queda de manga. Ánimo a los cuatro en esta segunda mitad de la manga. Priority green, second prio white, third prio blue, fourth prio red, who's up and riding, Alejandro. Ahí está el español, intentando sacar algún valioso punto para poder pasar a las semifinales. Last of Alejandro, 2.73. Last of red, 2.73. Red's still in fourth, looking for a 2.61 to advance. Martin Fortes, up and riding. A pretty decent ride, considering his requirement. He only needs a 1.34 to move up to second. So let's see what the judges think on the last ride of green. 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the timer, and here it is. Last of green, a 4.13. Martin Fortes, good on you. Last of green, 4.13. You take the lead. Green moves up from third to first. Martin Fortes, a 4.13 and a 4, your two best rides. Alay Rodríguez in blue comes down to second as we see blue up and riding on his backhand. Chasing a 4.8 to be first again. Lucas Skinner comes down to second. White, you require a 6.26, Lucas. And fourth is red, Alejandro Sancho, chasing a 3.73. Last of Ally in blue, 3.13. Last of Ally, a 3.13. You're improving to your total score. Green is still in the lead, blue second. Lucas in third now requires a 6.46. And fourth is red, Alejandro chasing a 3.73. Priority for white. Veíamos ahí a Alejandro Sancho, que es muy probable vaya a mejorar su backup de 1.17 y atrás Blanco, atención. Va a ir el todo a nada, bonitísima rotación de Lucas Skinner, va a tener ahí una segunda oportunidad, va por otra y lo plancha, no. Lástima, sabe que tiene que darlo todo, tan solo le va a puntuar su mejor nota. It's all or nothing for Lucas Skinner, who's chasing a 6.46 right now to move up to second. Waiting for the judges' call on the last ride of white, Lucas Skinner, who currently sits in third, looking for a 6.46 to advance. Prio for green, second prio for blue, third prio red, fourth prio white. 8 minutes remaining. Last of red, Alejandro, 3.8. Last of red, a 3.8. Alejandro, you move up to second, sorry. Red in second right now. Blue comes down to third. Blue chasing a 3.21 to advance. And Lucas Skinner, your last score, a 6.5. Last of Lucas Skinner, 6.5. You are in third, still chasing a 6.53 to move up to second. Lucas Skinner, your last score is a 6.5. You are in third, needing a 6.53 to advance. 7 minutes remaining on the timer. 7 minutes, 10 seconds left. Prio green, second prio blue, third prio white. Quedan 7 minutos. Alejandro Sancho, eres segundo. Tus dos mejores notas, 3.8 y 2.73. Necesitarías un 4.33 para ponerte primero. Primero es verde, Martín Fortes. Martín in the lead, the surfer in green, with a 4.13 and a 4. Red second, Alejandro Sancho, 3.8 and 2.73, your top two. Third, white, Lucas Skinner, with the highest single score of the heat, a 6.5. Well, Lucas is requiring a 6.53 to advance. And fourth is blue, Alay Rodriguez, chasing a 3.21. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Watch out, 5 minutes remaining on the timer. As we see now, red up and riding, Alejandro Sancho. Buena ola ahora sí, del español Alejandro Sancho. que va a cosechar unos valiosos puntos y así intentar afianzarse en cabeza de manga. Vamos a ver, Martín Fortes still in the lead. Green in the lead with a 4.13 and a 4. Now let's see what the judges think on the last score of red, Alejandro Sancho. He's needing a 4.33 to take the lead. In the meantime, Lucas Skinner, with the highest single score of the heat, a 6.5, is requiring a 6.53 as we speak. And fourth is Blue, Alay Rodriguez, with a couple of threes, chasing a 3.21. All right, 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Last of red, a 4.93. Red takes the lead. Alejandro Sancho, eres primero, tu última nota 4.93. Te ha catapultado a la primera posición. Ya iba Alejandro en un nuevo intento. Three minutes remaining on the timer. Red in the lead with a 4.93 and a 3.8. Green in second, Martín Fortes with a 4.13 and a 4. Third is white, Lucas Skinner. Lucas, you require an 8.13 to advance. And fourth is Blue, Alay, chasing a 4.8. Vamos a ver, porque ahí va Blanco. Blanco es tercero, necesitando un 8.13 para ponerse segundo. Priority for green, second prior red, third prior white. Alejandro, sigues primero. Rojo, sigues primero con un 4.93 y un 3.8. Martín Fortes, verde, es segundo. Martín necesita un 4.61 para ponerse primero. Tercero es blanco, perdón, tercero es azul ahora. Alay Rodríguez, tu última ola ha sido de 4.33. Eres tercero, necesitas un 3.8 para segundo. Y cuarto es blanco, Lucas Skinner, necesitando un 8.13 para pasar. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Red in the lead still, Alejandro. Second is green, Martín. You're chasing a 4.61 to win. Third is blue, Alay Rodriguez. Your last score, 4.33, puts you in third. You are requiring a 3.8 to advance. And fourth is white, Lucas, chasing an 8.13. 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Prior green, second prior red. Third prior white, fourth prior blue. Just under a minute. Five seconds riding. That's because score. Alay Rodríguez, el beneficio está acabando la mea. Forte. 10 and can finish in 5, 4, 1. But for an important from you. Two score in and for This is green and blue. On green, so far, first as eres por el falta verde for fourth. On a standby, still for the scores of green and blue. Green in second, Martin needs a 4.61 to jump into first. Blue in third needs a 3.8 to move up to second. Let's see. Still waiting for those two last scores of green and blue. The time is over, but the heat is not done yet until we know the final results. In the meantime, please know that the call will be tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. for the finals day. Seguimos esperando a conocer las notas de verde y azul. Ha acabado ya hace un rato el tiempo de la manga. Y atención que aquí viene last of blue a 3.67 and last of green a throwaway for Martín. The situation won't change. So finally, Alejandro Sancho in red and Martín Fortes in green. Moving on into the semis. Ending up in third will be blue Alay Rodríguez. And in fourth position, Lucas Skinner with the white jersey. Así pues, esto ha sido todo por hoy. Gracias a todo el mundo por asistir a este largo día de competición. Mañana la llamada será a las 11:30 de la mañana para celebrar las semifinales y las finalísimas de esta tercera edición del GADIS Junior Pro Ferrol. Nos vemos mañana y a disfrutar de lo que queda de esta maravillosa tarde aquí en Galicia Calidade.